Hi, I'm James, this is FGG, and today we're here for the Beyond Build-Up.
So Tarek, coming into the new split, obviously I'm here, Vendor's here, new team. How was the preparations coming into the new split?
They were pretty good. We had quite a long off-season, but we eventually settled on you and Vendor as bot lane, right? And I think the most important thing for us was having a playmaking support who could follow up pretty well in jungle mid, at the same time having an AD carry who can call people bot side and make sure that you're also held in line as well, so we don't just spend ages there. So you guys were a really natural fit. Obviously pursued you from the beginning, finally got you, and now we're just heading into our preseason, so should be a good time. So you're now on JDxl. How have you been preparing for Summer Split?
It's been pretty good. I mean, from the past few scrim days we've had, I think it's gone very well. Honestly, I want to just go as high as possible, and I want to finish, first. I want to win a NLC, EU Masters. I think we can do it. The whole team's great, and I'm loving it so far.
Going into the Summer Split of the NLC as well, have you got any nerves? How are you dealing with getting ready for summer and hopefully a deep run in playoffs?
I feel like the stakes are a lot higher. There's much more needed of me. Obviously on match days, the nerves crank up a bit, but once I'm in game, it's completely fine.
I think the main thing for me is to try and make you feel like you're still just playing on any other team, right? Like at the end of the day, you're still playing with the same 5 players. You're still playing with just a group of people who are trying to go as far as possible in the tournament. Yeah. And expectations need to hit or there to a degree, because it just depends how we can play together,
There's obviously a lot of new rosters. Who do you think the main competition are?
I guess the main competition are probably still X7. They're the obvious candidates, and just because they won last split, they've tried to upgrade on their roster whilst also moving Harrow out. I think bringing in Chasey and MC were both good pickups for them. So in that sense, they're probably pretty good. Bifrost, Diamondprox, that's pretty cool as well. That should be pretty fun. Bringing the dinosaur out from the prehistoric era, but he should be all right. Maybe it's an upgrade, maybe it isn't. And I guess there's also the new Dusty lineup. So I guess, what do you think about them?
Yeah, I mean, the Dusty lineup is it's definitely new. Wasn't expecting it. I think it can do great. There's a lot of great players in there, and I would agree with you. X7 is probably the main competition. Bifrost also looking good.
There's obviously some new bot lanes, some more bot lanes. You've got a lot of new people to come up against. Are there any specific players you're hyped to go up against?
Yeah, I'd say probably Attila Kasing. It's probably the main ones. I've always seen Attila do pretty well in Spain and stuff. And Kasing is obviously very good from what I've seen and played with him. And also the Dusty bot lane seems pretty good, so I wonder how they will do. So there's been a lot of new changes and stuff. What champions do you think will show up in the upcoming weeks of NLC?
Well, our support's still a rel OTP, so we'll probably see that champ picked or banned at least a couple of times. Yeah. Aside from that, I can guarantee we will not see Thresh, because Gary has never picked that in his life and will definitely not be picking it in summer. On the flip side, I'm probably just the usuals. We've seen a huge array of champions right now. Kalista's been popping up at MSI. Maybe you'll see that, but I think the durability changes coming in the next few weeks are going to be the real meta shift. So you're going to see a big change from MSI to the middle of Summer Split because of that.
With the durability changes coming in, how will this change drafting and stuff? Because it's kind of coming mid split.
Having the durability changes come now is really annoying. Yes. It would be a lot nicer if it happened midway through the break, so then everyone could be ready for it coming into the new split. But it's the same as with when the new mythic items dropped and everyone was hopping from Goldrinker to Strikebreaker to Divine Sunderer throughout the split, right? It's kind of the same idea here. And it's just finding which champions are really strong with the changes. I think it's just about having a team discussion on, okay, how things are moving. And also I'll come in with a set of ideas of here's 3 champs for your role you might want to try, because I think these will benefit from having, the durability changes added to them.
Yeah. Do you have any dark horses coming in the summer?
So I think the biggest dark horse for me is Riddle, mainly because their roster is a lot of unknown players. So when people seeing them for the first time, they'll be like, okay, who's Jax Plank, who's Vladdy? Yeah. Even Stefan, he was coaching X7 last split, but he's not really known within the NLC ecosystem. So I think that team itself can probably overperform, at least compared to people's expectations. I'll assume people will put them just outside of playoffs or maybe just in. Mm-hmm. And I think it has the chance to realistically beat most of the teams in the split.
So, Tarek, the elephant in the room, obviously, will we make playoffs?
No. Too early to say. I mean, picking up a rookie like FGG, you know, it's a bold move. I don't know if the team might be able to make it, so we'll have to keep you all in suspense until later in the split. So what are your top 3 tips for people in preparing for their first official game?
I think for sure it's practice. You want to get a lot of practice in, make sure you're ready. 2, maybe have a healthy schedule. You don't want to go to bed at like 4 a.m, wake up at like 4 p.m, you know, that's kind of a disaster. And my 3rd one, probably more practice. You know, you can't get too much practice.
Can't knock it.
Yeah, so what about you?
At least from a coaching perspective, or what I look at going into the split, it's making sure I've got the right roster first and foremost. I think you can sometimes win the split in the off-season, and I hope I've done that so far. The second thing is making sure everyone's on the same page and how we see the game, making sure that when everyone goes into our first official, we all really know what we want to achieve, even if it's not entirely set in stone yet. Having a general idea is good. And then, obviously, just having a good draft plan ready. I've got to make sure it's my first draft, because that means I can have some mints later on. That's how it works. So, Gary, obviously a lot of players use emotes and spam them over the course of games. Do you have a specific emote of choice that you like to flex during our officials?
Yeah, I'm not much of a spammer, but I do like the B collection. You know, happy B, sad B, pretty funny. That'll probably be my choice, yeah.
Shout out to the team at Beyond Energy for making this happen, and make sure to use the code XL for 10% off at their store.
I would remove Yumi. This champ is so unfun. You know, you can just, in solo queue it's unfun. You have to rely on your bot lane to win their lane as they should against Yumi, but if you don't win your lane, then it 1v9. So I'm pretty sure that's a standard answer, but I hate this champ.
I have to say Zac, man. I freaking hate this champ. It's not played in competitive, but it's terrorizing my solo queue games. Like, there's no counterplay to this champion. Like, he can gank from everywhere. He has so much CC, like as an AD carry main, it's just so frustrating. So remove the Zac champion from the game, please.
Remove, it's definitely Akali. I've thought about that one before.
Yumi. I never want to see Yumi again. I think she's so much, skill-less.
I would actually probably completely remove Yumi. I think the game design is not very good or very healthy. If you have someone that's not very good on your team, you just pick Yumi, and then it's very annoying to play. Like, I play off-roll as AD, and sometimes I get a Yumi that just sits on me, and it's not very fun just sitting there.
Maybe like Rel. I feel like Rel just isn't really a character that's super interesting. Yeah, I guess Rel.
That's an easy one, Zoe. I always ban that champ in solo queue. It's really obnoxious to play in early game, where she can steal like all your spells. Yeah, I would remove Zoe.
I mean, if I nerf Yumi to the ground, then I would probably remove Yasuo. Because he gets a shield from walking, and he has a wind wall that removes all of my damage as AD carry.
I would like to remove Tryndamere from the game. I find it quite annoying how it's basically his champion that decided a lot by luck and not by skill, getting free crit chance. That feels quite unfair to play against most of the time.
And then remove Yumi because it's just, disgusting champ. No, I mean, you can basically sit and watch Netflix and play this champ. That's why it needs to get removed.
It's 10k. They want to turn.
10k, it's so slow,
They're only 3 here, they want to turn somehow.
It's 8k, they are doing this super slow.
I am mega now.
They're out.
They want to wait for my mega to end.
They're still doing it, yeah, we can just play it, no?
Look, coming.
Look.
Just keep fighting, guys.
Can you flash on them?
I have W in 2. I can shield in 2. Okay, that's fine.
There's a shield, slow chase, guys, slow chase.
Yeah.
They don't have a tower.
Yeah.
I can flash on Azir.
Okay. Just take care.
Can we go Nash?
Yeah.
Welcome to UK and Northern Europe League of Legends, Diamondprox. How's it going?
Glad to be here, thank you. It's going pretty well. I'm enjoying the team atmosphere for now. We didn't play too much. We played only a couple of weeks together, but already it's going quite fine.
Great stuff. And to people joining, feel free to ask your questions in the chat. I have a long list of questions, of course, but feel free to put your questions in the chat and I'll put the best ones to Daniil. And yeah, I guess obviously you have a storied history in the game, Daniil. You've played for more than 10 years. Teams like Moscow 5, Gambit, most recently Team Spirit. And now you're with Bifrost in the NLC. You've seen a lot in the game. And I find it interesting that we're now getting these higher tier players and veteran players coming into the European regional leagues. We've seen players like Reckless in France and so on with Carmine Corp. Why did you decide to join Bifrost in particular, and this region in particular?
Overall, I like playing in Europe. I liked it all the time. Whenever I had the chance to play with English-speaking teams, I really enjoyed it. I never had a bad experience ever, only with some rules being applied that forced me to not play in Europe, basically. And overall, I think NLC is one of the bigger ERL leagues, so that's a good place to be. And Bifrost, they really caught my eye with the roster. I already knew the coaching staff. We were actually considering bringing them to the Team Spirit because they're both Russian speaking, and we asked them before the season, but they decided to go with NLC. I respect their decision, and we had to do without them, but now I have a chance to work with them. It's like the world is kind of close, and I enjoyed the roster, and that's why I joined. That's the biggest reason, I think.
Yeah, and speaking of which, the roster, we were talking a little bit before we went live. I asked how scrims are going, and you were saying you feel like a good unit.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like this roster, everyone kind of wanna win. They don't want to pull the resources onto themselves so they look better or whatever. It feels like everyone is willing to sacrifice if it's needed in order for the team success, and also everyone is willing to learn and admit mistakes instead of trying to defend the useless points, which sometimes happen in some rosters. And when everyone is motivated to work together, it feels like you're actually improving, and that's what the most interesting part in League of Legends for me is, in competitive League of Legends, is working together as a team, as an individual, as the whole organism together, improving, sharing knowledge, helping each other out, and stuff like that. This is what really it's all about for me in League of Legends, and it's glad to have this situation again around myself.
And as someone who's been in League of Legends for quite some time now, do you feel like that's changed? In the early days of League of Legends, do you feel like it was more 5 individual players, or do you feel like it's always been about that cohesive team unit? Because we still see, in the LEC, this team vitality super team, for me, for the first part of the season at least, were looking like they were playing 5 solo queue players as opposed to an actual whole team. Do you feel like that's changed over the years and it's become more of a team-focused thing at the esports level?
I think partially. I think overall it became more team-oriented, but back then only the teams that could have the players that were willing to sacrifice in order for the team to win, those teams succeeded. And us as a team in Moscow 5, I think I didn't sacrifice as much as maybe Edward. Edward was willing to sacrifice everything for the team, and Darian was kind of playing his own unique style where he doesn't require anything. He provides pressure, but also feeds a lot because of it. And it kind of worked, but it wasn't intentional, as to say. Right now, I think most of the teams realize that you need to actually help each other. It's being taught by the coaching staff to the players, and now everyone understands it much better. Still, some players really like to focus the attention on their lanes more than others, and it's actually not the bad thing overall. It's only becomes a bad thing when they come to a certain point where the attention they require is too much, and it becomes a problem for the team that they are too focused on top lane, mid lane, or maybe junglers. Some junglers, I think, tend to play too hyper carry oriented, where the meta suits this playstyle very rarely, just because of the riot balancing.
Yeah, do you know, speaking of which, I had this question for later on, but what are your thoughts on the new changes Riot have implemented with the damage reduction? What are your thoughts on that as a jungler?
I think those changes are actually very, very good for the game. The overall prolonging the fights, making everyone more tankier, not dying from the single, like when you get a single CC. Like before that, there's a tenacity stat in the game, and basically it reduces the CC, and some CC is like 1.5 second, or usually it's like 1.2 or 1 second. And whenever before you got hit by any CC at all, you die before the tenacity even helps you survive. Basically, you get bursted down so quick you don't even realize. Now you can actually get use of this tenacity and maybe get away after being hit by one initial CC if it's not being tunneled correctly by other champions in enemy team. And it's actually the best time I had in League of Legends was when team fights were actually like they felt longer, everyone had their impact, but no one was like there used to be a problem after, like, I had a good experience in season 3 when the team fights were kind of long, but you also provided as a jungler, because you're usually lower levels than other, but you're still playing a fighter champions, you still could provide something for the team fights and be useful as a CC machine, or you could also deal damage. But then after in season 4 and season 5, Riot made very bad decisions to make the junglers playing champions without CC, basically power farmers, and also reduce their perhaps damage, but the damage of the mid laners was so high that you basically became a very useless champion after I don't know, 20 minutes into the game. And now most of the junglers provide CC and they can actually sustain in fights quite well, so they don't feel as useless. The only thing that I'm a bit concerned about with these changes is that every champion received around 85 HP, I think, at level 3, and that's where the early game starts for the junglers. Every jungler wants to try to gank from level 3 to level 6 at least a couple of times and provide pressure for their laners. And in some situations, it used to be close. Like when you gank someone, you really rely on your damage to execute them. How to say? You didn't tend to overkill people before level 6. And right now, we come to the point where there could be actually, not after all the nerfs to all the junglers like Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Viego, those aggressive early game junglers, now we come to the point where on those early game ganks, even if you play correctly as a jungler and synergize well with the laner, you can still not get a kill just because of those HP buffs. And I think Riot needs to do something about this level 3 till level 6 window where they need to buff the jungler's damage perhaps, so jungler pressure keeps the same as it used to be before. But after level 6, I really enjoy the HP buff and resistance buff as well.
Look here.
Okay, we're fine, guys.
Look here.
Okay. I'm watching.
Yeah, look on me.
You just want to?
I heal. Don't go too crazy.
Come to me. I can pressure captures from behind. You can just hit the
I have TP up. Other only.
Walk this way. I'm fine.
It's good.
Oh,
I'm tipping.
Gonna flash. One is behind.
Can we
I'm
save
coming.
Lucian?
I'm a fan.
I think go
I've been 2.
go on if possible. No,
I
no,
have
it's fine.
ulti in 7.
No, don't fight more.
Okay,
Get me, all mid.
They're going on you. We're just
That's
pushing
fine.
up. We're pushing up.
Are they going?
No ult Zarvan, guys.
We fight.
Can you-
Yeah, I will.
You win this. They have no dashes.
Oh my god.
Just keep
Nice.
Jarvan.
I'll push bot, I think.
Nice.
Good Jarvan.
Guys, the people
Jarvan, kick him.
No.
I'm ulting their backline. They can't follow.
Oh
Go on.
shit, one is
This
behind
guy?
us.
No, we're fine. I can shield you.
I redemption again.
They did wombo combo off and they did like no damage.
2,
Can you heal
1.
me?
Okay, yeah.
Oh shit, he did.
Take towers, guys.
Bubble.
Hold them, take tower.
Oh.
Kill Jarvan.
Double in 2, 1.
They're horny.
Get him!
I'm not thinking
Oh
anymore.
my god.
Can you shield me? If Karthus shoots.
My
Oh, you
KDA
can
dash.
dash.
Why don't you say?
Bruh! Carthus was murdering me as well!
Kill this. Give me the kill, please. No.
Fuck! Nice. Well played, boys. GG.
Fuck, that was such a hard game.
The
unkillable demon!
Thank God, by the way.
Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm just glad to be here so early on in the split. Week 2, things look pretty cool.
They do. Week 1, X7 got on the last spot. Then Dusty are looking good. JDxl Bifrost with Diamondprox, man.
Oh, dude, I'm so happy to see him here as well. Diamondprox has always been an exciting
have had
player.
it.
Someone I used to watch when I was like first getting into this like competitive play too.
It's so cool. Like you're watching him like, I don't know, man, as a fan, and you're casting him as at the same time. It's so cool. I mean, NLC is looking spicy.
Yeah, man. I think honestly, top to bottom, even some of the middle of the pack team.
Have you noticed
Vanir.
anything different though?
No, not really. Everything seems pretty okay.
I don't know that. Oh, durability patch.
12-10 changes.
There you
yeah.
go. Have you seen that meta? No. He's running late though. It's. Kings, queens, and emperors, welcome everyone to the Northern League of Legends Championship, Week 2, Day 3. 10 teams are climbing the mountain, trying to get control of the throne, but until now, things are looking more spicy than ever. I'm your host, Alexandre Arsharon Maya, and I will never take this stage by myself. So this is why, without further ado, I have to introduce the return of Jamada alongside with Namera for the first time together on the desk.
Yeah, I kind of figured out when I saw the schedule, I was like, have me and Nymera ever been on a desk together? And it turned out...
share airtime before.
I don't know how it's
The
happened.
mistake will be realized today. So.
Wait, is this a trap?
100%.
Yes.
Oh no, moving on though to the caster side, it's not only the return of the Jamada, it's also trouble on the casting desk alongside with Hebrine. Welcome back!
Hey, I'm back, baby. How you doing?
I'm doing really good. I'm glad you're in Germany. How you're enjoying your time here?
Yeah, I had a nice little walk with the brothers yesterday. So I'm getting acquainted with the local scenery. Oh, I say acquainted. I've been.
I was just wondering if he was going to call you the Brit caster again or not, because he demoted Initialize last week.
I mean, he literally always calls me the Brit caster, even though they're all Brits basically, apart from a couple of us. Anyway, let's pass over to.
Thank you so much, Hebrine. It's always an issue when Hebrine is in the studio.
Quotes of, we're all Brits apart from the people that aren't Brits.
Okay, I want to know something because everybody introduced themselves back at the studio, but I want you to introduce yourself at Twitter. Head on Twitter and hashtag NLC at home. I want to know who you are. So send us a photo. Are you watching NLC at home? Where are you watching NLC at home? Why are you watching NLC at home in a bathtub alongside with a squeaky toy? I want to know. Is it only me? Okay, it's only me on the bathtub, but show us on NLC at home in Twitter, and we'll show all those photos during the matches as we're going to get today. But if we're not talking about today right now, we're talking about the previous week, we need to head on into the recap, and we're going to start up with Eminence versus X7, and this was a surprise.
I'll let you take Eminem.
Yeah. Honestly, I was so impressed with Eminem in their game against X7. I think, after Monday, they had a lot left to be desired against Dusty. And coming into the X7 game, honestly, I looked at the draft and I thought, this is going to be troublesome to play. I think X7 responded really appropriately at every single turn. But Eminem, from start of the game to finish, effectively just saw what X7 were doing and just read the map perfectly from the invade to
Keyword there is respond to it, right? The first game was a bit of a mess. For them to bounce back so quickly was quite good to see. Now, Singularity, obviously in the second game versus Riddle, had a rough first game. Their draft didn't really work out. This game still had some bright sparks. They've continually managed to find something in the early game in their two games. It's just not translated to anything else after that point. And Riddle, even though they were playing with substitutes for their second game, they played in both of their first week games as well, had some strong individual performances to, do stuff like this.
Yeah, Jax Plank.
2 champions in his
Two champions. It's just 2 guys. And yeah, showing why you may want to ban particularly the Gangplank moving forward. And also, not just Jax Plank, but I think Stefan is someone that we probably have to continue to track really rigorously, because I think this week he had, even in the Monday game where they lost, I think he was the standout performer on that Viego, and in that Lee Sin game as well, just as strong.
If we're going to talk about these standout junglers, I think Creox is really up there. It's going towards the top of the list. I think even versus JDxl, they ended up losing this game. Creox had a storm of an early game on this Lee Sin. Not only that, we saw that Eminence got solo killed in lane, but I mean, that's one kill.
He does this.
He gets to do that. Still, apparently, not allowed to play fun against this guy.
Yeah, I mean, even in like sort of early games where he looks to, I won't necessarily use such a strong word as struggle, but getting solo killed, it's not necessarily in Eminence's vocabulary.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. But to still come and have a pretty standout performance post that laning phase definitely has a lot to say about how strong he is as a player. Dusty, Nariki, I think, you know, at least by week 1 standards, Dusty, this just like business as usual, I think. And Nariki still left searching for some kind of answer. I think, honestly, this draft and this game, they answered out on most of the picks Dusty came to the table with.
Maybe build the Ludens next time, just saying.
Yeah, build the Ludens on Ari. I mean, I think for me, it just doesn't quite scale as well one-to-one into Dusty. And I think Dusty just outplayed them on the map. The early Dragon second just didn't end up really mattering too much.
Glad to see that they had a good handle on the meta. Of course, that might not matter at all this week. Got a lot to talk about on that. Sometimes Ricky take a while to get rolling. Dusty, however, getting off to a strong start. Not the only team to get off to a strong start, though. Bifrost really starting to impress. We've normally seen Bifrost be a team that, regardless of whether they should be in late game or not, they get to the late game and they win through it. This game, though, was a bit of a removal from that. They played well through the early game, got huge advantages versus Astralis talent, and really had a strong game in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the characterization simply is Bifrost's early games kind of just sucked last. like 6 to 7 out of 10 of them, they weren't that great. Bio was all about the mid to late game stages. Week 1, or specifically just this game into Astralis, it was a much different looking Bifrost, and I'm hoping that we get to continue to see that Bifrost throughout the split.
We're continuing to see spicy games throughout this NLC. This NLC Summer Split, by the way. And these games actually translated into the standings. I want to see the standings because this is not what people are used to. For the new viewers, this is going to shock you if you're coming in from EU Masters, but there we go. Bifrost, Dusty, and JDxl are still undefeated. Now we jump into the middle of the table. We have Astralis alongside with Eminence, Riddle, and Vanir. And at the bottom of the standings, Nariki, Singularity, and X7 for the first.
Hey guys, I think I saw X7 vent from the top of the standings. So it's a bit tossed. Like, why did that? What's happened with this? The 0-2 come back from EU Masters, and they haven't hit the ground running. Now, there's some quotes about them really not having the best prep coming into this because of the lack of time. And they also had Tempt coming back late from Korea, missing their very first game. They played with slow queue. Even with that, though, 0-2 is absolutely not where they want to be.
Yeah, Singularity and Nariki are like one more visible vent away from calling an emergency meeting because seeing X7 down there is definitely a bit of a shock. I think on the opposite side of the table, though, our expected customers for top 3, right? I think the fourth team would have been X7. I think for me, seeing Astralis play pretty well in one day and then maybe in the other not so much. Eminence, the juxtaposition there was versus Bifrost, so yeah. But I'm more interested in these 4 teams in the middle of the table more than, honestly, the teams that are 2 or 0-2. I think they still have a lot to show us in terms of how strong they could be or how, well, they may end up missing out on playoffs come the end of the split.
And if you want to know that, we need to know the games that are going to be throughout the entire night today. Let's take a look at what we have prepared for you back at home. Because there are a few games that you're going to be quite excited to see. Astralis Talent versus Team Singularity. This is a good opportunity for Singularity to pop off, or Astralis to actually solidify themselves. Dusty versus X7 Esports. This, to me, is like catching my eyes. Followed up by Riddle Esports. Full Talent today alongside versus JDxl. Vanir versus Eminence Gaming. And then Nariki to finish off versus Bifrost. In your eyes, gentlemen, what can we expect, like the best game today?
So I think there are a couple of options. I think one's a dark horse and one's the obvious one. I think game 2 is the obvious one. We've got X7, who, even though they're 0-2, they're up against a 2-0 team, and X7 are strong. They are strong. They're coming back with a full roster. Maybe they've had some time to come in with things. We'll see again what happens this week in terms of who can prep on whatever. That's the obvious one. I don't know what you choose as your second one, though, Jamato.
You know, I think when earlier on, I was leaning more towards Vanir Eminence. The more I think about Riddle JDxl, though, now, I actually, with the full roster, I think, like I said, Stefan, really strong performance, like regardless of the results. And I think going into Dan as well, I think Dan has always been one of our stronger, if not the strongest, pretty much in our league since he's been here. In terms of in terms of like always being on point, right place, right time, efficient pathing, things like that. I think that's a really interesting jungle matchup to watch, which makes specifically the entire matchup very interesting to watch now that Riddle have their full lineup in the laners.
This is going to be hot today, so don't miss a single game, but also don't miss a single news because we got you covered as soon as we head on to the news segment with Hiprain in trouble.
Actually, I think you're fine. My name is Attaboy Bumchops, and I'm joined with Lena Malarkey Sharky as we're getting ready to break down the news here at the NLC. Lena Malaki Sharky, what is our first story?
Well, first of all, happy Pride Month, everyone. Riot Games has added a bunch of goodies on your client to celebrate as well Pride Month. They've added a Graves and Twisted Fate emote for you. They've added a bunch of icons and the customer favorite. You've got a bunch of trail tracks from your fountain to represent a lot of the Pride flags at home.
Yeah, happy Pride, everyone at home. Also, coming up, we actually have a bit of information coming from Iceland. Dusty have been able to kind of get a little bit of an investment going into them. You can see that the Icelandic government kind of recognizing it as a great step forward for Icelandic esports all over and a massive step forward for Dusty. So really good to hear from them on that one.
And honestly, seeing Dusty at the bottom of the table, usually every NLC season, I think this is a massive step up. They've invested, they've got a really promising talent on the roster, and so far they're coming in with a 2-0 week, something that X7 cannot say, unfortunately. The former champions of the NLC, after acquiring 3 highly rated players, have found themselves on 0-2 coming into the second week of the NLC. And of course, their coach had a quote for us as in why that poor performance has happened. With a late ending to our season due to EU Masters, our preparation were not the best. However, the team is extremely motivated to get back on top, and we will improve throughout the split, which we as fans of the NLC and of course seeing the former champions really struggle, we hope so too.
Sounds like an excuse to me, Lena. Anyway, coming up as our final story, we are now moving on to 12-10. That's the one, I got it the right way around. 12-10, the durability patch. People are harder to kill, people are easier to live. How do you make of this patch?
Thank you so much for the analysis, by the way. I think this was the most top-notch analysis I've ever heard. And yes, a lot of teams are going to have to go way back to the drawing board, figure out how they want to play the game again. And we're literally only week 2, so expect some upsets today.
Well, it's time to go to the weather. Over to you, Bada Bing with a pipe.
Thank you, Jonah Jake.
He's a national treasure at NLC, Hiprain, or whatever his name was called at this point. Easier to survive, and this is exactly what I want to tackle now, because we are on a new patch. There's a lot to discuss on this one. Where should we start? On the easier to survive?
Oh, gosh, I mean, where?
I'm the one that is not native.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, to be honest, I'm just impressed that you kept a straight face throughout the entirety of that. But yeah. It's a pretty good summary. All champions, more tanky, right? I think, like he said, easier to live or something like that. Stronger turrets. That's also, I think, a change which has kind of gone under the radar.
Oh, it's huge. And the thing is, though, like, while the actual number of changes can be lumped up into 3 bold statements, the implications are huge. Because, put it this way, if you're now hard to kill and actually turrets do more damage, how do you top lane third wave dive on that side of the map? How do you do that? You basically don't. What happens when you have really weak early laning champions that suddenly have 70 extra HP? Well, actually, that's actually a big margin of error that they can work with at that point. There's a lot, so many changes coming into this. Honestly, I feel like this is the largest change we've had in League since, I don't know, maybe mythic items.
I mean, as far as mid-season, like the closest I can think to is like the mage stuff.
So that's like 4 years.
4 or 5 years almost. Yeah, Mythics was kind of huge, but this is absolutely insane when you think about teams are so set in their ways of how they typically like to play the game. This is a shake-up well, I won't say mid-split, technically it is, but right at the very start of a split, I think it's going to take a fair amount of time for teams to get used to the patch.
What about the healing, though? Is this something that we're going to watch? Like, is this going to be relevant?
It is relevant, because from the whisperings I've been hearing, enchanters are busted right now because the game has slowed down. It means you get to a point where you can 5v5, group up, become that Death Star, the Death Ball, where everyone groups up, goes to an objective. You remember the Sona Tarek meta? Well, we might see something similar. Seraphine's strong. We have a lot of people who have these heals and shields being very strong. That puts a little bit of a cap on it, but I don't think it's actually gone far enough somehow, because I think enchanters are going to be ruling a lot of some of these teams' takes on the meta. We'll see exactly what the individual takes are. I would imagine we're going to see several teams head towards this.
And all these changes actually allows in the league to more champions rise up into the occasion. This is why this is the brand patch. Why is it, and what are the champions that we have? I mean, there we go. We have these specific 3 champions that we need to talk about, specifically brand.
Yeah, Brand is all about percent HP damage, right? Especially also building into things like the Liandry's, the Demonic Embrace if you really want to double stack. And it just means with everybody having more health, Brand just deals more damage. And what has Brand historically had? A bit of a weak early laning phase. What do the changes bring to these unstable early game picks? a more stable environment to actually scale up into the later stages of the game. So Brand, at the very least, by solo queue standards, has absolutely skyrocketed in the win rate charts. And I mean, I'm kind of expecting at least one team this week to just, you know, test their luck at the Brand. Again, as a competitive champion, it's very hard to make work, but I mean, if you get him rolling, he just deals so much damage, even if he ends up getting dove on and dying.
You look at the other two champions here as well, they're all consistent AP damage dealers. And when you have a champion like Talia, whose problem was just so insanely low base stats, incredibly easy to kill in lane. Actually, I remember one of the last times she was available in mid lane, people were playing Rakan AP mid into her because you could actually one-shot someone because their HP pool was that low. Now it's harder to do that. They have incredible consistent damage, less bursty than they were nowadays, but that E has had a different power budget put into it. Now if you run through it with a dash, you end up getting stunned for a very long time. Very, very strong area control. All of these champions, incredibly strong at area control, because if we move on to Swain, he's building stuff like Gargoyle Stone Plate, he's popping ult, he gets stuck into the team fight, and you can't get him off your team at that point. They're all very hard to deal with, and they have considerable continued damage throughout a fight, instead of the more burst-oriented meta we saw in Spring.
But these are champions that are quite hard to navigate, at least from the get-go. But there are two champions that are quite easy to use, and I do believe we've been seeing them in the past patches, which is Gwen and GP. What can we expect from those two?
Gangplank, competitively, people tend to pick him weak side, so he often ends up getting dove a lot.
And what did we say about that?
What did we just say about that? Towers are stronger, he's got more base stats, he's just harder in general to sort of punish in that regard. And then as for Gwen, well, so much true damage, a lot of percent HP damage also baked into her kit. What did everybody just get? More resists, more health. She just kind of deals with more damage. Yes, they did tone down a lot of champions like this, things like Lilia as well. Vayne also kind of got love tap nerfed a bit, but the point still stands. These champions which are already meta now have some of their stronger parts of their kit, or you know, the things that they play into, buffed. So for competitive play, that means they're just likely going to be higher priority and even stronger in the meta.
And it just all wraps up together, right? Someone like a GP can sometimes struggle in early lane. Talked about that diving. It means that you're safer, you get to scale, you get to go into those big team fights. Those are huge calling cards of this meta. And even though these are the champions we've highlighted, it's such a huge set of changes. We are going to get blindsided today. Count on it. There are dozens of picks under the radar. It's going to be pandemonium.
It might impact heavily throughout this entire week, and we need to pay close attention to what is going to happen throughout the week and this meta, and how the coaches are going to adapt as well. But now, I want to test you both and something that I've been missing a lot in Summer Split. The games. The return of the game show at NLC.
I love this bit.
We mark this week too with true or false. And it's our first time together, so let's use the best one and knowledge of NLC.
I'm putting him in the dirt.
Oh boy.
If anyone watched last split, you know with the game shows, I'm already there.
I mean, it's not trouble, so you might have a shot. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to work, but shall we kick it off?
Let's go for it.
I'm ready.
Let's go for the first one. You have to decide and press the X and tell me if it's true or false. There are only two players who are still deathless after week 1. You have to buzz in. Oh, I think it was you by a millisecond.
I have one play. I can't give two. I'm gonna fold on Shikari, but I'm pretty sure he died.
So it's what?
I think one of them. Oh wait, there are only. Oh wait. I'm so stupid. Yeah, no, this is true. This is true. I'm gonna say yeah.
This is true?
Yeah. I think Shikari was one of them though. Just as
okay. So good job on that one, because it's false. So Meta picks a point for him.
The secret to winning these games: let the other person lose.
What do you mean he gets a point? He didn't even answer.
But you got it wrong.
There you go.
Welcome to the NLC. By the way, everybody died so far. Not a single person is deathless at NLC. Blood, that's all I want. Second question of the day. Only one champion has been picked more than 5 times this split.
Picked?
Yeah, more than 5 times. And if you get it right, I'll allow you to try and hit the champion if it's right. And I'll maybe give you an extra vote. Is it true or false to begin with?
I think it is true. I think it's true.
Oh.
And I think it is Ezreal. Ezreal's been picked quite a bit.
So you want to say true?
True, and it's Ezreal.
And you want to bet Ezreal?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Snoreless.
It is true. Is what? Oh, you just saw it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It is true, and it's Nautilus that has been picked more than 5 times until now.
Okay, all right.
You got 1 point, so 2 points to O. Good job, Jamada. Putting him to the dirt.
Right. I'm just like...
Yeah.
It's just like precision. It's the difference between precision and accuracy. Like, I was actually probably neither, actually. It was probably just luck.
Look at him go. Now that he's winning, he can talk that smack. Now, for the last one.
Okay.
Today, we only have 3.
Only 3?
Yes. But this one is going to be 2 points.
So you give him a lifeline, huh?
Yes. No, it is part of the show. I'm the host. I can do whatever. Okay. So far, X7 is the team with most deaths this split. Okay, Jamada. Wait. Jamada, think about it and let me know.
Nah.
True or false?
Nah, false. Singularity in the league. Surely not.
Okay, that's his take. Tell me.
I think that,
is it true or false?
So I think that there are teams which are 0-2, like your Narukis and your Singularities, but I think that games have been shorter, so they'll have less time to have died in.
Nightmare, true or false?
I think that is true.
Okay, and if it is, how many deaths per game do you believe there are? Look into my eyes right now.
They've only had 2 games.
They average 17 deaths a game.
17 per game?
Yep.
I'm letting you know that you are wrong. So it's true that the last place, and they have more than 27.
Oh, 27? That was the hefty game.
What the hell? Again, this is the thing. So Naruki and Singularity,
they
haven't had as competitive mid games, right? Their early games can get up there, but I think that the games are ending before those deaths can really skyrocket. They kind of get shut out of the game.
How many times did they die in the XL game?
No, but think about it this way: how many times did they team fight and skirmish? And I think that's more than those other teams.
I just got news that this is a legendary moment at NLC.
Right.
Nightmare won a show game.
How's the dirt?
Oh, okay. Before we start this sort of war, we need to start the first game of the day. It's going to be Singularity versus Astralis. But before we head on to the desk, I want you to hear what the players from Singularity have to say about this.
I think our high is definitely going to be like trying to go for playoffs. It's not too unrealistic, I think, in our current position, just because a lot of the teams kind of stayed at the same level in terms of their off-season strength. Our new mid laner is like an absolute insane prodigy godchild. He brings a lot to the team that's fun. He's very young. He kind of has these youthful qualities that us boomer players, it's a breath of fresh air.
I don't really have any expectations for the split. I think that our goal is obviously to do a better job than last time, but I think it's I expect us to do better for sure, but I think it's gonna be uphill battle. We're the underdogs for sure, right, going into the split, but I think as long as we take it one game at a time, I think it will be great.
It was definitely strange that so many experienced players and like relatively talented young top laner weren't able to come together and make a run for playoffs.
I think Astralis is a good team. I think they had a pretty rough last split. I don't think they expected to do this bad as they did, but I think they have good players, so if they manage to fix their issues, I think they will do great. Just the pressure of playing for that kind of org and having like a lot of expectations on your shoulders, like going into the split, and like when you start to struggle and you don't really know what to do to win, you kind of forget how to win as well. So if I have to guess, it's probably a lot with the mental thing.
It was kind of clear into like our second or third week that that us as a team wasn't going to probably get any wins, and we needed to make changes. Dragain coming in kind of saved us for sure. He was like really great addition to the team, and the environment was amazing. I think we got really lucky with the people that we have on the team now. We're all super pretty cool-headed. There hasn't been much yelling or kind of heated debates. A lot easier when there's no kind of public expectations on you. People expect us to fail. Our environment is so good, and losses for us aren't as devastating as they are for other teams. towards the end of the splits, we were definitely not like the worst team in the league anymore. Like we were like, if there were more weeks to go, I'm sure we would have been ahead of Eminem and Ricky. I feel really strong going into the splits. I think with Picho on there, we'll make some splashes.
I went into the last split a bit as imposter a bit. I felt like I didn't think I would be able to play in this league, and I had this mental of where everybody was just so much better, and it was really hard to. I played really respectfully and scared for first like 2 weeks of the split for no reason really, just being nervous. And after a while, me and Jeppe, especially in the bot lane, started to look for these 2v2s and just said like, screw it, we were just gonna go in and take the trades, and we started winning a lot of 2v2 bot lanes, and I felt like we ended up killing all of the bot lanes that we faced, and with that came confidence. If you think you can win, but if you don't think you can win, when you start the game, you're just gonna play scared and you're just gonna lose. So
friendship, people are getting along in a team of Singularity regardless of the scores. This is really important for the team, isn't it? You were a coach.
Yeah, no, atmosphere is like a lot more than people would probably consider in terms of how fast you could progress as a team. If no one's getting along or people don't agree with the ideas that either the coach is putting forward or other players are putting forward, then yeah, you're not really going to make much of a foot in terms of getting better together.
And those were a lot of very difficult questions, actually. And they've had to be asked because it was a very difficult split. Now, there is a lot to unpack in that, probably more than we've got time for here. But the fact that, you know, I think actually Spikey, when he was talking about actually playing scared for a bit, having a bit of an imposter syndrome, being like, actually, do I deserve to be here? Can I play here? And then just kind of throwing it out the window, getting those 2v2 kills later into that split. I think that's a really important learning that they've done that. I think that all of these players will need to do that at some point because of that spring split kind of maybe hanging over them. But if that mentality is in the right place and they get to kind of shake off those chains, maybe we can start to see again a bit more spunk in this team, get some upsets.
And this is the positive. And as always, we need to look into the negative as well. And you were saying constantly that the champion select coming in from Singularity is not looking good.
We triaged this a little bit in spring where they have a lot of spice. I think it was something that Jeppe said last split. There's a little bit of cheese with every meal there. It's a good flavor, right? But the thing is, with how they're drafting, and this is kind of what happened last split as well, they're doing it too openly. They're not hiding enough, so they put the strange stuff right on the table, front and center, and it is very obvious what they're doing. In fact, we have a draft from game 1, their first game of this split, where they first blind picked Nocturne. And now, we had a lot of complaints about this kind of stuff at MSI, not with the Nocturne, but with Kalista. And Kalista is a champion that only does like 2 things. Nocturne, a very similar champion, and we saw the best teams in the world fall prey to people seeing what your draft already does and drafting against it. First 3 picks, Nocturne into Isaiah that you can't reach, and a Wukong that monsters you in melee range. Effectively, your 5v5 is lost at that point. I would say your draft is lost at that point. I don't mind that you're pairing it up with stuff like the Senna and the Camille. It's a strong identity, but if you'd done that later without all of these very appropriate answers into it, it would have been so much stronger.
I mean, hell, it says a lot when Vanir feel confident enough to just steal R3 Gnar after their 1-2, just simply because they just say, well, we've got 2 components which make Nocturne completely useless. We don't even feel like Tatui is going to be able to take over the side lane on Camille without that Nocturne going up there to assist him, which he's probably not going to be able to do because Wukong's going to be monstering him in melee, like Nymera said. So yeah, I think, you know, trying to maybe even go back to sort of the basic building blocks of what makes drafts simple to play sometimes, right? It's all well and good if you have a functioning comp, but it doesn't really get to work if you're showing the cards too early and the enemy team gets to just effectively answer you for free, like we saw in that Vanir game.
We have to move on and we have to look into the other team now. It is Astralis they have to play against today. Astralis looked good in the first day of week 1. Then they faltered on the second day, but they're still a strong team. I believe they're coming back, Astralis.
I'm still a little bit out there on Astralis.
Okay.
I need to see more games.
Sure.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
I feel like Bifrost just had just looking a lot better, and they had a particularly strong day as well in their Astralis match. Not to take anything away from the victory from Bifrost, I just think Astralis maybe still need a little more time, right? I think Vanir coming in, he has a very clear philosophy in my mind of how he wants his players to play the game almost every single time he's been in the NLC, and I think for now, Astralis just need a little more time under that microscope of Vendetto's philosophy.
And that in particular, in terms of like having a clear direction they want the team to play in, that's really important of today of all days, because no one knows what they want to do today. I mean, sure, people have like 1 or 2 drafts which they've gone like, wow, these are the OP picks, these are the things that we have to keep picking and banning first picks, blah, blah, blah. It is going to be an absolute crapshoot out there. We don't know what's going to be on the table. Having someone to steady the helm and say, at least we're going to do this, let's just commit to this style, that could give them a real head start and build on what was actually a fairly good first week.
Instead of thinking what could have been and what will be, let's look into the Champion Select. Let's head on into the first one of today, week 2, day 3 of Summer Split for the Northern League of Legends Championship. There we go, Astralis versus Singularity. Singularity is still trying to fish for the first victory. Astralis 1-1. It's a new patch.
And first thing that stands out to me, Astralis on blue side, I think blue side is really strong right now because currently I think that the strong champions, the OPs, are better than the things that you would normally put up against them to counter. You might be able to deal with them a little bit in lane. I don't think it works as an overall composition when you're having to deal with stuff like Talia, stuff like, well, I mean, obviously the Lilia being banned, but having blue side to have more of this ability to snatch up the strong champions without good answers to them, I think that's very strong for Astralis already before you even get to the bans.
Yeah, and I think for me, the red side bans are going to be really interesting. I think Wukong's still permabanned.
Yeah.
In my mind, so is Talia still. I think you can still probably get away with banning Talia, or you not get away with, but more accurately, you're forced to ban Talia on red side still.
The other side is like, you cannot get away with that.
Yeah, but now my question then becomes, are Astralis going to leave Gwen up with that knowledge? Are they going to make SNG pick and choose? Will Astralis themselves actually go for the Gwen first pick? I've heard whispers of Gwen now being more of a flex pick towards the jungle as well, as just being a top laner. Where do things like the Gangplank stand? There are so many questions. It seems like Astralis are going to answer that for us. They're going to remove away the Gwen, so they're not prioritizing that.
What you'll notice is that we're not predicting first picks. We're not predicting what's going to be put in there because it is just so hard to pin stuff down. So it's going to be a lot of learning experience for us on the desk today as well. Like Gwen, as he said, it's going to be off that table. Question is, okay, Singularity, are you willing to leave open something like that Gangplank? Carlson hasn't always gone towards that. Has been more of, I mean, obviously back in spring was more of a Renekton, Camille, set player, something like that. And Singularity decided, okay, tier listing from what we assumed. This is actually quite similar to last week. These 3 champions were largely the red side bans. Not so much of a change from them.
Yeah, no, so I really want to see what Astralis get down to here for this first pick. Viego's still a champion that exists in the game, still very capable of dealing a bunch of damage, percent HP, still very versatile.
Wukong and Viego are probably the best.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this is both like the double-edged positives stuff that we was talking about.
Wants to talk
with
about
SNG.
so bad.
I do, because I love Juggernaut. Back when I was first starting to watch professional League of Legends, back in season 4, season 5 really came in. The Rocks Tigers pioneered the Juggernaut composition. Juggernaut runs at you with all of the shields and movement speeds, and on this patch in particular, that percent HP damage is absolutely huge. Now, when you're picking that into something like a Viego first pick, Viego's not great at getting on top of the AD carry. That's that long range and with that much peel into them. So what Astralis have done to answer that is said, okay, we need to get some side lane pressure from the Gnar. That helps in one thing. It's also backline access, which is helped by the Renata ult. Juggernaut, there's this Cogmore with all of these buffs. If you get hit by a Renata ult, your team disappears. You have all that DPS onto your own teammates.
Yeah, lethal tempo stacked up Cogmore with the Gwinsus. Yeah, it's quite literally a no-you. I wouldn't be surprised if SNG want to just round out their comp with you with a counter to Gnar for Tatooine, or if they just go even something very simple like Orianna.
Someone's heard troubles on the cast.
Yeah, true. But I think Camille, yeah, like we said, either the answer to the Gnar. I'm actually kind of surprised the Astralis didn't take it themselves. Seeing the Cogmore having a guaranteed lockdown for the Cogmore inside of the Hextech Omema, I think could have been very, very powerful. And I think realistically, Carlson should have a very fine time in Tatooine in most lane scenarios. So seeing SNG be handed that counter matchup is very interesting. I think the answer all in all, though, was very strong.
I do think there is a logic to say actually Camille doesn't really fit the Cogmore Lulu though. Maybe you think, okay, well, maybe we can let them take the Camille because it actually doesn't fit their 5-man unit. And that's obviously something that we were talking about a little bit in terms of Singularity. They understand maybe bits of what they want to play, but actually are they playing everything as a cohesive unit? They've done better on that this split in the first 2 games that we've seen. But is it really going to last them in a full 5v5 in terms of the identity of the composition?
We're heading on into the second phase of bans. We're going to see the Twitch being taken away alongside with the Jarvan. What sort of AD carry could pop into your minds to fight off versus the Kog'Maw in the lane? Are you looking for the lane dominance, or are you looking for the late game to try and be as equivalent as the Kog'Maw, which is kind of hard?
You're not gonna be equivalent to a Kog'Maw on this patch. Actually, the very next patch, Kog'Maw is nerfed. We're gonna see this for about 2 weeks, and then it's probably gonna be gone again because that WHP percentage does go down. If we're looking at the more meta stuff, Ezreal's still on the table. It's fairly flexible, but at this point, you're looking at this 4th pick, and you're just trying to wait for that extra kind of pin to drop. I think Ezreal's up on the table largely for me, though.
My mind is flowing towards Tristana. I think you can at the very
kill
least
lane.
have,
Yeah, okay,
you can try and have a kill lane with the Renata. You have an okay time in terms of setup, but it's not the best. But at the very least, you can try to sort of go to that mid game and try and stand up to the Kog'Maw. You have a very easy time in lane, in my mind.
I think kill lane is a good idea.
Kill lane is probably the best thing, though.
Maybe something like a Varus or an MF, just for that huge zoning, extra utility potential too. Something like a Varus, a little bit hard to make work. I mean, you're looking at this Jhin zone, like, you know you're front to backing at this point.
Yes.
It's just, what do you do at this point to support your team, either avoid that or excel at it? So you've already got a little bit of side lane pressure. Maybe you can have something like a Kai'Sa that can fly in, fly out, actually pretty strong right now as well. Or you just, again, go for something a bit more teamfight oriented, like a Misfortune, like something that can bully out in lane, like a Varus.
Yeah, no, I think those are all the strong options here. I think it's Tristana, I think it's MF, or I think it's Varus. I think you just look for those 3. You could just try and match it directly, count like with this hyper carry and Jinx, but I think traditionally, to my knowledge, Kog'Maw Lulu has always been okay into Jinx, almost regardless of the support matchup.
Especially with modern Jinx, you know, Jinx has had a lot of base stats. And yes, they've had them buffed back up by the durability patch, but like, you're still very low compared to your lane opponents. Kog Lulu, when you don't have something that can all in, is really nasty to play with. But of course, we have that Renata down with them already. So that's going to be on that side. Azir coming in for potentially just saying, look, you have 1 carry. Let's deal with 2 at this point, which are going to try and outrange you at more points. Now, Singularity are left there trying to wait and see, okay, what can we do to buff things back up?
Yeah, I mean...
So Pitione is an Azir player.
Yeah.
So you picked versus Anir. Okay, you want to talk about this if it happens?
It, but I don't think
if it
he
logs
will.
in,
It's one of those things.
You have to protect.
Yeah, you have to protect. And I think this makes enough sense. I'm wondering whether or not I would have liked to have seen Galio come in there just as another sort of means of peel. And of course, then you have the opportunity to attack the top side. You can always float to the bottom side with the Xin Zhao if you wanted to. But all in all, I think the Seraph as a sort of a lane one-to-one counter makes sense. You also outrange the Jinx. You never have to be in range of the Jinx pretty much throughout the entire game as well. Interesting draft coming out here from SNG, because I feel like you wanted to play heavily towards the bot side, but now you don't inherently have a mid laner that's going to always play towards it, but can provide that artillery to the bot side.
If you survive to 1 item in Singularity, you are happy days. Great. They're instantly clearing waves with the Xerath, and your Koglu just gets to roll around the map. And once you get to 1 item, they're pretty strong. Xerath doesn't have control up until that point, though. You do get out-pushed by Azir in the first couple of levels, and the playmaking, it feels like, for me, in the early levels, goes to Astralis. For me, Singularity have to survive the first item, and Astralis are looking to make sure that they're not comfortable in this game, and they don't get a semblance of even footing.
But at the end of the day, who wins? You know the drill.
I think it's Astralis. I think that Singularity's early game has been good. I don't know if it's going to be good enough with this composition.
So Astralis for you, Naimera, Jamara.
Just
went from 1 to 2.
I wouldn't mind being a little bit taller, to be fair, but yeah, no. I think
better at true and false. Yeah.
Give it to me.
Astralis.
Astralis, so 2 for Astralis, and it's time to jump into the Summoner's Rift for the first time with the boy. It's Hipbrain in trouble.
Thank you very much, Akaram. Hello and welcome to the caster desk of our first game of this week. Desk very favoring towards the side of Astralis here. They've put something pretty interesting together. I'm curious to get your thoughts on it, especially that mid lane as well, because it's been a while since we've seen the Xerath.
Yeah, and I actually wonder, like, with name tags off, do you still side with Astralis? Because we know that Singularity have had their problems, like stylistically, they haven't been able to coordinate very well. But I think the Xerath coming in was a huge point of attack. And I will explain also later on when we get in game. I think that the problem whenever a team drafts Renata is that your ADC cannot get hit by that ultimate and you can't play close enough. I remember Odi in particular from Bifrost last week. He had so much trouble jumping in with the Tristana into a Renata and getting ulted and almost killing his support twice in a row in team fights. So I think what was very, very clever is the fact that Camille was picked to lock down the Renata and possibly assassinate together with the Xerath.
Well, we are into game for our first game of week 2. This is Astralis versus Singularity. Some interesting picks coming in straight off the bat. We know we're on this durability patch. We know things are changing. Questions is, how are the junglers going to play this early game, especially the likes of Taxa?
So usually if you ask me like a few weeks ago when Zinzao was all that, you'd be like, okay, we're expecting Zinzao to maybe not even full clear. Maybe he can try to put out a cheeky gank. But at this point, you've got full farming lanes, right? Your Camille wants to farm, your Xerath wants to farm, Kog'Maw, Lulu, of course they want to farm and be unharmed. So I feel like Pop on this Zinzao, he's going to be more of like a moving ward around the map, trying to make sure that his lanes are staying as safe as possible. On the other hand, we have had a few question marks for Astralis. I think the day 1 was great last week. The day 2, they fell back to the very old, slow-moving self with no proactivity in the early game, complete inactivity throughout the entire game, actually, and they just slowly bleed until they lose. I think here with Singularity, you need to create a statement that Astralis, with this particular lineup, they kept 4 players, only the support is changed, Kiba, they can make the difference, and they can have a little bit of a proactive early stages of the game. So I'm expecting to see some stuff happening from Taxa, maybe towards the top side of the map to get Nara ahead, maybe towards the bot side with a handshake, maybe you can get a setup towards the bot side of the map, get that Kog'Maw further behind.
I mean, we actually did hear Jamada talking about this on the desk. We heard him talking about how getting a kill lane might be the answer to this Kog'Maw Lulu, because, you know, if we get to late game, it's going to be horrific. Yes, you do have obviously the ability with a hostile takeover to turn Kog'Maw on his own team, but you don't want to be relying on that as your only win condition. Does Renata hit the ult or not? Because it's going to be rough otherwise, and, you know, Taxa could potentially set up for that kill lane, so we'll keep our eyes on him. I'm curious to see how the durability patch will actually affect the early aggressiveness of the junglers.
I'll tell you one thing, Hiprain. I am a notorious Katarina main.
Yeah.
I have tried to kill Yumis when they detach from someone lots of times. I usually one-shot them with like a Q and maybe a W proc. I need to do my entire combo, and I still need to keep hitting that Yumi for it to die. So I think that enchanters, especially down the bot side of the map, are going to be very flavor of the month right now. Yeah. Because that has been always the problem, right? How squishy they are, and that if they get camped in lane and they fall further behind, the problem is that you cannot move in blindly toward, you cannot pressure your lane a little bit more aggressively. Right now, we're seeing that you can, therefore we have the Lulu and the Renata.
Yeah, seeing Taxa is down here, but he's just making sure this wave is able to crash and they're not going to lose too much. Taxa actually looking for Pop here, but Pop is going to spot him out, and now Shepe actually moving over. Kiba has seen him though, so this is going to be a little bit of a fight for the blue here. Pop doesn't have that smite, so it's not going to go down, and Taxa picking up a 3-second buff, third buff.
I think Pop right here is wasting complete time. His smite was not up, so there was no chance for him to just walk in cheekily and steal that. His cracks on the top side of the map are up and available. Just back right now. Go back to your top side, start clearing, get that level 6, be that mid shield for your Kog'Maw as soon as you can. I think that was also very clever from Taxa right there. You've got so much priority towards the bot side of the map, so you're using that to invade. This was a common technique that G2 was using last split when Reckless would play the Tristana. They were getting perma priority towards the bot side of the map, and they would always invade bot quadrant together.
It looks like we might actually have a 3 versus 3 here in the bot lane already. Taxa putting down the Shroud, and he's actually just looking to avoid away. Nice little catch there with a handshake from Kiba, but not actually going to translate into anything else. As the wind becomes lightning, hits Kiba, the wave is going to be able to crash. Taxa quite happily able to pick up crab number 1, going to move up towards the top side and take crab number 2. Not as impactful as last year when Krabs was basically just deciding jungle matchups, but even so, Taxa going to be very happy with the lead he's been able to accrue for himself over Pop. And we had questions in this game. Is Taxa going to be aggressive enough? Is he going to be proactive enough? And it looks like the answer here is kinda. He hasn't gone to a lane and done too much, but like he hasn't needed to because his lanes are doing okay, and he's denying Pop.
Yeah, I think he's using his lane priority very well. He knows that the Wraiths are going to be spawning at the exact that time because Pop started from his red buff. So Wraiths are like probably, well, chickens right now are the easiest camp to steal, right? Because you're closer to your mid lane as well. And if something goes wrong, you have much shorter way to run back to your team than if you were invading another side of the map. Pop is still not farming up though. Down to 16 CS, 10 CS down to Taxa. He's trying to pull a gun top side, but Carlson's already Mega Gnar.
Yeah, Carlson's about to Gnar out. He's also got Taxa coming in, so Carlson just needs to buy time. They know he's here, and Carlson just held the line there. Didn't matter at all.
So a lot of our question marks for Singularity, right? Ooh, Ooh, that was a really nice trade right there from Senkax, and I think Pichone might need to back, or he's gonna need a teammate around to try and help him under that tower. They have, of course, spotted Kiba, but again, one of the question marks for Singularity has always been sort of like, what's happening with Pop's jungle path and what is the idea behind pulling a gank and losing farm? At this point, you're not necessarily playing a very aggressive early game jungler where you need to get that lead early on because you've got a Kog'Maw down the bot lane, you've got the Xerath in the mid lane. These guys will scale later on and they will carry you through. All you need to do is speedrun your level 6 so you can be that shield in front of them in team fights to come. And I feel like Pop has sort of slowed down his clearing so much that right now Taxa is sitting one level above. He's already based. He's most likely gonna have a Sheen in his pocket. He's not actually, he's gonna go for the Kindle Gem, which means that he's gonna be that much tankier and that much harder to kill, and expect to see probably a lot more invades coming in from Taxa.
Yeah, exactly. And on the durability patch, levels are so important. So Taxa having a level lead is big because you get that extra magic resistant armor per level. So he has those over Porp with the health to back it up. Porp is going to get himself the smite down, but lose out on a little bit as Taxa may just look to continue to chase here. Doesn't actually have his upgraded smite yet, nor does he have level 6. So Porp will get away with a little bit of a steal in response to what has been taken from him, which is everything. He's lost so much already.
Yeah, and the only reason, of course, that Astralis were not able to respond to that invade was the fact that Senkax had not backed yet. He just backed, he bought his lost chapter, he used his teleport, but Carlson is minute now here.
Yeah, he's able to jump away though, and with the get excited, or the hype proc, whatever it's called. Speedy little Gnar, able to jump away. That's the Hextech ultimatum now down
Just
by
expect
Tatooine.
Astralis to possibly move into the jungle again. That bot side river actually belongs to Astralis. Crispec and Kiba have been doing a fantastic job at shoving in the wave to make sure that Taxa can move freely at the bot side of the map, and Senkax has been doing the same. So that bot side river, if Pop wants to jump in, and if he does use that blast con, they will see him, he'll be isolated.
Yeah, he's been spotted out already. We've actually seen the right of the Arcane has been used mid lane, but it's all about this bot lane action. Jeppe dodging away on the zap, and the wind does not become lightning. Teleport coming in from Tatooine towards the top side of the map, so he's not getting involved here. Taxa will be able to take away this dragon, will be able to upgrade his smite now. And he is sitting pretty on this Viego as in comes Senkax, misses out on the Emperor's Divide. Pichone able to get a good flash off and escape to his tower.
Really nice flash right there from Pichone to make sure that he gets out scot-free. But the thing is that if you're playing for a late game teamfight composition, you don't want to be forced in teamfights you don't want to be participating in. And Astralis, by forcing the early dragons, by possibly stacking them up early on, because remember what we said, Senkax has spam up prior mid, and also the bot lane of Astralis.
Gone with the Spectral Maw, they're going to chase in. They don't have the ultimate on Senkax, but it doesn't matter. Astralis find first blood.
Very good stuff. The kill goes on to the Azir, who's already 23-24 now. CS up onto Pichione's Xerath. They're gonna go towards the top side of the map because they're one man up on the map right now for the side of Astralis, and everything is going Astralis' way. We said we want to see Taxa and his proactivity. Well, he's doing just that. Goes mid, takes the flash, makes sure to come back level 6 for that return gank, whilst the flash is still down for Pichione. Bit of a question mark right there because the lane was also pushing towards Pichione, so you do not have to overextend, especially with Xerath, since you have such long range spells. But props to Astralis for taking that proactivity. This is our question mark for them. Can they be proactive enough in the early game to sort of make that Kog'Maw fight before his time is due to fight? And with Heralds, taking down towers, taking down platings, make sure you have more items over the Kog'Maw, it might be what you need.
Definitely a very good start here for Astralis. This is that proactive we wanted to see out of them. We're at that 9-minute mark, and Taxa has been able to deny a lot from Porp while also supplying his team with some stuff as well. Taxa does have that Rift Tail, so I'm curious to see how he's going to use that, as his blue buff is looking to be taken away here. Taxa smites it down, and that's another denial from Porp. Porp hasn't had a blue buff all game long. The question for me is, how is Taxa going to translate this early proactivity into something? Because like you said, there is still that condition. There is still that ticking timer in the Lulu Kog'Maw bot lane.
Oh, this is so unfortunate. I replied to you exactly that. Pop only has the bot quadrant of his map available to farm. Taxa knew that the fact that he went to his blue buff without his blue buff, without Pop's blue buff, he knows that they're up, so they can actually dive with 4 people or deny jungle.
This is a very hard dive when you're into Lulu. They haven't got a massive wave, and they don't have that ultimate available to Kiba yet. But meanwhile, Carlson and Tatui going toe-to-toe. But Carlson starting to pick up the tempo here. And now Tatui, one more proc should do it. Carlson finds himself a solo kill in the top lane.
And 4v4 towards the bot side of the map as well. They really wanted that blue buff, but Pop is going to secure it again. Carlson with the solo ball. We've mentioned so many times how this guy, if he's left to his own devices, not given a bunch of resources, he's fallen behind in the previous season. And that has been also like one of our questions of Astralis, like, can this rookie be good enough on his own? Well, versus Tatui versus Singularity, he is holding on his own and he gets the solo kill towards the bottom of the map. I think that was a head scratcher. You had priority towards the bottom of the map. Senkax was moving as well. They should have instantly invaded rather than trying to pull off the dive. And we kept saying, if you keep denying Pop his farm and he keeps falling behind, he's not going to be as tanky as he should be in front of that Kog'Maw. But so far, I think Astralis kind of fumbled on that invade.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mess up on their front. I didn't see actually if they stole the blue buff, because we were kind of more focused on that top lane.
Got it.
So Pop did finally get his first blue buff and able to kind of close some of this lead that has been built up. But it looks like now they are looking to send down a couple of members towards this bot side. They've got that Rift Herald in Tax's pocket. And they're going to chip away, able to take maybe 1.5 plates before the Herald gets its charge off. And that should be a lot of gold, if not the tower injected into Chrisberg. And be able to chip it very low here. Should be able to finish it up as well. So Chrisberg is getting a massive injection of cash. First turret blood with plates. The Kog'Maw, yeah, he's not online, but his online timer is now getting further away from him.
And remember, we're talking about stacked up dragons as well, right? The next dragon's coming up. Carlson's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. Hextech ultimatum used. Not even going to get the timeout as the precision protocol will pop him. Carlson goes down.
Right back to the Jinx, though. When you've got Chrisbeck in your team, you want to make sure that he is the star player, he is the carry, and they have injected so much gold with all the star platings and the Herald going his way. And the fact that, yes, Kog'Maw's not online yet means that Chrisbeck's Jinx is online. He just went back, bought the Kraken, has the Berserker's Greaves as well in his pocket. That means that this Jinx is going to be hurting quite a lot at this point, and the next dragon fight is coming up in a couple of minutes.
Kraken's so impactful here on this patch. There goes the Rift, the Scuttle Crab, but Taxton now onto Jeppe. Borb actually flashes out of the pit, doesn't want anything to do with this, because Chrisberg and Kraken Slayer coming up into this top side of the map. It looks like they're going to just catch the wave and shove in for more plates, for more gold into Chrisberg, because Chrisberg is just set up right now. Keeper will spot out Tatui, look to catch him out, but doesn't quite land onto the handshake here. Senkax has already used the Emperor's Divide. Carlson's coming in, they've got the Sand Soldiers to work with. Carlson's going to force the flash out. Bakone, and he is going to get sent packing as Taxa jumps in on the top side. A potential dive is looking to break down. They get the handshake off as Keeper's caught. He has got the ultimate. He's going to throw it down onto a couple of members. They're already going pretty low here, but Chrisberg is untouched and he is just free-firing out. Great Crescent Guard will keep them alive for the moment, and Carlson can't close that gap anymore. Astralis not going to find the kill, but they're going to keep the tempo up, keep the pressure up onto Singularity.
I don't know if you want to be diving any towers that Lulu is underneath, right? Because Jeppe right now has the heal available to him. He has a polymorph, he has a speed up, he has a shield, he has an ultimate. It's really hard to dive a Lulu, but the objective right there was not necessarily to kill somebody, was to fend them off the tower, just so Chrisberg can cash in on more tower platings. Look at this. Because they know that now Singularity's 3 members have backed, it is absolutely free for Chrisberg on an immobile AD carry to sit on the top side of the map and claim his second tower prior minute 14.
Second tower and 8 plates.
Yep.
I'd love to see Chrisberg's gold right now, because that is incredibly fed. It's very deceptive. Look at that gold lead between our AD carries in this game. Chrisberg is set up for success here.
Absolutely, and if you look at what he has around him, he has a Renata, he has an Azir, he has a Mega Nut, so many peeling tools around that Jinx to make sure that nobody is able to touch Chrisberg. Of course, on the other side, you do have Xerath that hasn't yet come online. Just purchased the Leandris. We're looking at maybe 2 to 3 items Xerath, but right now, again, I think Singularity are playing on a clock. What Astralis are doing right here is very clever. They're trying to stock up the dragons and force Singularity, when that 4th dragon spawns and it means Soul, to move down that river and actually fight them, because it's going to be 2 very important souls. It's going to be Mountain. It's actually a Hex Dragon, which is going to be even more damage, even more slow, even more appeal for the set of Astralis, so they will have to fight that.
It's all interesting as well, because it gives you, you know, chase down potential. And I was kind of chatting to Namira and Jamada before the show, and some of the things they were talking about is, you know, this kind of true damage, this health percent damage, but also kind of pairing that up with either slows or pairing it up with either like just hard CC, being able to keep people slowed and keep in like range of them to continuously chip away their health bar, because obviously everyone's a little bit tanky, so fights aren't so quick. So slows are going to be very impactful here. So that's a really good Hex Tech Drake, especially when you got like a hyper carry like your Jinx as well, getting extra attack speed. But Zenkug's going to have to dodge away on the right of the Arcane, and Port's Swim become Lightning. Will eat one, but a great handshake will just force him away. And that's going to be the end of that, as it looks like Astralis are going to translate all of this pressure now into their second Rift Herald of the game. Taxa picks it up, and I assume this is probably just going to be mid lane falling, and that's the last thing Pachona needs.
Yeah, so I'll tell you how I see the entire Singularity composition right now, right? It's, we're gonna bleed. We know we're gonna bleed in the early game, but how much can you afford to lose until your Kog'Maw is online, until your Xerath is online? And will Pop be fed enough to be able to shield for you, to peel for you, to be able to stand in front of you? That is my question here. I think Singularity's quest is to make sure they pick Renata. If they actually can make a pick on Renata with Tatoo's Camille locking her down and Pichone possibly sniping her from a huge distance, then yes, you can actually play the front-to-back team fights with your Kog'Maw. But if Renata is there and she does get an ultimate onto Spiky, then it's going to be huge troubles for the entirety of his team.
Yeah, it's going to make life so hard. Kog'Maw, very short range, and even with the Lulu buffing you up, you don't want that Lulu buffing you up and then you turning on your team and absolutely obliterating the health bar. Blade the Ruined King already finished up, but if you look over at Chrisberg, Zeal, Longsword in the inventory with that Kraken Slayer, building towards what I assume will be that Phantom Dancer as Taxa misses out on the Spectral more. Not going to be able to find too much more there for the moment, but man, Chrisberg is looking terrifyingly strong right now, and you've also got this lead that has obviously been built up in the jungle. You look at the CS lead that these junglers have got between them. Taxa sitting very pretty and has been able to translate not only a farm lead into objective leads. 2 dragons in the pocket of Astralis. I'm only 15 minutes in, and this is feeling already quite hard for Singularity, but I wouldn't say impossible because of their bot lane. We talked about the weaknesses, and, you know, they need to get rid of Kiba to actually fight, but if they do get rid of Kiba, and Spike has a couple of items under their pocket, or in their pocket, this is a very scary game.
I think you pick off Renata, the game is absolutely playable. I think you dodge the Renata ult, the game is absolutely playable. But again, you need to reach the point where you're actually fed enough. And at this point, I think Astralis have all the pressure because the Singularity composition is just so inactive.
Yeah, it really is. You do have that cleanse on Spike, so you can use that, but the charges are coming in. And they got the legacy of Shurima as well to make sure they have a tower to work with. As Tatooine does find out Kiba, but Tatooine hasn't got the backup of the team, so just needs to step away from all of that action. Tower number 2 does remain in the mid lane, but it got chunked out heavily here. And Zenkug's is holding on to this tower as long as possible. Gets chunked out somewhat, but Singularity not going to be able to do too much more. As Tatooine has found Carlson momentarily, but instantly needs to hookshot away. As Astralis just fast rotating, death balling around the map to get pressure on right now, and it is all on Singularity to try and find a window to just get some level of relevance in this game, because it feels like they are playing to Astralis' beat, and Astralis are starting to beat them down, as there is a massive hostile takeover to 4 members, but the tower's going to go down, and they're not going to chase for more, but yes they are, because they find the CC, they find the lockdown, the Heartbreaker forward, Carlson gets the slam down, a double kill for him, and Senkugs delivers the Kog'Maw into the jaws of Astralis. Singularity have to just run away with their 2 remaining members. It's a slaughter from Astralis.
Okay, but if you look at the health bars, Chrisberg is on the brink of death. Taxa was on the brink of death. Carlson was more than half HP down. And yes, I understand this was a tower dive, but Astralis overreached a little bit. And after the hostile takeover was done, you saw the damage coming in from Singularity. Even here, Pichone, he will start charging his ultimate, but because he's too far ahead onto that lane, he's going to get interrupted by the Renata ultimate. So you see, when the Kog'Maw starts raining down all that spit onto Astralis, they actually start getting hurt. So imagine now a Kog'Maw with this Lulu with 2 to 3 items. Again, our question is Astralis gonna let it get that far? Tatooine is caught.
Yeah, Tatooine has been caught. Porp is coming in onto that fly, and Spike puts down the slow with a spit, but Tatooine now heavily chunked, has got teleport if they want to try and contest this and keep it going. Pachone can chip away at the health bars little by little. Got that Leandri's Torment, so got a little bit extra cooldown reduction to work with. Dragon's been started up in Spike, gonna move forward. Here's the teleport coming in from Tatooine.
Carlson's getting Mega now.
He is very close to that Meganon. That's the point. Look at him zoning, standing on that front line, and Bakone can't find the opportunity. Tatooine has got that hook shot to get over the wall, but this might just be the end of it. They get the lock, they get the slam, they get the tower, they get the dragon, and in jumps everyone. Spike needs to find the damage as Porp's going to jump in forward. He's going to instantly have to pop the stopwatch to keep himself alive. Senkox is sliding in, but instantly gets himself caught down. Emperor's Divide onto a couple, just a peel away. The health bars are just being obliterated. Chrisberg, he's excited. He's got the double. Tatooine's going to go down. A triple kill for Chrisberg. Hasn't got the ultimate for Chase for more for the moment, but the slows are coming in. The team are getting ever so closer as Chrisberg looks to continue the onslaught onto Singularity. Zap dodged away, slowed by the spit for the moment, but Kiba gonna catch out, and Chrisberg gets an unofficial quadra kill.
And that was not Singularity's fight to fight right there. They overreach. That's the third dragon that is not soul. They want to fight for soul point. They get Tatooine on the flank, but he has been spotted. And the second that he locks down, look at all this damage coming in from Piccione as well. The ones that he does, he do a lot of damage. Pop dives in, but that is not your job. Your job is to protect Spiky. Pop overreaches, gets instantly destroyed by the Astralis lineup, and then Chrisberg gets to rain free onto the entire Rift, getting a huge triple kill for himself.
Really, really big play there. 4-0-3, got the Phantom Dancer, got the Kraken's Lair, building towards that Infinity Edge. Chrisberg is very much online right now. Spike on the other side, just got the buildings of that Gwynzoo's, but it's still such a long way away from being relevant. Look at the damage just to Kiba. It's just not enough. It's a lot, actually. I might be a little wrong there, but that was a bit of Piccione helping us. The right to the arcane lands the snipe. Chrisberg takes a couple of shots to follow as well. Okay. Baby Baron kind of hurt.
A little bit of faith coming back, you know. That was money going into Piccione's pocket. He's building towards his next item, which is most likely going to be that Seraphs. He's going to be dishing out a lot of damage, and from a distance. I feel like somehow Singularity need to find some coordination. They have the composition they need to make this work. They're not that far behind. Well, I'm saying that they're about 10k behind, but you see that this Kog'Maw can actually come online at some point with the Lulu. I think on the second item, this Kog'Maw is going to start doing a lot of damage. And if Astralis overreach underneath the tower, there is the possibility to actually punish. Now, the problem happens because in a few minutes, I can't say exactly how many, but in a few minutes, the next dragon will be up, and Singularity are going to have to be forced to fight it.
Well, they're looking for Tatooine here. Dodges out on the Spectral Maul, uses the ultimate to try and buy a bit of space, but his heart is broken by Taxa. Able to find yet another kill in the pocket, or their first kill, to be fair, in their pocket, as Tower being held onto. Carlson's about to gnar out. Spike actually doing quite a lot of damage to display the Ruined King, but he is chunked, and Chrisberg's excited. Gonna step away because could have got hit by that pulse there from Piccione and got stunned and killed. Is able to just about hold on, as Senkox shall finish up this tower, and now there are no towers for Singularity outside of their base.
You have 2 minutes to get your Kog'Maw, his second item. I am a little bit on the fence on the fact that I have Piccione together with Spiky on the same lane. I would give all of my farm to Kog'Maw until he has his item. He might do, he has it right now. Rage Blade has been completed, and that's exactly what you need. Your hyper carry at least on 2 items, because in a minute 40, you're gonna have to be forced to fight for that Hextech Soul, or if it goes the side of Astralis, there is no way back. They're already 11k gold in the lead.
Yeah.
It's still possible to turn around just because you have that machine down in the bot lane, but you're gonna have to play the teamfight flawlessly.
It's a spike, but I do think that you need that Kraken Slayer to be, like, terrifying. That's at the point when you got the Rage Blade, you got the Blade, you got the Kraken Slayer. That's when people die. That's when it gets really scary. So they definitely need to still look out for that. And Tatooine just been on the receiving end of a lot of attention here from this Astralis Death Ball that is rotating around, placing vision control down, and it's just feeling so hard for Singularity right now. But they might try and contest this dragon, or they may just have to give it up.
I mean, you cannot give up Hextech Soul. I think this is going to be literally the last nail on the coffin, right? But then you have a Lulu who can't necessarily be the one that face checks. You need to have Pop face check and try to get some vision. But even that Zinzo is just not that tanky. He had to buy a pot for himself just to get a little bit more tanky, get a bit more resistance onto this CC. But look at that. He steps forward. He's absolutely gone.
Oh, he's right.
Almost cast a curse.
Almost died there to the rocket. Is able to heal up, but 25 seconds until this dragon spawns. Yeah, you got the Hextech gates, but there's a pink there. You don't know who's on the other side of that gate, and if you gate out your base, that is just, I mean, you're just throwing the game away at that point. So it does look like they're doing it. Jeppe leading the charge. Pop quick to follow. Jeppe has to flash over the wall. Pop pops himself the ultimate. Tatooine coming in. Carlson with a big old back. Spike has been untouched. But there is the hostile takeover. And Astralis, they are just absolutely ripping through Singularity. One after the other. They go down. Only Jeppe lands. But Chrisberg gets the slow. Chrisberg sets up Kiba for another kill. And only Pichone is standing as Astralis just absolutely butcher Singularity.
Yeah, and it's not gonna be enough. Just 1-0. This is not gonna be enough to defend that base. You see, Taxa is already taking the soul. That means that the second it goes down, which is gonna be in just a little bit, they're gonna have that much more slow and damage onto Pichone. Chris Vegas is going to hammer through this tower. Taxa, you're doing a fantastic job at taking objectives while your team is ending the game. And Astralis finally some decisiveness in the early.
They're trying to hold on. They just about get it. Hexgate away to safety as well here.
We don't want to be greedy right now. We don't want to be greedy.
Not going to throw the game as we have a look at this replay. Why did you do this? I literally said there's a pink there.
I felt like that was like the desperation Dignitas Baron play right there. And this is why I screamed Leroy as well. But look at Spiky. He kills Pop, he almost kills Tatooine, and then Jeppe gets zoned out by Azir soldiers. But still, you see Spiky does so much damage just on 2 items. Had Singularity not fallen.
Oh, Carlton Thompson! What an ult! And they're just obliterated! Singularity are down 2-2 as 3 members fall. Senko gets the triple kill. Chrisberg gets the slow off with the zap and the Hex Soul. It does eat the Force Pulse for the moment, but he's too tanky. It's the durability patch, baby. Red buff stolen away. Taxa chasing up the Spike. Spike's trying to flash away, but look at the base. It is just melting. Down will go the Cogmore as Chrisberg pats the stats ever so tighter. And now it is just going to be the flash forward. Another player will fall to Chrisberg. A double kill in his pocket. The Nexus has been exposed. And Astralis will be closing this game out in 26 minutes. Trouble, I thought these games are going to go longer.
You know what? They're gonna do you dirty right here because this game is gonna be done by Astralis in 27 minutes, Hipbrain. It's still pretty good, right? And honestly, I think the question marks that we raised about Astralis, can they be proactive in the early game? Can we see Taxa moving around the map? The answer to both was yes. And for Singularity, I think they just continuously keep bleeding because they cannot chain together. It feels like the shot calling is lacking. It feels like the way they want to play the game is lacking. And even though in game number 1 last week, we saw a little bit of a style coming into the Singularity, it's been slapped back out. And mind you, of course, we're playing a new patch. I think a lot of teams were going to have to reinvent themselves of how they want to play the game. But for Astralis, this is a really, really good sign.
It's a big patch of a lot of adjustments, but it felt like Astralis were very ready, had a good read on what they needed to do in that game, and they executed on it absolutely perfectly. We're going to throw it back over to our analyst desk to break that game down. So, Akram, over to you.
Thank you so much, Hipbrain. I mean, I feed off the excitement that Hipbrain brings in the cast, and this was straight up Astralis from minute 1 or even champion select until the last minute. Tell me.
I mean, we called it out pretty clearly, right? It was like, if you survive to 1 item in Singularity, you're pretty happy. They didn't even get to, like, past first base. They were outlaned. They were out jungle path. They didn't manage to protect Porp's jungle pathing. I thought that was unlikely to happen because, I mean, you do have this Xerath who doesn't control that lane early, but even with that, they didn't lose gracefully, and that really compounded all of these errors.
Yeah, and I think whilst all of that was going on, Chrisberg on the Astralis was just play after play. You got both side towers, and what was it? I think Jake called it out. I think it was 8, maybe even 9 plates practically to himself. 2,000 gold lead at something like 14, 15 minutes.
You can serve a family dinner off of that. You can get your friends around, get the cousins in.
Like, it was just too much of a lead to give over to the Jinx. And yeah, I mean, I didn't mind the answer, and I think also you was kind of echoing the same sentiment as me. You see Viego, come on, Lulu, sure. Like, why not?
Answer.
It's a pretty decent answer, in my opinion, in this meta, but I just felt like we set the criterion, right? Survive to that 1 item, like you said, and I'm kind of being a dead horse. That's all SNG had to do, and at best, they would have had a shot, but I think Astralis, again, looking at the positives for them, just too clean at playing the map in this game. SNG didn't really give them too much of a worry in terms of, you know, I mean, Porp is just consistently getting evaded, and Senkux.
Critical mission failure.
Yes, critical mission failure. Senkux and Taxa just moving across the map really, really well together as a duo, consistently providing that pressure to allow Crispberg to do what we ended up doing in those layer game team fights.
The way that he put it, looking into the positives for Astralis, this is something that I want to focus now, like as the last question before the interviews. The fact that the way Astralis are playing and they have a plan beforehand, this is not something we saw in the previous split, was it?
We had two sides of Astralis in this last split, which was early game great, no direction and shot calling in the mid game, and then it was actually early game taking a bit of a stumble. Wait, no, we've got everything together in the mid and late game, and we kind of got one or the other. Now, this game is very much helped with the fact that they were solo killing a top lane, they were pressuring TV2, they had winning matchups pretty much everywhere, and they played. This is a pretty easy game for them if the early game goes well, and that happened. Either way, they stuck the landing. That's something to build on. Just need to see that continue at this point.
Okay, I do believe we have the interview ready for Astralis, for the winner of this one. It is going to be with the jungler. It's going to be with Texer that is waiting for us back at home. Texer, are you there? There you go. I got to talk with you again. I mean, it has been a little while, wasn't it? Okay, tell me something. Do you know that the map is divided by blue side and red side, so you only are supposed to farm the blue side?
It really? Are you sure? I didn't know that.
What was the plan jumping into the game for Astralis?
I mean, we had a really good draft. I have 3 pushing lanes, so I'm just looking to track the enemy jungler and make sure my lanes can play without getting ganked. So I'm trying to steal enemy camps using pryos to ward, and then it should be fairly easy after that.
And you got to tell me, that is the team feeling better right now? Are you feeling better with the team? Because it seems like you guys are more proactive on what you want to do. The ambience on the team seems a little bit more lighter as well. You seem more happy as well, which to me is a plus on this Astralis team. How are you looking to this composition of Astralis in the summer split?
I mean, I think we are a lot better now. I think we're working and we're improving really fast, and we are not playing as bad in officials as we did last split. It can still get better, but we're on the right track, so I'm sure it will be really good at the end of the split.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also wanted to ask Taxa, obviously last summer you were champion of the NLC under Vendetto. What's it been like, being reunited with him, and what kind of systems has he brought to the team? Because I know Vendetto does have a fairly sort of solid idea of how he wants his teams to play quite consistently.
I mean, it's always nice to be back with him. I like working with him. He likes to go into detail a lot and spend a lot of time with those players and just making sure that we mesh well together. So, yeah, it's just really great.
Okay, for me, last question is, how is the team taking this new patch? How are you guys adapting? Is this something that is hard to take in as a player, or is it easy so far?
I mean, it's really, really hard because it's such a different patch. I think we're still trying to learn. We don't really know what's up yet, but we're just playing, testing a lot, figuring out what's good, and hopefully in like a week or 2, we will know what's going on.
Okay, wonderful job, Taxa. Congratulations on another victory, and good luck with the Lee Sin cleared in the jungle. This is a preview for you guys back at home, and we're not going to talk about it anymore. Thanks so much, Taxa. And then, oh no, I'll see you soon, Taxa. There you go. The oh no symbolizes everything that I have set up.
Says a lot.
No, the team is looking good, yeah.
Yeah, but I do really like that answer to the patch question. There was like, yeah, we don't know what's happening yet. There was a lot of learning for us. I'm glad that we saw some new stuff. I think, again, like the Cog Lulu was a good answer. But a lot of what they did that game was fairly similar to what we've seen in Spring in terms of like, okay, Viego plays like this. Oh, whatever, 3 pushing lanes, we'll just play like we did in Spring, right? It isn't actually that much of a big change. The fact they can still do that and put things on rails until they figure out the rest of it, that's quite important though.
So, okay, the mirror has 2 sides. We have to look into the other one. Singularity. This is a team that is going through a rough patch, I would say, yet again. What can we say about this before we jump into the interview?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like that sort of execution ask that we had in the pregame was half met by having the Kog'Maw Lulu. I think Kog'Maw Lulu comps or like sort of hypercarry comps with an enchanter can be easy to play.
It is a tin. It is a very large tin which says I deal damage on 1 item.
Yeah, but I feel like they just went astray one too many times in the draft, right? Whether it be sort of just off theme with one another, having the Camille there, all right, great lane counter. What does it provide for the Kog'Maw Lulu? Same thing can kind of be said for the Xerath. I think the Xin pick was okay, but again, I think trying to stay on theme with one another. When you open with such a strong 2v2 like that, or not 2v2, but like duo bot lane like that, that needs to be supplemented throughout the game, draft around it for the rest of the
They're
draft.
thinking outside of the box, but Uncharted lands are not bringing the results that they're looking for. And now I have the pleasure to talk with Jojo from Singularity at this point. Hello, Jojo. So, I mean, you guys are thinking outside of the box. It's not working, though. How are you feeling about that?
I think we're just, coming into this new patch, it's very different and no one knows what to expect. So we just tried to throw in a curveball that we felt was going to be strong, but we didn't play to what we have in scrims. So just have to bring it to officials.
Okay. And Nightmare, you're asking for the question.
Now, Jojo, we also go a long way back. Seems like a lot of people in Singularity are people which I've cast over the years. So, you yourself used to play in competitive. You played around the UKEL. Actually, that's where we ended up meeting, actually. A lot of roots go back to that point. How are you helping support the team from your role in this organization? Because, I mean, we talk to the players quite a lot. It's a difficult set of results. Doesn't matter how strong your mental is. How are you helping this team overcome this and develop?
I guess it was my first role in management, so I just tried to help them as much as I could by asking them how I could make them feel more comfortable, what I could do to help them. I have talks with the players sometimes, just try and see their perspectives and stuff, and try and bring more communication within the team. So I think that's an important thing that we are trying to figure out.
Okay, now, I hope you understand that I have to do this. I have to go deep. I have to do some things as a host. So I want to ask you, what is the plan for Singularity this split? What is the objective so far? Because in Spring Split, we were told that the idea was to make a team, to build the team, build the players and all that. And in the summer, things could be different. And with Pizzione, he's looking really good. 40% of the damage of the team is looking wonderful. But what is the objective from Team Singularity for Summer Split? I want the honesty, and now I want it to be brutal. Hit me.
First of all, we want to get our first win, obviously. I think we just want to do better than last split, honestly. Get more wins on the board. I think we faced some quite strong teams. Like the first 3 games are quite hard. So I'm looking to Wednesday, and I think we have good chances against Niriki.
Okay. So the match again from Spring Split, I think that was your first victory versus Noriki. So you're trying to do it again in Summer Split. How can Singularity or the organization help these players grow as players? Because they're hungry. They want to do it. How can you see Singularity help these players rise to the occasion?
Just provide us with all our equipment and, be there for us and support us through our journey. I think it has been a bit tough at times, so hopefully things improve with time.
Okay. Man, thank you so much for the interview. I hope you understand that I have to do these sort of questions. And I want to see more of Singularity. I love the ideas outside of the box. The Lulu with the Kog'Maw on the bot side. It's wonderful to see. And I hope to see the best of Singularity. And I hope to see you soon.
I was completely blindsided by that, by the way.
For what?
Because again,
I saw your face.
The NLC and the UK scene, we're actually pretty tight-knit. A lot of us go way back, and Jojo's someone I've cast so many times. I know he's now kind of like helping out on the Singularity side of things. He always was a very heavy theory crafting kind of player as a top laner. I've seen some dreadful set games out of him, some great ones. We've seen both sides of that coin. But it's interesting to hear his perspective on now actually being a step off the roster. How does that help a very struggling team? We knew this was meant to be a development roster. It was meant to start peaking in summer. A lot of questions still to be asked about that, though, because obviously that development's got a long way to go.
And I'm making this question because this is Summer Split.
Sure, you have to.
Relegation is something that we need to be worried about in this split. And I got to tell you, for those of you who are not aware, Division 2 is looking hot.
I'll tell you firsthand, the Division 2 teams don't play around at the top end.
They don't play around.
Right? Teams like Natives, teams like Monster, we have a couple of the players like Merbs who've moved up into Division 1 and seem to be having an okay time of it. And I can expect the same level of play from those high-end Div 2 teams coming into that promotion relegation series come the end of the year.
You cannot slip up.
You cannot.
In Division 1. So, if we may, we need to look into the standings to understand how things are right now. Astralis, obviously, with this victory, are going for the second spot, I would call, in terms of standings. They are currently on the 4th spot with 2-0, and Singularity are now isolated at the bottom of the table. And this means that the next game could put X7 tied with Singularity for last one, or it could help them go above and beyond.
And what's kind of crazy is it's not an unreasonable result
for
X7 to lose, given how they've been playing.
Why is that? Dusty versus X7. We have a lot to talk about this matchup. I know all of you want to talk about this one. I also want to talk about this one. But before we introduce the topics, I would say we have a special video coming in from Dusty, from the fan on the street. I heard this is a good one. I have no idea what's about to happen, so I'm washing my hands away from this. Best of luck for all the viewers back at home.
Hello there, fellow NLC fans, and welcome to Iceland. My name is Daði, and I'm a Thirsty superfan. I never leave my house without wearing my Thirsty cap, and I drink one Thirsty Nocco every day. We have X7 next week. It's going to be an easy dub. I mean, we won Eminem, they lost against Eminem, so don't forget to dream Dusty.
That is Don Jake?
That's not Don Jake.
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't seem like Don Jake.
No. Don't worry, you still gotta wait for it. But like you said, I mean, the logic makes sense, right? They beat Eminem, they lost to Eminem, X7 did. I kind of get it.
The math checks out.
The math checks out.
I have a lot of respect for this because, I'm a big fan of a great many, sci-fi and fantasy movie series. I love The Lord of the Rings, and that was one of the better scenic shots I've seen on that program.
Yeah.
If they want to add in a particular fellowship of any kind and have it go to Iceland to take similar shots, I'd be down for that.
Okay, I thought it was Don Jake. I got baited. I got really confused.
We
but
had
I'm going
information.
Yeah. I'm going to thank you for the fan on the street. I always love these segments when I get to see the fans back at their own places. And yeah, Iceland is just...
The tease now is Archer has just leaked to be here on Wednesday for that fan on the street.
Oh, I have no idea. Okay, I got you better than I should bait you all. Moving on. Okay, Dusty versus X7. Dusty, though, they could actually take down X7. X7 could go 0-3. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think X7 right now look in disarray as far as gameplay is concerned. I think that day one into XL, I think XL really just prepped really well for them, to be honest.
And very, very strong team.
And a very strong team in general, right? I think they did a great job at baiting X7 into allowing MC to have Nidalee and then just completely shutting it down with their own teamfight composition. I think day two, Eminem just out-gameplayed them, but I think X7 outdrafted them. So I think we've got a bit of a weird dichotomy in that sense from those sort of sample size of games. I think Dusty all in all, though, just had a very strong week, period, I think, into both Eminem and I believe it was Nariki. It was pretty much complete domination. So I'm not sure what to expect from Dusty, except that same level of high pressure on the map from start to finish into X7.
And where it really hinges around for me, I'm really interested in looking at this top lane. I think Kerberos' return to the NLC has been really strong last year. We talk about Eminence a lot, about being the solo kill king. Last year, that was Kerberos for the NLC. Led our records for the entire season, played a lot of stuff like Nasus, played a lot of stuff that was lane dominant, Camille, Nah, and was using that to get individual advantages and then use that to roll over the map. Now, against someone like Chasey from X7, who is a new import to our league, was an LCK Challengers player, they have the mechanical skill cap to potentially go toe-to-toe and show up as one of the top laners in the ERL system. I think they genuinely are this caliber. You talk to Chronicler, who covered that league so much. They have very high expectations of this player and people coming out of the LCK Challengers. And that's already on a roster with so many stars on it. We started spring with this whole spiel about, wow, how are these players going to start trying to one-up each other? What's going to happen with this amount of firepower they have? I think it's a similar situation here, and I want to see Chasey really pop off against Dusty in particular. I think that top lane matchup's a great one to start proving himself.
Yeah, and I feel like in general, Chasey's been one of the few consistent points for X7 so far, leading into this third game here for them. I think even if, X7 as a team have kind of been falling apart, Chasey's either had really solid laning phases or at the very least he's been able to show up in team fights and do something that gives you sort of that semblance of hope of, okay, maybe X7 will win a team fight. It hasn't happened yet for them, but I think, like you say, the top lane matchup is one to look at. And I mean, hell, Kerb's been to Korea. He's laned against these Korean top laners before. We might have even played against Chasey in solo queue over there, so who knows? I'm excited to see how he handles this, yeah?
It's a game that Dusty have to win if they want to stay undefeated, and it's a game that X7 needs to win if they want to come back to the standings. We're talking about the kings of Spring Split that are now almost tied up for the last spot. This is outside NLC Summer Split is right now. And right now, we have the champion select for both these teams. We have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to discuss because, in my opinion, you have Kerberos, but also Backland has been a beast, and the Voxne can play whatever the team needs.
You know, you go back to the first couple of games of Spring when Dusty were actually struggling. They were bottom half and bottom half of the table team. I thought Backland was looking a little bit shaky, had a couple of LeBlanc games, which I personally was like, oh, this guy's probably not going to make it at this point. I'm probably going to be a bottom tier player. He's really stood up. You know, I'm willing to take that L and see the growth, see the development of this player yet again, and see that return to form. I'm really happy to see Dusty now again start off strong, actually, something that they didn't do in Spring, and hopefully try and match or exceed what they did in that Spring playoffs, where they did make a very deep run.
To respect the Nidalee, so they're going to take that away from MC, the one-trick pony, as we call, that is a massive Nidalee player. Aside from that, not a lot of surprises. Wukong is still available, so this should be a red side ban, no?
Yes, I would expect it to be, unless X7 have something planned for it, and they want to have Linkus take it up, or maybe they just feel like he won't prioritize it. We'll have to see. Yuumi gets taken away from Sing. A little nod there to him, of course, and yeah, I'm expecting the Wukong to come in as the ban. I'm more, curious about what the first pick will be, right? We saw the Viego come out for Astralis. Is this now going to kind of be that new, okay, Viego's strong again, but he's not quite, weak, strong enough to constantly be banned? It seems like actually Kog'Maw's going to be taken off the table instead. So Wukong up, Viego up. How will these teams prioritize? I feel like Viego offers you a little more in terms of what he can bring to the entirety of a draft. But of course, Wukong still very powerful. Yeah,
that's the big thing for me. You look at Wukong and I think, yeah, actually has an ability to get on top of these difficult carries. But actually, maybe we can have a situation like we had last game where they're saying, look, if you pick a Viego or a Wukong, you have to dive into a Polymorph, you have to dive into the Lulu. That's really difficult to do. We knew that enchanters were likely going to be strong. We pointed that out on pre-show and said, look, their laning phase is less likely to be put into a kill game. It's less likely to get to a point where they shut out the game early. These enchanters have a lot of value.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually, I want to talk about... I had a conversation with Veteran on stream last week where he was speaking about Attila and Kasing's laning back when they were on Giants. And quoting from him, he just said they weren't really great as a duo in lane. You get Attila out of lane, he is one of the best, if not the best team fighter.
For Attila?
26 minutes.
26 minute Attila time.
You get Attila out of laning phase, you get him to 2 items or whatever the item spike cap is for that champion, and he will be one of the best team fighters in the ERLs. But honestly, when you take into consideration the Lulu first pick, it makes so much sense. If you feel like they're not going to be able to punish it, go for it, and that's what Dusty seemed to have done here in this instance. The response is going to be Senna, and we'll have Viego alongside it. Now I want to see whether or not we're going to get that hyper carry response, or whether we're also going to get the Wukong alongside this Lulu.
What this opens up is X7 to say, look, you have a Lulu. Yeah, but Lulu's not a roaming champion. You're not going to turn up top lane to start really messing around with large plays that are happening across the map. That Sentinel can really affect these things. Something like a Jinx, Lulu, though, has always been strong in this current meta. Once we've had, ever since like last Worlds, or kind of like the summer split of last season, we know that this lane has been just very difficult to deal with, even when you had strong laning champions. So Senna might be able to neutralize and start stacking up themselves, but it does feel like if you go towards these 5v5s, you're going to deal with a Jinx Lulu who's very strong. But it is a little different, though. That's not something I had on the radar, I have to say.
You know what? I actually kind of like it. I think when you see
you're going to have to tell me why.
When you see Senna on the table, chances are you're not going to have a crazy tank killer on your team unless you try and find it from elsewhere on the map.
Nazir in the option.
You could. That's the only thing. I think if they throw in something like a Nazir, then that's kind of the one thing that kind of shuts this down. But again, my key thing is Udyr is just going to outpace the Viego. I think Linkus is the kind of player that loves pathing efficiency, and into a player like MC, when he's on Viego, MC, we're going to expect him, even though as an Italy player, he loves his efficiency in his own right, he's probably going to try and look to attack the lanes on the Viego. Udyr's just going to capitalize on that, out-farm him through the Razoo. And I think with a Lulu in his back pocket, he's just going to be unkillable, and he's going to be able to deal with and peel for this Jinx if he has to, and he can also just go and cause backline dive, because realistically, until Gangplank hits his items right now, who's really going to deal with the Udyr?
And I think early 3v3's bot, I don't care if you have a Viego that's stronger level 2, level 3, Udyr with the Lulu, extra speed up, with the Jinx popping up one time, you can't fight that 3v3.
Yeah.
So I think X7, maybe their answer is, okay, GP is flexible enough to play weak side, have very low resources, so we can put extra focus on bot side. So maybe it's something like a mid lane priority matchup, which can help get down there. Maybe it starts bailing out the bot lane and jungle 3v3, being a little weird at that point. Maybe that's their answer to it. They're leaving themselves fairly open, which, I mean, you compare this to the last draft we watched when we said, okay, your cards are too much on the table. We said that about some of our teams in the league. Having this ability to flex around, be able to focus on either side of the map a little bit more, even going into your last couple of picks, you can see the power it brings at this point. You're not completely shut out just yet.
I mean, I have to say, if he brings the Ghost alongside with the Lulu, there's no one that can run away from him. I don't know if you saw that movie from The Little Wizard, The Order of the Phoenix. I think this is about to be it. If he brings all those movement speeds items with him. And looking into the bands, there we go. I thought the Tom Kench would be paired with the Sin.
You weren't going to go with like Fast and Furious Dusty Drift, or there are plenty of speed-related movie puns we could have.
I had to go for the Phoenix, man. The slap up the Phoenix.
I'm ignoring both of you. Yeah, Tom Kench.
Tenacious Dusty, Rise of the Phoenix.
Oh god, no! Get me off the desk. No, I'm kidding.
You're stuck with us.
Okay. Tom Kench makes a whole bunch of sense. It's one of the most common pairings. Karma being hovered and will get locked in. All right, that's an interesting take. So I'm gonna hold my reservation. I'm gonna hold my reservations until I see where it actually goes, because something like Senna Karma can kind of be this weird, oppressive bot lane if you want to kind of have a little bit of priority. And
it could be a Karma mid though.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure where it wants to go. I think it has to see the matchup in the mid lane. Gnar into GP, it's something we've seen for a very long time. We're now looking at Barkland and saying, how does Dusty want to round out this draft? And how does Barkland want to respond to what could potentially be a Karma or a blind pick? You could go for something like super, you know, old school like the Orianna. You could also just go for something like the Azir, right? Just for the simple sake of now we'll have two hyper carries. Again, something like Victor plays into being able to, at the very least, provide loads of AoE from the Defray and from the Orma.
Karma is not going to threaten you, realistically, and Karma Viego it's not a strong 2v2 mid, or at least it's not a kill threat 2v2.
Yeah.
Now, one of the reasons I thought that the Karma could be going into that mid was because of that prior, but I think just giving that as the Victor, rather, the free matchup, maybe just a little bit too much for them, and again, that flexibility allows them to opt out of that. It allows them to put that Azir back in. Azir can have control over the lane. No Bruce is involved here. Because particularly in levels 1 to 3, that Azir can do a lot more work just against those minions. And that's quite important because we already talked about how if things start focusing on that bot side, that Udyr is going to be able to play through that Jinx Lulu, or at least solidify them in a way which I'm not sure X7 are comfortable with them doing.
Yeah, so I'm in two minds here with that being said. I feel like X7 have themselves a draft, which you go to the later stages, you've got an Azir, you've got a Senna, you've got a Gangplank. Even Viego is going to scale okay here if he can take over a form. But that's my problem. I feel like, at the same time, Dusty kind of do the same thing, and you could maybe argue better. It's such a hard call here in the draft. I feel like it's going to just come down to how these two teams are going to end up functioning into each other and who gets the priority on things like, you know, objective control, who's in the river first, and who can actually take control of areas of the map properly.
Will X7 start the climb on the mountain again? We don't know, but if Dusty wins, they'll stay undefeated at the NLC. So without further ado, Hipprine in trouble, bring us into the battlefield.
We are getting ready to go into the battlefield momentarily. Just give us a moment while we load in, though, Arkaram. So, Dusty 2-0 right now, and we've just hit the durability patch. If anything for me, to me, this screams, wow, that's a Denvoxney meta. If ever
oh, you know why it's an even better than a Denvoxney meta? Because, yeah, okay, this guy's like insane on hyper carries. He's built to carry his team forward, but now you can have Lulus, Yumis, Renatas, Sorakas, Karmas next to him, like all the juicy enchanters.
If Denvoxney can play a hyper carry and his support plays an enchanter, it's a Denvoxney
it's
meta.
done. Yeah.
This guy, way back when I first was introduced to him, he always reminded me of like old school Reckless in the way that like he just wants to farm for like 4 items and then to show up and carry a fight. He doesn't want to do anything for 30 minutes other than get 300 CS. That's all he wants to do.
Okay, this is the new and improved version of Denvoxney though.
Yeah.
Because he has been, even when he was playing Soraka last week, he has been extremely active in getting even the most minor advantages for his team wherever he can carry them. So this is the new and improved version. This is volume 2 of Denvoxney, and he's got his hands onto a Jinx. Now, of course, if we look on the bottom of the map for both of these teams, we see extremely pokey and push-heavy lanes. Karma with the Q, Mantra Q, Senna has a bunch of AoE with the Q as well, and the long-range auto attacks, and of course Jinx We know Jinx to be one of the most malicious pushing AD carries towards the bot side of the map, head up with the Lulu. Now, this is going to be a battle of who can push harder and a battle of sustain, which is where Viego and Udyr come in. Both are not necessarily known for super heavy early game aggression. Both of these junglers are sort of neutralizers, and they've both been picked into each other, so I'm assuming that both of these two guys are going to want to cover for the bot side of the map whilst their bot lanes are pushing.
Yeah, the big thing though is what Jamada was hitting on, how falling, because we expect this to be a pretty fast clear. Udyr is an incredibly fast-paced jungler. He can kind of get around the map. If you make a position, if you let your position be known, and Udyr's on the other side of the map, he can quickly just bear stance into your jungle, zoom in, steal a camp, and zoom back out. He can be very oppressive, and those little things slowly snowball for him being further and further ahead. Obviously, there's the Azir, and this is what Jamada was talking about. If this Azir does come in, that is always scary as well, because Azir just shuts him down. He makes a massive wall he can't walk through.
And it's not just any Azir, it's Tempt's Azir. This guy played Azir in EU Masters, and I remember I was sitting on my sofa and I was like, oh no, he picked Azir, what a resident sleeper pick for Tempt. And he literally started solo killing people on that Azir, level 3 to level 4. So this guy is a master of a champion, and he will find ways to destroy your day. My biggest question mark for X7 has been MC since week 1.
Oh, no,
I have been, as Kerberos is having a lot of violence towards the top side, I have been a huge fan of MC, and particularly the champion pool that he has with all the AP junglers, the Dianas, the Rumbles, the Nidalees, and all that. And I feel like in this particular team, his role is a little bit different rather than when he was on Riddle and he was supposed to be their main carry.
Yeah.
He's playing with Tempt, who's not also known for not necessarily bringing out too many AD picks in the mid lane to sort of complement MC's champion pool. And MC not only has to reinvent the way he plays, he also has to reach deep inside his champion pool. And right now he's played 3 different champions, and I really hope we kind of see him shine on one of them, and this one is going to be Viego.
Linkus was thinking about coming in bot lane, but that Tribush ward pretty big for them there. Able to spot him out the side of X7 as Linkus just going to get on to the crab. You can see he's a little bit further ahead of MC in the speed of the clear. MC's only just getting onto his crab. Linkus will reset and be on the map by the time MC's gone back to base. And it's going to be, you know, little things like this just means it snowballs that little bit quicker, especially if it's a more passive game. We were kind of looking at this in the draft, and we were saying for the side of X7, it looks like they've got a relatively passive draft put together. Now, top lane might be proving it's a little bit wrong there. Kerberos is getting mega bullied up here from this Grasp GP. And actually, a fairly large CS lead is starting to accrue for Cassie. So Kerb has to be a little bit careful on that one.
Yeah, and I think especially for Chasey, we haven't necessarily seen too much from him. We've seen him on the Jace, we've seen him trying to be proactive, but all in all proactivity mid lane though.
Coming in with a bear slap, Tempt able to drift away to safety. Really nice movement there. That is Ghost Burnt though.
So Linkus tries to put in a very early gank, maybe potentially taking a summoner spell off of Tempt. Tempt played this very, very well. He knows he has to shove in his lane right there, so Udyr shows up, uses his E, gets away from many sticky situations. But now, the question here is, both of these junglers are relatively not so active in the early game, I would say. They mostly want to make sure that they cover for their lanes. As you can see, top side of the map is pushing for X7 on Chasey, who's actually bullying Kerberos at this point. So you want to make sure that MC is towards the top side of the map, or at least he's keeping vision towards the top side of the map. That's why if we look on the top quadrant of Linkus' jungle, we see a ward placed by MC himself, and of course the Scuttle Crab that's going to cover the river. As for the bot side of the map, because you have the Jinx and because you want to have that continuous push and play not so dangerously, I would say, while you're pushing, you saw that Linkus covered the bot side of the map and went towards that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, was able to move into that particular area for the moment. Teleport comes in from backline just to get back into the lane, and MC actually going to make sure that Tempt does get this reset off, though Laser Beam could be a little bit scary and could interrupt there, but I'm quite happy with the wave state right now. Bot lane is a farming karma as well, so you're obviously going to be a little bit of a slower kind of laning for its moment. Sorry, laning for the moment? I can't speak, Trouble.
Laning for the moment. Yes.
You know what? What are you guys doing at the moment? I'm going to press this button and find out. Boop.
I didn't press the button. You didn't press the button. I'll press the button. There you go.
Hello.
Wait.
Mom, can we have NLC? No, we have NLC at home.
Nah,
NLC at home.
Nah, sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Let's get rid of that bad boy. We don't want anything to do with that.
You know what? NLC actually makes it out of groups, or makes it to groups. The E-Masters. Oops. Yikes. So, back to the game. Because the game has slowed down, let's chat a little bit about X7, right? Because they're coming into summer as the former champions of the NLC. They took NLC by storm the previous season. They literally stomped over any opponent they found in their way into the playoffs, and it was a pretty smooth sailing run onto EU Masters, where they fell in the quarterfinals to one of the strongest teams that the tournament had, which was LDLC. So pretty impressive run overall by X7. Now, if we look at what's happened to this X7 lineup from spring to summer, 3 different players have moved, and 3 different players have moved in. So we have Chasey in the top set, who's coming from Challenger Series Korea, which is sort of like a Div 2 to the LCK, and he's been a very promising carry.
Oh, that's gonna be a barrel!
Promising carry, steals blue buff. There you go. Then if we look towards the jungle, we had Haru, who's now on the LEC. NMC has to fill in his shoes, which is very difficult. Kerberos is gonna fancy his 1v1 because he's mega now right here, but he has to disengage at this point. So MC has been put into the shoes of Haru, who had insane synergy, by the way, with Tempt. The 2 Koreans in X7 were able to dictate the entire early game.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we don't necessarily know how the communication between MC and Tempt is, but again, champion pool-wise, they don't mesh very well, and so far, we haven't necessarily seen too much teaming up. Mind you, Slogyo had to play day 1, because Tempt just got back from Korea last Tuesday.
Yeah, but we did also see from MC and Tempt, you know, at EU Masters, just them not teaming up. We picked it up as like this thing where like they're gonna team up loads, and they just didn't at all.
You meant Haru and Tempt.
Sorry, yes! Oh my word! My brain. I don't know why. You literally talked about all that, and my brain just went, it's because I got caught off by that tweet trouble. That's what it is. I'm hurt.
I'm gonna keep moving further down.
Go.
We've got Attila, ex-LEC Worlds, like you name it, he has it, right? And so far, X7 has been putting him on non-hyper carry ADCs down the bottom side of the map. Yes, they put him on his infamous Ezreal last week, which is his favorite champion to play, right? But that still is not a hyper carry. So X7 was putting everybody on comfort picks last week. Now it's time to reinvent themselves, go back to the drawing board, see how they want to play the game, and the members of the team have to adjust. I think the one that has to do the most adjustment is going to be MC. Again, he went from a carry role in Riddle to having to be the front line for X7 and the facilitator. And the question will be, by the end of the split, can he actually do it? Can he step into Haru's shoes and fill them properly?
I'll have to keep our eyes on him over the next couple of weeks to see if he can do so. Getting some pretty nice trades off there versus Demvoxny. And actually, I'm going to get a whole bunch of additional damage off onto Stend, who's not able to reset as the wave is just going to get hard shoved in. Attila quite happy to catch as many of these souls as possible. Currently on 37 souls here, and also denying some farm from Demvoxny. If you look at Kasink, Kasink does actually have a farm lead over Demvoxny. So they have been able to do something with this for the moment, but obviously, you know, the gold not going into Attila does mean that he doesn't quite spike as fast or as quick, or as, you know, doesn't get the option to get as many items as the likes of Demvoxny on this Jinx. With the Lulu in the pocket, there is a point where Demvoxny just gets super scary.
Also, I just want to point out that Demvoxny has chosen Ghost as his second summoner spell over Flash. So I want to see how this will play out, because there's a bunch of things that can slow you down even after you Ghost, right? There's the Gangplank ult, there's Stun, there's Shuffles from Tempt. So I don't know if there was a better summoner spell choice, because who do you really exhaust? No one's going to be playing in your face from the side of X7. So Exhaust is not on the table. Cleanse is not on the table because there's not necessarily any hard CC, and then maybe the root that could land on you from Attila. So maybe Ghost was like the go-to right here for Demvoxny, so he can get a little bit better distance between his opponents and himself.
I kind of like it. It's like you were saying, there's obviously, you know, what are you actually going to be using here? Yeah. But I actually, wow, he just lost half his health. I really like, you know, the fact that it resets with your passive as well, so you just become zooming. As MC has been caught out momentarily here, not actually going to go down though. Bit of durability patch stuff coming in with the shielding as well. And X7 just going to continue to fire away at this tower, slowly chip away, try and get a couple of extra plates, because obviously, like we're saying, Attila's not got access to as much gold, so if he can get plate gold, that is a big injection to Attila here on this Senna. So that's obviously something to kind of keep your eyes on, keep your mind on. Obviously got the serrated Dirk in the inventory, and actually, if we do look at the overall kind of the scoreboard in itself, Chasey's got a big CS lead over Kerberos.
Got mid lane.
Mid lane, also a lead starting to accrue. Bot lane's a bit of a weird one because, yeah, technically Kasing does have a lead, but isn't quite, you know, there as a Chasey.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
He's going to get slammed back. He's going to orange. He's going to flash. Curve actually losing quite a lot of health. And this is how much harder it is to pull off these kind of tower dives. He was low, but the resistances just came in with the cleanse and the orange as well. Chasey's okay.
Yeah, and of course he can use his fruit, right, to get straight out of the stun, which means that Kerberos is going to miss a subsequent combo that he has from his ability. So that was really well played right there from Chasey. But he did burn his flash in this particular engage, which means that this could cost him very dearly if, for example, Udi decides to join in on a tower dive towards the top side of the map. But as you mentioned, bot side is going to be the side that MC is going to choose to drop the Rift Herald. He has mid priority, has bot lane priority, then he can use the Herald to push bot and also move on to the Dragon and secure the second one of the game. Again, remember what happened to the Astralis versus Singularity game. You stack up the Dragons, you will force the team eventually that you're playing against to come and fight you so they stop the soul from going your way. And now we're going to be able to see if it's going to be a mountain or... Oh, it's actually going to be an Infernal Soul, which, yeah, this is going to be very hurtful on the Senna specifically, because she suddenly turns into an Aphelios with Infernum.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty...
Very far away.
It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough either way. Inferno, obviously, the soul, but most teams don't really want to VC coming up, especially when they're on that, like, losing side. Well, you want to see it coming up when you've been able to accrue yourself some Dragons, 2 in the pocket of X7, and they need to find this comeback. 0-2 on the first week. It's frankly kind of not acceptable from a team who are just... They were our first seed. I mean, technically they are still the defending champions of the spring split. But this is not what we expected out of them. We saw some of these roster changes and went, that's looking pretty good. But it wasn't the start they needed. Now, coming in, Ghosts are getting popped. MC is going to get bear slapped down. Polymorph as well. MC, low HP, the Wild Growth for the knock-up as well. And Attila's coming in. Yeah, it's the Cannon Barrage as well. A little bit more additional damage. And now Attila actually starting to output a fair amount of hurt here. But it looks like neither team are going to fully commit here. 14 minutes in, and neither team has found first blood, but Stend has found himself a lot of health missing.
I don't think X7 were ever in any danger. Temp still has his ult up and available. Attila still has his ult and his heal up and available. I don't necessarily think MC was ever in real trouble. Who's in real trouble, though, is going to be the Dusty bot lane, because the 7 members from X7 look towards the top side of the map, but Jinx is notoriously known for clearing waves so quickly, which means that X7 will have no wave to dive off of. MC is all alone.
Oh, it was the old switcheroo. Temp's going to get bear slap, zap, trap, flash away. The polymorph goes down, but there's the Emperor's Divide from Temp into the railgun just to make sure they're shielded up. And X7 get away once again.
I'm just mind blown. I don't know why Buckland did just not chase MC down and actually kill him. He had ultimate available for himself. He had QE. He had everything on the kit of Victor to try and chase MC down, or at least take his flash that MC still has. They changed completely their target, and we mentioned Temp had his ultimate available. He had his flash available. Attila had his ult and his heal available, and yes, everything has been used right now. But the Dragon is nowhere near. It's in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And some of these summoners and all of these ultimates will still be back up when the time comes to fight.
Chasey now in the bot lane got himself the Triforce finished up. You got the Divine Thunder on MC. You've got the Leandries on to Temp. And Dusty actually not rocking a single mythic item or a completed item at all here, as Demvoxny has been caught out by a lot of damage. Look at what Attila's able to do. The root's going to land on to Stend to make sure Demvoxny doesn't get caught out, doesn't have to burn that summoner spell. But Dusty, every time they have a little trade with the X7 bot lane, they are really losing out on these fights, and that is starting to kind of catch up with Demvoxny. He has now gone back to base, finished up the Kraken Slayer, and Curb has his Triforce. But even so, it just feels like they're a little bit behind right now. And if you look at the gold lead, you can see that they're behind by 3,000 gold.
But you mentioned it. Every time there's a 1 versus 1, X7 are playing the macro flawlessly right now. They know that MC is on towards the top side of the map. They want to take the Herald. What do? They see it then Voxney with no mana on the top side of the map. They shove him in. They push him off his tower. They take his Ghost. That means they have the people's advantage towards the top side of the map. That means MC gets to take that Herald for free. Now, what you can do in 1 minute and 20 is pop that Rift Herald in the mid lane, threaten to take mid lane tower and mid lane pressure, and then just go slow towards the top bot side of the map, which will mean soul point for X7.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Dusty are trying to deny that. They're moving in, they're placing vision, they're trying to get some level of control, some semblance of vision in this area of the map. And a lot of wards going down for them. They've got the crab, but will time out before the dragon spawns up, unfortunately. But at least they have something to play around with. Seeing a teleport coming in from Kasing, actually, to clear out this wave here in the mid lane and make sure that they can still themselves keep some pressure, because Dusty, they've placed their vision down. They want to get control of this bot wave and then potentially look to maybe reset a couple of members in the lead up to this dragon. It looks like it's only going to be Backland who goes in for the reset. Curb's got teleport, so he's sitting pretty up top side. And here comes the teleport from Backland. So expect to see some action break out soon.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be where they actually fight for mid lane priority. Remember, always there is in the pocket of MC a Rift Herald. You can choose to put it down, create some pressure, and then move towards the bot side of the map. If X7 choose to not fight this dragon, they don't have to. They have already 2 in their pocket. They can start stacking them, but look at how low this tower is right now. They can use that pressure, get Kerberos to proc his Megana, so by the time they have moved into the river, Kerberos does not have that available for him.
Well, Curb, actually, yeah, like you said, about to Nara, has hit it himself as Temp. Maybe looking for a little bit of damage. The Honeyfruit going to heal everybody up. But Cubs comes in. The flash going to land until it flashes out as well. And Stender's already so low. First blood being picked up for Chasey. He's answered back, though. Big Emperor's Divide and 2 kills have been picked up for the side of X7. But Dusty, they're now chasing Temp. Temp's able to get over the wall. Use the Sand Soldiers, put a whole bunch of damage as the Heartbreaker comes out from MC. And Voxney's just trying to get these Kraken Slayer procs off, trying to get as much damage as possible. As Temp get hit by the Zap one more time. The Railgun almost finishes up these last 2 members of Dusty. And Dusty, they had control of the river, but they lost the fight when it counted. And the dragon will go over to X7. I need to see that fight again, because it was just a couple of little things were just not played right there, and it went bad.
I'm gonna play spoiler right here. We used to say in spring, this is the Korean show for X7, Harrow and Tempt. This fight was also the Korean show. Look at the bot side of the map. It is Tempt and Chasey, 2 versus 4. They're keeping 4 members of Dusty on their shoulders. And yes, Chasey goes down, but he takes away one of the key components, which is the Lulu that keeps the Voxney alive. So look at this, then Tempt jumps over the wall. He keeps on away with his shoulders, while the rest of X7 have taken out Kerberos onto his Na. So there's just no one to defend this dragon, and Dusty have to run away because they just don't have the range to fight with.
I think the critical moment of that fight was actually Kerberos not landing the ultimate. A great flash comes out from Kasing to clear himself of the wall stun. Attila knew he was fine, so he didn't even need to burn the flash. And then Kerb misses the ult, and then they get turned onto. If he had chunked Attila, that fight could have turned entirely different.
I am just happy to see that X7 are forming some sort of bond when it comes to in-game play, right? And we all knew that it was the Harrow and Tempt show last year because these guys were playing together. And again, I don't mind if it's the Chasey and Tempt show, if that means the communication is better and they can play together at that part, which it looked like it. And then the rest of the 3 sort of sandwich Dusty together. If it looks good, if it works, then so be it for X7. They're trying to reinvent themselves, they're trying to find a way, and doing it against Dusty with this very promising roster who are 2-0 up in the league is going to mean that X7 are slowly but surely getting back to their old form.
Big pick up here actually for the side of Kasing. He's got the Putrefier finished up with the Moonstone, so buying a bunch of Grievous to his team. Curb, he's actually potentially been caught out here into everything's been thrown down. Curb going very low. The cannon barrage from Chasey will follow up, and Tempt comes in with a 2-man shuffle. MC continues to chase forward, lands himself the Heartbreaker, and Voxney can't do squat. He has to flash towards Backline. Backline comes in. MC's now going very low. Voxney, he's resetting. He's got the stuns. He's got the chase. He's actually continuing to keep this fight going. The Zap's going to land, and now they continue to chase a little bit more. Rocket's going to land, but it's not going to be quite enough. Then Voxney almost goes down, but somehow makes the hero play. But once again, Tempt is coming in on the flank. Here comes the pigeon. DemVoxney gonna get opened up onto, tries to jump away, but he will lose his life. Tempt, the flanking king for X7.
Tempt on the pigeon looks like a whole different beast, actually. Pulls the flank twice from the exact same side, and something that should have ended up 2 for 3 in favor of X7, it ends up being a 2 for 7. It was a very chaotic fight. X7 completely overextended right there, but Kerberos is walking in while he's mini now. That means he's that much squishier, and if the root lands like that on you, you cannot jump from the blast gun. MC was exactly onto him, so he couldn't get away. But the funny thing happens here, right? Tempt walks in, really beautiful shuffle. MC will jump in, but he will take Lulu underneath the tower, which gets him so low from that power shot. And Lulu is just not necessarily that useful when you want to chase in a fight. That means he goes very low, he overextends. That means X7 have to overextend. And you definitely do not want to be giving resets to the Voxne when he also has Buckland around onto that Victor late game. This combo really hurts, and Kasing so why. But again, Tempt TP's back onto the ball quadrant of the jungle, finds them Voxne, and together with Attila, the Qs, and the slows from the center, they managed to pick him off.
Absolutely beautiful play there from Tempt, and now we can see the Baron is obviously up, but it's 1 minute until that Infernal Drake. That's the big boss that we are going to be keeping our eyes on, because like you were saying, Attila basically just turns into Infernal. It's a Felios Infernum from that center once you get that, and it is going to be super scary to play into them.
I think the most important thing to keep our eyes on are summoner spells. Stand, no flash. Then Voxne, no flash. Buckland, thankfully, will have his up very shortly. If we go on the other side, everyone has flash. That's very squishy, except Tempt on that Z. Yes, you don't necessarily need it, but maybe for the shuffle?
They are chasing. Flash actually comes out from Kasing. Chasing has to teleport in. Tempt has the shuffle available as X7 potentially setting up for a big fight here. This could be the defining moment of the game. This soul is so important for all of the team.
Kerberos needs to find things to hit because his Mega Napa has not loaded at all. It's almost halfway there. He needs to get really close. 10 seconds only. He just needs to find something to hit to get that rage going.
I don't think he's going to be able to do it apart from passively onto X7 with these Qs. Dusty, don't want to get this up. Curb actually jumps over the wall there and might find himself in a little bit of trouble as the Dragon gets started up. Watch Tempt though with the Sand Sword just zoning away. Curb comes in for the Gnar. He's looking for it. He's able to find onto Tempt. Tempt has to use the stopwatch. The Cannon Barrage zoning everybody away. DemVoxney untouched for the moment. The traps doing him a little bit of work as MC slides in forwards. The Railgun will shut him down as Dusty are just going to be completely scattered from the fight, and X7 will secure themselves the Dragon, although the laser was close, but not close enough. Infernal Soul to X7.
Again, X7 are playing these flawlessly. Kerberos has to dive into the pit because he has to charge that rage bar to get that Megana, but again, it misses. It doesn't hit anyone but Tempt. Tempt has the stopwatch right there. Gets out, doesn't even need the Senna ultimate, and Attila holds on to the battle until very late. Every single member from X7 actually survive, and they take 3 with them from Dusty. That means they get Infernal Soul, that means they get Baron, and that means they can get to push 3 lanes together if they so wish.
Well, Baron in the pocket here of X7. They've got Soul, they've got everything they need to set up for this, and we were saying it's the DemVoxney patch, but he just wasn't even allowed to play this game. He is just, his whole team has been pushed around so hard by X7, and this is the X7 we were expecting in week 1.
Absolutely. I think Tempt has now come back to Europe. He's on a proper schedule. He's popping off. Chasey is also showing us what he can do. He was very promising coming in from Challengers Korea, and then MC finally finding his footing in one game onto that Viego, as well as the X7 bot lane, playing a little bit more of a passive, pokey sort of style on the bot side of the map. On the other side for Dusty, I just haven't been able to figure out what Linkas on that audio should do.
What a shuffle back as Attila's going low. He's able to survive. Look at that shield from Kasing.
That's not
that is unholy. Rocket is coming in, and what is that shield? It's like
his entire health bar, pretty much.
It's like 600-700, I swear. That is crazy.
Again, X7 are going to use the Baron. Yes, they lose. They almost lose a member, Attila, but they're going to use the Baron in the mid lane. There is no pressure. And I'm going back to my question. Like, I don't understand what these Udyr is meant to do this game. Kerber's under a lot of pressure under his own tower. Being mini, he's just so squishy. He cannot even walk up to the
he's dead. He is about to get that Narbar up in time. Can he do so? He's going low. He's got the Collector on him from Chasey. And now Tempt and Chasey able to finish this up, take down that tier 2 in the top side. And X7 are just coming alive in this game. Linkus has to jump away as MC was charging up the Spectral Maw, but not going to pull that trigger. Voxney, 2 items. He's feeling it. They're going to jump forward. They've got the red buff. They've got the slows. The flash is failed by MC. Another bear slap should set up for another chase onto him as MC getting opened up onto, but he is so tanky when he's got Kasing to keep him up, as the railgun's going to come down.
Like turning around.
Shield as MC can't even deal with him. That is Chasey on a rampage with the Collector cannon barrage, and suddenly MC, he was being chased, but he has turned it around. Backlund is on the run. He was chasing as the Predator becomes the prey. X7 just turn it around onto Dusty.
And they have come such a long way. 55 deaths on their first 2 games. The team with the most deaths in the league week 1 are now almost deathless.
Oh, there is the shuffle coming in from Tempt. Curb not even going to have that Narbar in time. An ace for the side of X7. Voxney is up in 3 seconds time, but I don't know if he has a 1v5 in him, but he's going to bloody well try it. Dead, jumping forward. He's got Linkus in his pocket. The town number 1's going to go down as Linkus is popped. The barrel lands onto Voxney, and he is collapsed from the side of X7. The tower will fall, the Nexus will be exposed, and trouble. It's our second 27-minute game of the day. X7 are back, baby!
Former NLC champions with only 3 deaths. Only 3 deaths in this game. They are leading the charge in the league with 55 deaths in just 2 games. And this one, they almost went deathless. I feel like they finally found some sort of formula that works for them. Top side of the map on carries, bot side of the map on facilitators. I think Attila looked so good on that Senna. I think Kasing looked so good onto his Karma. The top side of the map popped off. The Koreans are coming online. MC is finding his footing. I think that's a really good showing from X7.
A much needed showing from X7
Absolutely.
as well after that week 1. But we're going to throw it over to Arkaram and the rest of the analyst desk to break that game down. So Archer, over to you.
The Kings of the North are back in full strength. It didn't take 26 minutes. It was faster than needed. What happened? Okay, you want to talk? Yeah.
Tempt is no longer jet lagged from his trip to Korea. That is what I can say.
That's what you take from this whole game.
That's what I take from this whole game. No, I mean, I think from kind of start to finish, X7 looked pretty in control of that game.
Yeah.
Again, right, we spoke about the top lane matchup. Chasey looked in complete control of that from start to finish. And that's traditionally in lane, not inherently how that GP lane's supposed to go.
It's a big thing for me. You know, that's one of the reasons I was looking at that, at least as a litmus test for the entire team, because I think Kerberos has always been this player that has been very good in those 1v1s, understands his matchups very well. Chasey was another level this game. I do think that Kerberos had that one good moment where they were threatening the dive, forced out the flash. That was good moments. You could see the caliber of player that was in that lane. But you look at Chasey on this GP, and they got so much value. They managed to get ahead in that early lane. They were at the point where they were very stable inside lane, even though they were on weak side quad a lot. There was a chance of potential dives when there were massive 4-man units going around the map. That never really happened because Chasey understood when he needed to be clearing out waves, when he needed to be away from his turret. Did that very, very respectfully. That's just one person amongst many good performers on X7 in this game, though. Laning phase was very clean. They understood where they needed to be on the map, and they just pummeled the fights when they found them.
If we're talking about the bot lane as well, Attila and Kasing for the first time, not losing any sort of gold or dying to it, and getting the turret as well.
And I think that's the important thing. I think the draft actually enabled, or more accurately, actually disabled the weakness of Attila and Kasing in lane occasionally.
Just paper over that crack real quick.
Yeah, it's, just a quick, I wouldn't call it a band-aid, but you just roll the paint over it a little bit. And having the likes of a Senna and Karma together, right? Shielding, to match the shielding of a Lulu, but then also having Senna's, you know, range and then also her own self-sustain and sustain for the Karma just kind of shuts down that Jinx Lulu in lane. And again, it just gave them so much freedom. X7 effectively ended up having 3 lanes of priority. It's why I think, at least I hope, I was leaning on seeing Dusty take up the Azir themselves. Instead, they leaned into taking the Victor side of the matchup. And okay, great, you've got these 2 carries that can go the distance in those kind of games, which it seemed to be shaping up to be. But I feel like you had to have at least one avenue for the Udyr to play through. And unfortunately, because of that, MC was effectively able to match pace in terms of sort of CS numbers, right? Didn't really fall behind in the XP department, was able to pick up those early dragons, and having that additional soul come that sort of 25-minute onwards moment in the game just put too much pressure on Dusty for them to actually stand up to X7.
If we're talking about MC is going to be the interview for today for X7. The jungler that came into X7 from the other side. Welcome, MC. There you go. I get to see your face again. With a smile, which is really cool from you at this point. It went good this time, right?
Yeah, much better than last year.
Okay, I gotta know, what happened on the previous 2 games? Was it like the jet lag, playing with slow queue, people were still trying to get accustomed to the new team, a lot of economy to break apart the team? Tell me, hit me.
I think one big issue was that we had 0 scrim games with Tempt, or like the full roster, and it was about like 1 scrim block with Chasey, so I think we had basically no practice together. That's what made it rough.
And now a new patch, practice with Tempt as well. Tempt is comfortable. It seems like the top lane is also comfortable. How is the ambience in the team right now?
It's really nice, actually. Everyone's willing to improve. Like, everyone's trying their best, you know? Even though it's a tough start, like, everyone's working hard to, like, become better.
And how do you feel playing for X7 at the moment? Obviously, a lot of people are letting the Nidalee go by. I don't know how you feel about that. But how are you feeling playing with this composition and this name as well?
Really excited, because I feel this time we can, like, or at least I can achieve so much more. You know, hopefully we, you know, do well in NLC, and, you know, the target is, you know, to do well in EU Masters as well. I think with this roster, we can do so much more.
So your goal at this point, it's not even, I'm going to try and win NLC. It's like, no, I want to go at it. EU Masters, I want to look LFL in the eyes, I want to take it all. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Are you hungry, man? Yes, sir. I like it. So I want to touch as the last question for you, and this is something more comic as well. M-Test was one of our guests in the previous weeks, and he told us, I mean, if you're going to main anyone, better main a good champion and not Nidalee. What can you say about that?
I mean, I think Nidalee is like the most mechanical jungler, so I think if you're going to main something, you main something that requires like a lot of skill.
Okay.
Then it makes it easier to learn other champs.
I mean, and it takes a good player to actually understand what the champion actually has. It's not like
it's not easy to defend himself. What are you doing for MC?
I want to be nasty. I want to be nasty. MC, I love that smile. Keep smiling always, and good luck with X7 throughout the rest of the split. Thank you for the interview, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually wrong, by the way. He's never played Riven Jungle. That's the mechanical jungler. That's Season 5 Riven Jungle. I remember that.
I prefer the Ezreal late jungle. Those were the days.
Well, we had Haru. We had Haru who had a skin for that champion in our league last split.
And they stole Haru. But okay, so they're feeling comfortable. We didn't have any sort of scrims with Tempt. It's a new patch. It's a new day. It's a new life.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of, in a weird way, refreshing to still hear, I suppose from MC's perspective, but also from X7's perspective, that the goal is effectively still the same. They want to go the distance at EU Masters. Did it work out in spring? No, but there's plenty of things you can point out and say, these things went wrong on the day or...
LDLC.
LDLC. It's just they just, well, I'm not going to make excuses. It was a bit of a low roll in the cause, but at the end of the day, it makes me glad to still see that X7 as a team are still aiming that high, and also for MC, right, as this sort of almost kind of wonder kid sort of brought into X7 in that kind of context of, okay, he's filling the shoes of Haru. It's a completely different role to one that he's been used to in the past, and hopefully we get to see him step into that more comfortably as weeks go on, and as we kind of get used to this new version of League of Legends as well.
But it's a yes, sir angle. And that's confidence. And even though you're feeling in shoes, you're feeling comfortable.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that's very important because when you have top teams, this has been something which I keep parroting, so I think this has been the story of roster building over probably since season 9, I'd say. You don't just have to have stars. I still think there is a level of star power and firepower that you need, but you need them to be on the same page. Now, first week, we saw MC go, 0 and 10 in the second game. Probably not on the same page at that point. That one's at the back of the book. This is the other team elsewhere through the chapters. But in this game, it did seem like they were more, actually a little bit similar to the point that you made about the Singularity thing. It felt like this competition was so much easier to play. Look, you know you're going to get to a point, you can have 5v5 with a load of shields, and they played it out very well. This game, as opposed to the other game we saw, felt like more of the new style of League of Legends we're likely to see on the patch.
And I would like to point out that we were on the green room and Nymeta was saying, I hate
enchanters. Yep. Nope, I don't want to see this. I can't kill you stuff. I don't want to see 3,000 HP of shields every fight. It really
I love
makes me
that
sad.
because we're going to jump for the interview with one player that played with an enchanter with the Lulu. It is Stan on the bot side from Dusty, the support. Hello, Stan. How are you doing?
Hey, hello.
Hello, obviously it's not the best of days to get to know you right now, but coming in with the Lulu, with the new patch, and it seems like Lulu is getting some sort of popularity in this patch. How do you feel about picking Lulu, and how do you feel about Lulu in this patch?
I think for sure it's stronger, but we still have to know a bit more, like have more data to know what is really good or not. Personally, it's not my best play style, if I could choose a
That smile, yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, so tell me, how are you feeling with this patch so far? It's a complicated one. We were talking about the Ignite as well in the green room because you can no longer use Ignite. It kind of got nerfed because everyone else has more HP. How are you feeling with this patch right now?
For me, it's I'm still discovering some things. I'm playing a lot of solo queue to figure out what is good. For sure, Ardents are better. Like it's harder to punish and dive, so they scale better. But I think today we got a bit trapped by this, so we have to still invest on that.
So one of the bigger things in this game, which we found really interesting, was the heal ghost that we saw in this bot lane. Now, in previous patches, we've seen stuff like heal barrier, because it's really hard to cut through a lot of these enchanters. Heal ghost, is this something that you've been practicing a lot? Is this something that you can foresee happening a lot more? Or is this just a niche thing in this game?
I think it's only a niche game. No, I mean, Dan Vosne already did it in the past. I think he saw that they outrange us a bit, so he wanted to, in late game, have a tool to maybe gap close the range. And in this lane, I don't think like Ignite will have done the difference anyway. So he said, okay, I'm going Ghost, let's take the heal on bot.
I have two more questions for you, if you may. Looking into the Udyr, obviously, you run, you slap, and you say caca, and you deal damage. But do you feel that the Udyr came strong in this game, or were you like in the middle of the game, maybe we could have picked something else?
I think it was really not a good pick. I think he can't do anything. We didn't have a lot of prio. He can't reach the enemies, so it's a really hard game for Linkas. So yeah, I don't think Udyr was a good pick this game.
Okay, now we're going to throw the entire game away and we're going to look into Dusty. It was a loss. It was versus X7. They're looking spicy. The draft didn't went your way as well. But how are you feeling looking into Dusty? I mean, the team is looking solid. What is the objective from Dusty this split?
I mean, for sure is to contest the top 1 and go EU Masters to fight for it. Yes, that's our objective.
Okay. I mean, everybody wants to go at EU Masters. Everybody is hungry. There's no longer an angle of, I want to be top 3. No, you guys want to go top 1 and go for EU Masters.
Top 3 would be EU Masters if we had 3 seeds.
I don't know if Riot is going to tell me, but tell me, is there any team right now at NLC that you really want to face against?
Not really. I think the team I wanted to face was X7 because of Attila, but I want
revenge?
Yeah, for sure. I want a revenge. Yeah.
That's all I needed.
But I want to face every team.
Okay.
In the league. Yeah.
Seems good. Best of luck on the remaining games, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And there you go. Everybody's really hungry in Summer
I
Split.
like that. That's good.
Obviously.
Good. Now, there might be some reality checks along the way, but you got to start with that, right? No, but that's reasonable, right? Sometimes you think you are on top of the world, things are awesome, and then you get hit by a patch change like this, and then slam.
There's the famous it starts with success, but also it starts with hope. and that hope got very
Actually, it started with the Phantom Menace, but that came 3 episodes later.
Good enough is we need to look at how teams are doing so far after the second game of week 2, day 3. How are the standings, you may ask? I'm gonna show you. Diamondprox are still alongside JDxl in first place, undefeated, followed by Astralis and Dusty. And then looking into the middle of the pack, X7 now with 1-2. And then solo at the bot side, we have Nuriki with Team Singularity. Obviously, we still have a lot of games going forward, but these are the standings so far. I'm so glad I moved away from that conversation, Jamara, and we can and we can look forward to more into this one. I'm thinking about if we introduce the game or if we go straight up for the social clash. Let's go for the NLC social clash.
Another kind.
Oh, you don't know what that is? No. I'm going to tell you and everybody back at home. So throughout every single show day, we look into the social media of the teams and the players, and someone makes a vote about who popped off the most. And to start it off, we're going to go with third place for today. It is for Bifrost with the diamond coming in hot. The man, the myth, the legend, the diamonds coming in and removing Astralis from the race.
Well, that's great. I love that so much. That's a bloody good tweet. That's all I'll say about it.
I really like this part,
To the meme format, to the specific picture that they used for Diamondprox. I don't know why it's
funniest thing for me here is that Diamond is one of the few players that was around long enough for old Yorick jungle to be a thing to dig that grave. The very few players that ever did that.
Yeah. I love it. So in the third place, we have Bifrost kicking hard. And then on second place, it is... I don't like this one. I'm on this picture, and I don't like it, by the way. Singularity with Tatsui. I can't be bothered to answer, man. NLC, lol. So let's take a peek into the video. It's so big question.
Wait, TSM came out and said, we're stomping scrims, can't wait, and they go like 0-20, so.
Tell me, Tatsui, what is the next plan for Singularity? I want to know what is on your mind to make sure that Singularity, by the end of the split, is not last place. Seems good. So, Tattoo, man. Tattoo. Why? You did me so dirty, man. You did me so dirty.
Oh my god. I didn't see that live.
That was the best reply.
Neither of us were on show.
Yeah. I managed to just randomly miss that, I guess. That was...
Oh, that's great. I love that. That's so much.
Best reply so far, I would have to say. Oh, you want to see number one?
What was that American sports personality? I'm just here so I don't get fined. That's our version now. Just
first place for today. It's gonna be for Vanir with Nightmare. I need a Vanir long ship content. And there you go. Wait no more with Carlos the Builder. You were part of this.
Like, I mean, their fan on the street video was actually just a fan on a long ship. They were Vikings. They were heading over to our territories. They were coming in to maraud and pillage and everything. And now they have themselves branded long ships. You can thank me later. And I expect to be now on that leadership board because I was part of that.
Oh, you were part of it, so you won some points as well.
It's intellectual property, you know. It's very important to me.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to talk about points, might as well look into the standings as they are right now to show Nightmare is not even on the scoreboard. Riddle in first place so far with 10 points, followed by Team Singularity. And then we have Vanir as well tied up for second spot. And following it, we have Bifrost, JDxl with 1 point. And remaining teams, I mean, they got to step up.
Well, the competition's tough. There will be some really good posts. I've been enjoying this.
I mean, these new parts of the show have been... the fan on the street,
I bet
social clash.
I bet that everyone who signed up as a social media manager, like in the last year or two for NLC, did not realize they were going to be put into effectively a battle royale at this point. You know, good luck. May the odds be in your favor, and start doing your work.
Okay, I mean, you installed, you have TikTok now as well. You're providing with videos. You're doing content. I mean, it's lovely, I would have to say. I mean, I'm not going there, but it's lovely. I'm going to the next game, though, where we have Riddle versus JDxl. Riddle in full force versus JDxl. Let's talk about Riddle first. We need to look into the team itself. Run me by the team.
Yeah, I mean, so for me, looking at this game, I'm looking at Stefan in particular. I think he had a very, very impressive week 1. I would even go as far as saying, pretty confidently, actually, no. I think he was individually the best performing jungler in week 1. I don't think there's...
You know what, I agree.
I don't think there was anyone else that was a stronger individual performer than Stefan in week 1.
I have one.
Go ahead.
And this is going to be controversial. Dan.
That's the only other person he's playing him in this game. So
this is the best.
This is what I'm saying. So for me, this is what I'm looking at Stefan, because I think Dan, historically, for as long as he's been in the NLC, he's always spoken about as either the best jungler or he's, you know, top 2.
Never out of that conversation.
Never ever out of that conversation. So I think to have Stefan come in, right? He spent the split on X7 as I think it was a positional coach, or either way in a coaching position under Haru. Learned a whole bunch there. Obviously, I think before that anyway, was a pretty decent jungler from my own knowledge. But he's come in to week 1 looking really strong, and I think for me that's the matchup to watch in this game.
And if we may, can we show all the players that are going to be playing today for Riddle? Because Riddle made a huge announcement online to talk about the players, and now we get to see them all today. I believe today we finally get to see all those 5 players.
That's the information that we've been given, because of course, their mid lane of Vladdy was on a 2-game suspension, has now served that, now back into that roster. We had a chat with Tom Kick, who was saying, you know, actually it's quite difficult in terms of planning out what they were going to do. Obviously, Kevo's coming back in too, spent last split on Vanir. They finally managed to get them ready and available to play too.
Jack's playing on top this time.
Actually playing at their main role. So suddenly, even though they didn't have a bad week 1 by any means, actually, I think that they individually had some great performance of their own. Talk about Stefan. I think that Jack's playing had some great moments of their own. This is now a team which you started looking at saying, well, we've seen you in this diminished form. Now, it might take a game or 2 to get back, but suddenly, if they're playing that well with their subs, it just adds in that question to see how high the ceiling can be.
The meme could be, this is not even my final form for Riddle. And I believe they now achieved
Next week, it's going to be Jimada jungling.
What's your take?
I hope I'm not jungling for Riddle next week, otherwise it'll be a problem. But yeah, no. I think, you know, seeing now the full strength of Riddle, it's a bit of a deep end test, we'll say, immediately being thrown against JDxl. But I say to hell with it, no better time to try and test it, right? If you win, fantastic, right? You have that head-to-head. If you lose, there's probably going to be plenty to learn from this matchup. And realistically, you can only probably look up from today.
There's no better time than the present. You just said that. And there's no better time than the present to look into Champion Select as we head on to the match between Riddle versus JDxl. JDxl could be undefeated today with 3 victories, or Riddle could take it home and make things more spicy. They could tie up with JDxl with 2-1. I love seeing Riddle at full force today. This is exactly what I was expecting. I was doing predictions back at home. I was like, oh, I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay, so for me, setting expectations, I do think that JDxl come in very much as the favorite, overdog, whatever. I think that Riddle come in with a bit more of underdog status, particularly when we haven't seen this roster before. Even though I think they did have particularly the game against Bifrost, I looked at that and thought, hey, you know what? They're skirmishing well early. They're playing well around stuff like the Vladimir pick was very interesting to me as well. I feel like that pick could actually be lasting into this new matter as well. I think that could be very strong. Question is, of course, new patch, you keeping on with that same trend again? We're going to ask that question all day, pretty much, because it's going to be a question asked to each of these coaches, asked to each of these players. Every player and coach I've talked to has had different takes on this meta, it feels like. Some things overlap. We talked about the Wukong, talked about the Gwen, a couple of real big power picks, but it does feel like there's so many different inroads into patch 12.10 and beyond.
I even saw some leaks online by JDxl. They leaked it, so I'm not saying anything that... Okay, even Skarner's
That's not a leak, then. That's not...
It's kind of a... I won't dive into that.
That's a public service announcement.
Even Skarner was being played in scrims, so there's a big window for you.
Actually tweeted out very similar. Obviously, now he's playing over in the LFL. He was an ex-LEC player as well, just in the last split. So now, that Skarner was one thing. Now, something that we've seen banned in each of our 2 other games, though, has been that Lilia. Percent HP damage, lots of ability to chase down with move speed. We know that chase down is very, hell, we saw a Ghost last game on AD carries. Move speed and ability to take these elongated fights, very, very strong. Lilia brings all of these things and is also a multi-role flex.
Yeah, and one of the things I highlighted in the pre-show today was Stefan's ability to have very strong and consistent pathing. What does Lilia need to thrive in most of her matchups? Very efficient and strong pathing, pending the games. We've got a Rek'Sai being locked in here for Dan, which to me just says, okay, Lilia can do one of two things. Try and be efficient, and I'll go and gank all of her lanes, or if I've got the lane priority, I'm going to go and attack her myself.
Okay, Trouble Brownie points been achieved. That's good. Cool.
Yep.
Got that. Of course, no one apparently on this patch, everyone's forgotten about Ahri again, so I'm going to have to go into the dark days again once again. Don't worry, I waited 5 years for it to become meta.
I'll come back.
But this is now a really different sort of draft, though, because suddenly we have incredible level 2, level 3 gank potential. Well, okay, Rek'Sai very much level 3 gank and less of a level 2, but level 2 all in, level 3 gank pressure from Dan. And if we talk about Dan, he has been very cerebral, has been about that pathing, that ingenuitive way to think about the game. I'm really excited to see what even with these first 2 picks.
Yeah, I think seeing the Kog'Maw Lulu as a response very interesting. It does dip Riddle quite heavily into the magic damage profile, so we'll need to hopefully see them round out their draft.
Who's going to be tanking that out of this picks?
Well, potentially Rel, but I mean, Rel not always known as the tankiest champion in the world.
No.
More, you know, there to sort of facilitate engages, sort of be that out of fog of war engage, and try and set up other members of our team to try and blow up the rest of the enemies. So let's see what kind of follow-up they can draft in R4, R5 as well. I think right now, Riddle, I think what's really good, even though they do have this high magic damage profile, is that Lilia pairs really well with a lot of solo lane or attack damage solo laners anyway. So it shouldn't end up being too much.
One of those be Jax and one of them be Gangplank.
Yes, one of them would end up being Gangplank, one of them could end up being Jax. We'll have to see. I think even spicy things, if you really want to go down the route of like sort of mechanically checking Eminence or something like a Yone or Yasuo, Lucian's banned out in this instance, Jace as well. All of these laners that can sort of be backed by Lilia showing up after a full clear or before she starts her full clear, things like that is where Lilia really thrives.
But one thing that's really surprising to me here is actually that JDxl opt into the Ornn ban, because I actually think the Ornn would have been pretty good for them. They have their potential for backline access there. Something like a Kog'Maw, we saw this with the Azir that was locked in a little bit before. It's just that when you have something like the ability to sweep forward and bring them back, or have that backline access, Kog'Maw is not this all-empowering threat, because if he has targets on top of it, it's just kind of awkward for him. However, another kind of backline access is Gangplank, Colin. That's been locked in.
And I kind of find that funny because like they ban away the Jax, they lock in the Gangplank, they've cracked the code. They don't have to ban away both. But if there's anybody who's gonna know about lane counters to Gangplank, it's probably gonna be Jaxplank, and he's gonna, I'm assume this will go up to the top side. The Aurelia. Gangplank has a miserable time. If the lane state ever ends up in a situation where it's frozen or he has to overextend, Aurelia loves those long lanes to chase down laners. And Gangplank, yes, he can bully out some melees in the early stages, but again, Jaxplank probably going to recognize the strengths of his own champion, not play into those strengths, and allow himself to get to a point where he's going to be very strong. And it seems like Ahri is about to be locked in. There you go. Yone. I mean, this is where I was saying.
Don't talk about the hovers as well, but you're absolutely right. It's double fighter, go forward, AD bruiser champions that can really utilize Lilia with that engage, have the ability to set up for your own CC and your own huge burst. I'm liking what Riddle have done. I think because they did div heavily into that magic damage, brings them into a pretty safe way to play around multiple carries if they get ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, a potential Vex response would honestly make a whole bunch of sense. You've got two champions with a whole bunch of mobility. What can you try and do to shut them down? The Vex can work. The Vex can hold down the Yone in lane, so it can't necessarily get too much freedom. But again, if we're talking about the skirmishing power, once you hit level 6, I think there's going to be too many problems. So early stages, though, pretty good.
The thing about Vex is that, I mean, Vex has arguably been hit the hardest out of any champion on this patch because you are incredibly snowbally about getting that first kill. The amount of times in spring that we saw even the best teams in the world mess up playing around a Vex. We only saw a couple of players worldwide that really utilized that pick very well. Even in our own league in the NLC, it was only basically Eminem playing around strong mid-jungles with that Vex with the Hecarim double dive combo and seriously indexing towards that, which would work out very well. With everyone being very much more tanky now, getting those resets is even harder. Doing that in the early game, getting lane pressure early, is also much harder. That Vex, for me, it's very risky. I don't dislike it in the composition, but that particular champion struggles on the current patch from my understanding.
It's Eminence though, and we need to see how he's going to pilot this one. So last words before we jump into the Rift. He's going to take it.
I mean, I like on the spiciness of the draft that Riddle have, but I feel like by, you know, pure standards right now, I think JDxl have a slightly better chance. If they can get the solo lanes running, Riddle, and then rely on the Kog'Maw later on, I think they will be okay.
And this is why I think that JDxl are going to win. I think it's because Dan has the Rek'Sai and has the ability to do that. I think this Rek'Sai is going to be absolutely monstrous in this draft.
And he's so unpredictable as a jungler. Rek'Sai is going to power that even further beyond. So I'm going to toss it to further beyond to Hiprain in trouble.
Ooh, got it! There we go, caught the toss. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the desk.
They did you dirty. They didn't zoom in on the TV.
No! I'm angry. I'm very upset. There's a lot to break down here. There is a lot to break down other than my terrible catch, apparently. This draft is interesting because there's so many elements to it I want to talk about, and I don't really know where to start with. So I'm going to start with the bot lane, purely because we saw Jamada talk about it actually at the beginning of game one, was saying when you have this Kog'Maw and you have this Lulu, there is that kill pressure when you pick something like a Tristana who can jump into the face of it. You got the Rel as well. Rel Q turning off the shields from the Lulu means this Kog'Maw is easier to kill as well. I'm loving this bot lane.
Yeah, there's two ways you can approach a Lulu Kog'Maw lane. You either try to match the scaling with something maybe like an Aphelios or a Jinx together with an Enchanter, or you're gonna try to shut it down very early on. And I think this is where JDxl are going for. I just want to remind everyone that this JDxl bot lane is the old dusty bot lane. FGG. I was messing up. Whenever I was seeing a Rel, I was calling it FGG. It wasn't a Rel anymore. It was the FGG. And he is on his champion, on that Rel that he made so many plays on that dusty roster that made it so far into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Still paired up with the same ADC on a very killer, aggressive carry, which is the Tristana. So this is going to be Kevo and Nash trying to survive anything that happens to the bot side so they can scale into late game.
Talking about things that are new, this is an entirely new Riddle. Yes, they
this
had
is the Riddle.
This is the Riddle. These guys are new. They're all new to this roster. And Riddle, yeah, they had a good deep run into playoffs last split, but this is a very, very different team. And the question is are they going to be able to match and maybe even beat out what the previous iteration of the roster was able to do?
The only truly big question mark, I think, from the sort of Riddle with the new people that are bringing in is Vladi. We haven't necessarily seen him in the NLC before. He was playing in the Greek League, in the GLL. Now he's paired up with another Greek player, Jax, playing in the two solo lanes. And if we look towards the bot side of the map, Kevo is back on the NLC. We have seen Kevo over and over again as one of the bigger hyper carries when he does join any team in the NLC, and he has been just that. Let's see now how he's going to be able to do in this Riddle lineup when he is put on a hyper carry that he needs to carry later on into the series. Now, I'm jumping on the other side because JDxl have seemed to be on fire, especially in week one. And right now, we're seeing Eminence on another unique pick. He did not pick Vex at all last split. It was one of these champions that he did not put his hands on, but right here, it just makes sense. GP wants to disrupt the backline. Who's in the backline? The Kog'Maw and the Lulu. Imagine Dan's Rek'Sai jumping in the backline together with Eminence's Vex. But you can also have the Rel jumping in, the Tristana jumping in. There's so much engage and disengage.
Yeah.
Whatever way you choose to use that Vex, it just works.
My attention also is going to be a little bit towards these jungle pools and the junglers, not jungle pools, but the junglers themselves. Obviously, Dan, a massive instrument for saving XL in some of their games last week, but also Stefan.
Especially that day too.
Yeah, especially that day too, but Stefan as well on Lilia, probably one of the strongest junglers on the patch right now. Very, very oppressive jungler.
Saw it banned earlier as well.
And we did, yeah, absolutely. And Stefan has just been very consistently good. Even in the losses, consistently good. I'm happy to see Stefan again because he kind of goes back to when I first started casting, back in the first EU Masters, Click Tech. Early years of my career getting to see this person play, and I'm so happy to see them actually in my home region now. So I'm super excited to see this. This can be a very, very fun matchup. Anyway, what are you guys doing? Let's find out, shall we? I'm going to press the button. I pressed it right this time. Hold on, that's Archeron.
Archeron, what are you doing there?
No, that's their wallpaper.
Procrastinating.
So beautiful.
Do your homework.
No, watch NLC.
Do your homework first. And then you can watch. We have beautiful VODs. You can watch the NLC.
What is that homework? Let's be real, that is crazy. I didn't do my homework, to be fair. Anyway, bye-bye. Nice to see you.
Thank you also so much, guys, for sending us pictures with how you watch the NLC at home. Make sure to use hashtag NLC at home, and maybe you'll get featured in our broadcast as well. Now, straight back onto the game. Both of these junglers have actually fully cleared. Now, the thing right here is that Rek'Sai and the way she works on the red side of the map is that if Kevo, if Nash overextend, she has a very easy tunnel towards the bot side of the map to be able to pull in a gank together with FGG's Rel setting it up. Now, Dan actually has spotted Stefan as well, so they know exactly where this Lilia will be. And so far, so good. Dan is about 1 camp ahead, pretty much same XP.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, bot lane, this was their kill pressure lane, and there's definitely pressure there. You can see Kevo and Nash a little hesitant to overstep. They also know with the fact it's a Tristana and obviously that E, the lane will naturally shove in towards them, so they don't need to go too aggressive here.
Keep brain. Level 3 to level 4 is usually when FTG and Venza will overextend while their wave is pushing and die to enemy jungle. Now, right now, obviously, it's not going to be the case because Stefan's going to be moving away. So far, so good. They've evaded dying level 3.
Yes, but let's keep our eyes on that for now and see, you know, if potentially they do find themselves jumped onto. But we do need to see this Kog'Maw denied, because we saw it in game number 1, Singularity versus Astralis. We saw this Kog'Maw basically being denied from the game. At the moment, Kevo, down in farm, but the wave's pushing into them. They're quite content. They want to hit those 2 free items on the Kog'Maw to look to take over the game with the Lulu in their pocket. As Vladdy actually looking for a little bit of a light trade here. It's just going to ping back to safety, and Dan is waiting around in the wings. Can spot them out there with that tremor sense, and now going to get spotted out on the ward. Dan's able to clear it away and head away to safety.
And I think Dan was spotted right there by the pink wall that Stefan placed on his topside jungle, and he's been spotted again. So even though, yes, if you look on the topside map, on all the quadrants, you see all of these beautiful tunnels leading literally from the bot side of the map, linking all the way to golems from the top side. So Rek'Sai is a very fast-moving champion if you chain your tunnels together, and Dan has done just that. As you can see, he's much faster at his camps, he's much faster at clearing, and right now he's sitting about 2 camps above Stefan. He's going to be looking for that level 6 maybe soon.
That was such a nice dodge there. They have that cannon barrage to work with. JDxl doesn't actually have the ultimate. He's trying to just get off the minions as much as possible. Cries flashes away. Dan's coming in. JDxl needs to avoid this barrel, and he should be able to do so. First blood to JDxl.
Yeah, and there was nothing the Rek'Sai could do right there to help Cries. Cries overextends in that lane. I did not see how the wave was looking at this point, but Cries was way overextended. Oh, he was actually trying to shove in his wave, but Dan was nowhere near. He was still finishing his golem, so he has no business overextending right there. Stefan is around, so yes, even though the cannon barrage goes down, he tries to push in that wave. At the end of the day, he loses his flash. He has no teleport. He loses his life, I think, to the Aurelia as well, giving the first blood away. And I think also his wave is going to be, of course, manipulated by JDxl, who's first in lane.
And JDxl now has Flash and Vanguard's Edge. Cries burnt the Flash, so Cries now has to be a lot more scared. This is that big lane counter we were talking about, well, the desk we're talking about anyway, for this top lane. So if anybody knows how to handle a gangplank, it's probably going to be JDxl. And doing a pretty good job of that right now. As attention actually a little bit towards the mid lane here. Vladdy does have that fate sealed and is maybe looking to line it up. Misses out on the Q, and Eminence actually able to get a good trade. Now FTG and Dan are potentially in the area. They know where Vladdy is thanks to that tremor sense from Dan. And they're actually looking to maybe chase a little bit more. Eminence has the ultimate available, and Vladdy gonna have to play this very, very clean if they want to pull it off.
If the R hits from Eminence, they have a pretty clean chain. Oh, very beautifully done by Stefan. The second you do not see FGG in lane, you know he's going to be roaming together with the jungler. Stefan.
Flashing in, he's going to look to try and E away. Nash is coming in with the shield. They got the lilting lullaby to keep him alive. The healing is there, and they are A-OK. Vladdy gets jumped underneath the tower. The face sealed is going to get flashed away by Eminence. Vladdy is ignited. He's trying to survive. He won't tick down. 53 HP to Vladdy.
He had no mana for that final spell. I don't think he queued actually right there. So Eminence just a little bit short, and that actually comes back to bite Eminence, because now he's going to have to walk into a long lane where he's playing Vex and Immobile carry doesn't have his flash available. Yone has everything to his disposal. TP is back to lane as well, so he's going to be able to shove it quickly. So right now, Eminence is going to be in a very tricky situation where if you overextend and Stefan finds you, Yone combo as well together with the Lilia, it's going to be a very dead Vex.
Interesting build pass coming in here as well. You can see Kevo actually building towards the Rage Blade. First, we saw earlier on in the day, it was the Blade the Ruined King into Rage Blade. So slightly changing things up here is Vladdy charging up that, not Steel Tempest, that's his brother's ability, but not actually going to go for it either way.
I think it's much more important to get the Rage Blade first here, because there are not many squishy targets for you on the side of JDxl, right? Yes, they do want to dive you, which means you're squishy either way, but
here we
Cries...
go. Flash forward, they catch him out. They got the Vanguard's Edge for the slow as well. Stefan's making his way forward, and Cries, you are down. Jaxplank 2-0 on the Aurelia.
Cries again, look at where his wave is. He has no other choice but to try and crush that. No one was there. JDxl's bot and jungle were on the way, and this so far looks like a very strong start to Riddle's new lineup. This is the Riddle we're gonna be seeing for the rest of the split. This is the actual lineup they signed up to play with, and it's coming into fruition. Jaxplank onto his Aurelia looking very strong. Stefan playing towards the top side of the map. If you get this Aurelia really fed, you've got so many squishy members on the side of JDxl that it's gonna evaporate later on.
Absolutely. This is the first time we've seen this full Riddle roster. In week 1 they had a couple of subs in, so this is them playing now at max capacity apparently. Obviously we are only on week 2, so there's a lot of things to be finding out. The durability patch might change things up, and from the conversations I've been having behind the scenes, it sounds a little bit like some people are still trying to learn and figure out what actually works and what doesn't, but it feels to me like a few teams do seem to have a pretty good read on the meta. It's interesting to see slightly different things coming out from teams here and there. I love this. This is one of the things I like about when you get a big patch like this, is just how much like adaptation and learning you do with the players while you watch them play on it.
Absolutely, and I think this is what we talked about in a previous interview as well, that like we're trying a lot of things. I think Taxo was talking about it. He's like, I don't know exactly how this patch is going to play out, but we're trying out a lot of things and we'll come back strong in a couple of weeks' time. So it's not a matter of, oh, we'll play there's 2 official games and we're going to learn what's going on. No, because these guys are screaming different ERLs who might have a different read in meta, different screen bubbles that will show them different things and different ways to play the game. So we're going to have to keep this in our heads.
Might just be dead here. He's able to dodge Storm also, but he's trying to jump out, and that is the shutdown for Dan with the Prey Seeker. Cries, sets it up.
That was a little bit of a kill secure. Yeah, that was a little bit of a kill secure. All the work goes to Cries, running down Jaxplank onto the Aurelia, knowing that the ultimate is not up for Jaxplank, neither is they flash. Cries actually managed to run down Jaxplank and get a kill back for himself. I lied, Dan actually yoinked that one, I just remembered, but Dan yoinking that kill away and securing it means that Prowler's Claw is now activated onto Rek'Sai, making it a very, very dangerous champion if you get anywhere near her.
I do worry that XL aren't being that proactive in the bot side at the moment. Kevo, yes, down in farm again, but it's not significant enough to be a problem for the side of Riddle. They expected to be down some farm in this lane, and they're doing okay. They're chilling out.
We expected them to be dead.
Yes, we did. And, you know, you've got Venza on this Tristana, so you want to find the kills, and then you want to use Tristana's, you know, biggest part of her kit, her ability to bust towers. But it feels like they haven't been able to achieve too much, and finally now, XL rotate people over towards this side. They've got the Rift Herald, and they are going to be able to get a bunch of plates, if not the tower here, because they do have the bomb from Venza. And Riddle just have to give this up. They've teleported back to top side. They don't have the tools.
This is the most important thing that you can do when you want to slow down an AD carry from actually farming. You cannot have Kevo now playing towards the bot side of the map because a Rel could be around, because a Rek'Sai could be around, because you have Gangplank ult, because you have Vex ult. He can get engaged from so many different angles and places from the bot quadrant of the jungle that Kevo is probably gonna have to migrate to mid lane, which means it's a much easier lane to actually set up ganks for when you have the Vex, again, when you have the Gangplank, when you have the Rel. So that was the point, that was the play right here. Get the Rift Herald, open the bot side of the map. You see Kevo back in right now, and most likely have to send him towards that mid lane.
You're seeing Vladdy actually trying to go for the all-in. Eminence able to dodge away on everything and just wins the trade super hard. Vladdy hasn't really been able to punish Eminence's flash, who's just about to come up, and it's feeling pretty rough. They're rotating now Kevo and Nash into this lane to try and just, you know, first of all, stem the bleeding with Vladdy, but also just because they can't go bot lane, like you were saying, Trouble. So, gonna be a pretty rough one for Vladdy now, who has to go into either top or bot. And I'm not sure if Jaxplank really wants to be towerless.
And look at that.
It looks like he might have to, because Cries is down there.
Yeah, and look at that. JDxl are playing around Venza. They want to make sure that this Tristana that got an influx of gold in the pocket stays actually really healthy, has a bunch of vision, doesn't get dived. Jaxplank really has to consider respecting that, because it could be a dive very quickly. Lulu's there.
Looking for the stun, not able to get it. Nash comes in with the Wild Growth, trying to keep Jaxplank alive. The Vanguard's edge is there. FGG slowed down. Tower shot after tower shot. And Nash secures the kill. Tower stands, and JDxl just about holds on to that with his team. Does sacrifice their life, though.
That was sort of worth it for XL because you lose a support for a top laner. That means that JDxl for 14 seconds doesn't get any farm, doesn't get any experience, doesn't get to extend any sort of leads on the top side of the map, whilst the kill goes over to your support, which is not the most important things of them all. And again, JDxl right here, he needs to respect the fact that JDxl are just playing towards the top side of the map, and he knew that. He hadn't seen them for so long. Eminence is also on the flank on the other side of the map, so if anyone tried to get away, Eminence could snipe them with the ultimate. And yes, Riddle read the play, but they read it a little bit too late.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, a little bit too slow on the punch there, but now that does mean that XL are extending this gold lead little by little. No more plates for them to get, so they do need to either, you know, just get better wave management or turn that into towers to be able to get that. And remember, at the end of today, XL could be the only team who are in first place, and it looks like Dan and Cry is looking to see if they can set up for that. JDxl able to dodge away on a lot of that. Does have to be careful thanks to the barrels, but is able to hold on. JDxl definitely now playing the weaker side, considering he had such a good start to this game.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication right there from the side of XL. Cries and Dan didn't necessarily communicate how they wanted to play out the dive, or if they wanted to play out the dive. Dan was further away, Cries really wanted it, so it looked a little bit disjointed right there. If we're looking towards the top side of the map, now Riddle know how far they can push on the map. If you look at the top side, it's all lit up in blue. They have permanent vision towards the top side. That means Kevo is going to be able to stay very safe towards the top side together with Nash, and also Kevo is having the flash and exhaust both up and available for him, whilst FTG cannot pull out one of these long distance engages because he's missing his own flash.
It looks like Stefan's actually in the area. If you can find a good bowling ball,
good lane gank.
Could actually be able to pull this off if you land it onto Venza, but Venza does have the cleanse, does have the flash, so also has the tools to be able to survive, but potentially burning them could be a big thing here. Dan, though, also in the area. Nash looking to spot them out, and this might just be that go button for them. Kevo needs to hold this flash really well. The Magnet Storm's not going to quite connect as he's able to jump away for the moment. Stefan coming in with a lilting lullaby to multiple members, and the polymorph comes down. FGG going so low. Kevo able to find himself one. MNES misses out on the ultimate, and just like that, Riddle find their opportunity. The face seal by Vladdy, not going to hit because Dan flashes away to safety. Riddle happy with one onto their AD carry.
And Stefan yet again reads the play. The veteran in Riddle coming in clutch, knowing that Dan is going to go towards the top side of the map, sees Eminence moving as well. He's 100% sure they're going to try to pull in a dive onto Kevo and Nash. Remember, Kevo and Nash had almost all of their summoners up and available. FTG not having the flash that was so crucial because his combo missed everyone. They were all able to sidestep that, meaning that one of their very crucial key ultimates doesn't hit, so XL could not pull out that gank towards the top side of the map. Really well played from the side of Riddle. I think this lineup is looking very promising coming into the NLC.
There's definitely a good air about this Riddle, but Vladdy at the moment, probably not the smartest pick, blind picking the Yone and just getting counter-picked by the Vex has somewhat caused him a pretty rough lane of it. Anyway, Dan able to pick up this dragon here for the side of JDxl. They're pretty happy able to pick that one up. And it looks like Riddle now looking for an answer on the other side. They are going to look to start up this Rift Herald. Have been spotted out by FGG. Venza also in the area. So there is the potential for a potential turnaround here from the side of Riddle. But it looks like they're just going to blast cone away, be happy to give this up, and just chill out for the moment.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think this Rift Herald would necessarily have too much impact in the game because the mid lane tower has not been touched, which means that Riddle cannot just approach mid lane tower and take it when there's so much wave clear with Gangplank, Vex, and Tristana. So I'd really like to see where this Rift Herald is actually going to be used, because there's no objective you're going to use it for. 4 minutes and 20 until the next dragon. So yeah, there was time investment towards that Rift Herald. Nothing lost from the side of Riddle apart from a couple of minutes towards the top side of the map. So let's see if actually the time investment was worth it towards the top side.
JDxl able to...
Oh, they actually lost
nice
a
shove.
tower.
Able to take the tower because Riddle took the Rift Herald and just reset.
So far,
accepted it was going to go down.
Time investment, not worth it. You've lost a bunch of experience, a bunch of gold, a bunch of minions that died on the top side of the map. Eminence is looking at the JDxl. He has the fear.
He's going to get caught out. They have the ultimate as well. They're going to chain it away. He's able to jump out with the Vanguard's edge, but the fear is just too oppressive. Way too much CC for JDxl, and he is just picked off for the 3rd time this game.
You've lost a tower, you've lost experience, you've lost gold, you've lost a top laner, which actually donated money over to Eminence. So far, that commitment for the Rift Herald has gone pretty south for Riddle. Unless they find out a way to open up mid lane with it, I do not see it being worth.
Eminence's ultimate is now back on cooldown, but it looks like JDxl actually rotating multiple people over. Dan's going to come in. He looks for Nash. Nash caught out by the Prowler's Claw. Nash has nothing. He flashes over the wall to safety, able to survive for now. Meanwhile, Venza quite happy just to take the mid lane. This Yone just isn't achieving anything for Riddle, and it is a sore spot for the team.
Yeah, and I think it was a question mark when you draft a team that usually wants to create space around your Kog'Maw. You know, even Jaxplan got that Aurelia can put down the ultimate in front of the Kog'Maw. Whoever dives in is within the walls of the ultimate, so you can actually engage onto them in short range. But I feel like Vlad's Yone does not make sense for me here, because everybody from XL wants to be engaging into Riddle, whilst Yone is more of a I'll dive deep into your team type of champion, using the shadow, using the ultimate to overreach and kill someone off. So far, I agree with you. I have not necessarily seen this Yone work. He's 1,500 gold down. He's about 40 CS down as well. 1 level down to the Vex. So far, it hasn't paid off, but we've all seen what a Yone with 2 or 3 items can actually do when they scale later onto the game. And remember what I said, XL wants to be diving into your face. Yone loves that because he's a melee champion.
Yeah, I've seen Kevo opt for the Hurricane over the Blade of the Ruined King. Obviously, it gives you a little bit more on hit because you have that passive crit and it gets translated instead of the crit. So there has that to work with. And there's not actually that many, like, quote-unquote tankier members, so the health percent from Blade of the Ruined King, maybe not quite as important here, so probably quite happy just to go for that Hurricane. Everybody's going to be quite grouped up in fights anyway, so if Kevo is untouched, that Hurricane actually might pay off quite effectively here, as Vladdy going to eat a barrel, going to lose a whole lot of health here, and Cries, with that Maw and Triforce, just absolutely mincing through health bars.
So the difference right here between this Riddle's Kog'Maw and Singularity's Kog'Maw is the fact that this Kog'Maw, as you mentioned, has reached already 2 items, which means that even if you wish to stop Soul Point, not necessarily Soul, you can do it in the next Dragon. Jaxplank and Stefan are going to put down the Rift Herald, but there's a surprise in this bush. They know, obviously, because the Rift Herald was just popped, so they know that Stefan is around, but all of these hurt that you're going to be putting down onto Jaxplank will send him back. I don't think this Rift Herald will reach the tower. It will.
Oh, is he going to get the charge in time? It is. Tower survives, though. How much health? Don't give us it yet. How much health?
I'll say 8.
Quick, Observer, give us the health on the tower.
8 health. Wait.
Can we see it?
You can say 2. You can say 2.
I'm going to go 11. 11 HP.
In before. Wait.
Here we go.
No.
Give it to us.
No.
Don't tease me like that!
No!
You can't do that!
It's not working, it's not working. Maybe our producer can tell us in our ear how much HP that tower was on.
I'll get the producers to let us know, and then I'll see if our game was correct.
All right, so 24 seconds before Soul Point for JDxl. They've set up their vision, they've set up their tunnels, they've set up the networking towards the bot quadrant of Stefan's jungle. And right now, if Jaxplank overextends right there, they can also make it a 4v5. Mind you, this is a Kog'Maw, Lulu, Lilia, Yone on the top side of the map. If you commit too hard to that dragon, they can make the Baron disappear like a magic trick.
We were both wrong. It was 3 HP.
Oh, come on.
I had 3 HP.
I was closest, so I win.
Over. You were closest, yes, so you do win. Well done, Trouble.
Thank you so much. Biggest achievement of the day. Right, talking about achievements.
Having a reunion with me, is that not the biggest achievement of the day?
That is the biggest goal of my life, Ibrahim.
A reunion with me.
Cast alongside you. Oh, Eminence?
I think Vladdy's goal is just to survive this, but he is so omega doomed, although he flashes out. Eminence flashes forward and reaches in. No! Takes the kill.
Vladdy made one of the biggest mistakes you can do versus Vex because not a lot of people think about it. But when you flash away, it counts as a dash. It counts as a flash. So it gives that passive doom and gloom back onto the Vex, and she can yoink away her passive and deal even more damage. Had he not flashed away and just walked, maybe his team would be there just in time. You'll see he will connect the ult and he will fear Yone halfway through that ultimate. Very, very, very well played. There you go. If you had walked towards the Lulu, I think it would have been a case of maybe the Lulu shielding you and saving you right there. But just because you flashed, gave the passive over to Eminence. Again, We know Eminence to be extremely insane when it comes down to mechanical play, and cancelling Vladdy right there back to back and also taking his life after the flash was really beautiful to watch.
Eminence does get hit by the bowling ball there from Stefan. I feel like this might just become the Nash show, if I'm going to be honest with you. Tower does go down for JDxl in the bottom lane, working towards potentially that third item there for Kevo. And actually looks like JDxl was maybe feeling the 1v1
well, I think
versus
Cryz.
He's got a lot of damage, actually. Hit him with the barrel. The cannon barrage comes down. The Maw has been popped, and this barrel might end JDxl. He's down! Cryz gets the outplay.
Every single time Cryz has engaged JDxl, it's been when JDxl has no flash and no ultimate to defend himself. So very, very well played. I think Cryz had a blunder earlier on the top side, very early when he gave the first blood away to JDxl, but he has been able to actually recover from that 10 CS ahead, managing to get kills back-to-back onto his own. Really, really well played, of course, by Cryz. He knows also that JDxl does not have his stun available because he just used it onto his wave. He will lead that barrel for the slow, and then he's just sitting right there in the cannon barrage, dying slowly and ka-ching.
Absolutely beautiful play there from Cryz. As Dan knows that this blue buff's happening. Stefan spotted out. Eminence is going to get hit by the bowling ball.
Oh, he's so slowed.
Vladdy's in the area as well. Big old slow, and Stefan able to take the blue buff for himself. We've got the Titanic Hydra now finished up into cover, so there's a lot of splash damage coming out from this Kog'Maw. And there's always that in the back of your mind, that 10 CS per minute Kog'Maw is slowly ramping up little by little, but this Baron might be enough just to slow them down. It's relatively slow because it's just Dan and Cryz. But at the same time, that plays into JDxl because Riddle goes, nah, they're not doing Baron. We can see where they all are. They're now collapsing in on it.
They can't.
Riddle's too slow.
They can't. That's the thing. They need to pull in JDxl's Aurelia in with a teleport. Lilia cannot walk in. They do not have a tanky member that can actually face check the composition of JDxl. So very clever placement of their vision towards the top quadrant of Stefan's jungle. They took complete control of the top side of the map, and JDxl is like, if you want to see if that Baron's going down, you're going to have to face check us. I think it was very clever from Riddle out there to actually not face check and try to play with their waves.
Well, look at this. There we go. Everybody's throwing in. FGG in the area. They're going to knock up onto Nash. Nash flashes away. Kevo does have a fair amount of damage to work with, and he's doing it, but it's not going to stick as Nash chunked out. Dan, less so, but still slightly chunked out. Baron, though, in the pocket of JDxl, so Dan can reset quicker. Nash needs to reset, but just is going to go for the honey fruit for now. They need to keep Kevo alive. Venza, 2 levels over Kevo right now. He might not have had the kill lane execution, but he is still ahead.
I love that you said that because I feel like this is a very, very low kill game considering the composition that JDxl have drafted for themselves with their Rek'Sais, the Vexes, the Tristanas, the Rels, wanting to go all in, create a big explosion, but right here, they're playing it very slow and calculated because they know they have the upper hand. 2 minutes remaining off that Baron, 1 minute until they're sold. That means they can create a lot of pressure on the side lanes with the Baron up minions. Riddle are going to have to reply to them. Vladdy doesn't even have teleport to be on a side lane, so he's most likely have to go either mid and group up with his team and share experience and gold, or we'll either have to go towards the bot side of the map where Cryz is actually a monster right now onto this gangplank.
The worry you do have, and I said it before and I said it again, Lulu Cog. You still have a Lulu Cog. There is always that area where if JDxl don't pick the pace up, they will be in a pretty scary position. They've got the gold lead, they've got the pressure on the map at the moment, but the longer this game goes, the more that timer ticks away for Kevo.
But look at the setup yet again. JDxl wants to go for Baron, keeps complete control of the top side of the map. JDxl wants to go for the Dragon, keeps control of the bot side of the map. Eminence on the side right there. They could kill JDxl right here and right now. Cryz is taking Inhibitor while Riddle are lost and they don't even want to push mid or if they want to go for the Dragon execution because they have no vision and none of them can actually face check.
Well, the inhibit is going to go down, but look at the flank actually through the jungle. Eminence in that red side, looking to try and get in. Has been spotted out. Venza jumps into Stefan. They're looking for the face seal, able to find it. There they go, jumping in onto Nash already. He has to ult himself. Kevo untouched though, looking to get the damage off as Eminence jumps in once again. Kevo jumping away as here comes Cryz. Eminence is coming in. The barrels are going to be pretty big, but not big enough. Unable to chain them as JDxl is low. They're looking to try and kill him slowly, but surely he's able to survive. But this should just be the Dragon over to the side of JDxl. Riddle are way too chunked.
Yeah, a lot of bars blinking right here on the side of Riddle. That means JDxl are going to get a very crucial Drake, and this is the ocean Dragon. This is so important because as you can see, the fight so far have been going a little bit back and forth. Yes, XL commit, but they don't overcommit, which means they can play the back and forth with the Tristana and the Vex, which means that Ocean Soul is gonna come in handy really, really well for them. Riddle, on the other hand, they're playing extremely passively right now. Yes, we're waiting for the combo to come online, but when is it gonna come online? Baron is gone, Ocean Soul is gone, and right here, Eminence snipes the backline. Nash doesn't even get to ult or heal himself, and then he also reapplies the ultimate onto Kevo. So Eminence pretty much did exactly the job he needed to do right here. Snipes the backline, takes out the support of Kevo, and then tags Kevo himself, which means that Kevo has to respect and not overcommit. Again, really, really well played by the XL mid laner.
Oh, they're onto him. They've got the wild growth. Kevo is in so much trouble. He's been caught out, but they're coming in for the rest. Kevo safe for the moment. Kevo able to survive, and FGG is going to go down. Kevo able to find the kill. Riddle finally make that combo work, but Kevo, he is so heavily chunked for the moment. They're looking for the lilting lullaby onto him. They're going to look for the stuns as well. They're going to continue the chase. There's the fate seal. Kevo still untouched for the moment, but Eminence coming in on the flank, not going to be able to find it. As Dan has to use the stopwatch. He has no one around him, and Riddle don't really have the wave to be able to do more. Meanwhile, in the top side of the map, Cries will take a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, but that was a huge overextension by JDxl, and they keep doing this. There has been times on Summoner's Rift where XL are actually overcommitting to the play. Now, Dan here is trying to stop the backstairs. Look at that huge wave pushing that bot Nexus tower while Cries is trying to put pressure on the tops of the map. But that has been huge. I think Kevo received 2 kills in this fight. Titanic Hydra complete. He's going to lose his 4th item. Kevo is going to be hurting so much. Level 14. At some point, JDxl are going to overreach again. And if this Lulu is alive to support the Kog'Maw, Kevo is going to hurt them a lot.
Kevo is now looking pretty scary, but XL still have a very, very strong Cries on the GP. You still got the Tristana, who's ahead as well. It's not like it's doomed, but that was definitely a mistake they didn't want to be making.
Okay, so Eminence sees his opportunity right there, but they don't see that Nash is around. Guardian is going to be popped, Ultimate is going to be popped, Heal is going to be popped, Flash is going to be popped from Kevo. They have everything in their toolkit to stop Kevo from dying. But now saying that, that toolkit is now down. There is no more Flash onto Kevo. There is no more heal onto this Lulu. Exhaust maybe is about to come back up. So XL right now have a window where they can catch this Kog'Maw off guard.
I also didn't realize Vladdy got a shutdown. So you were talking about, you know, when those 2 items come in for the Yone, he comes online, Infinity Edge and an Immortal Shield Bow onto Vladdy. Vladdy in a better spot than they were previously. Teleport not available for Jaxplank, but is available for Cries. But there is a teleport onto Vladdy, so he's just going to join up in the mid lane. Titanic Hydra onto this Kog'Maw does mean these towers do go down so quickly. But the vision is just complete darkness.
No flash on Kevo, no flash on Vladdy, no flash on Stefan. They overcommit. FGG.
Good ult onto Eminence. Eminence has been caught out for the moment. Kevo's going to continue the chase forward. They're looking for the fear onto him, but Eminence will lose his life. The wild growth makes sure that Kevo's able to do it. The Baron has been secure for the moment. Jaxplank, very low HP. XL trying to look to see if they can recover this somewhat. The wave is going to get cleared out, and Riddle just peeling backwards. Vladdy tries to jump forward onto FGG. Not going to be able to do too much. Just a little bit of chip damage here and there. Venza, full HP though, and Riddle recognizing that, decide they need to step away. Nash is too squishy, too weak.
Very well played right there from Vladdy to see Eminence on the side. If Eminence got a good impact with the ultimate right there in the backline, 3-0 and 1 onto Kevo with no flash, it could have been huge if he connected that ultimate. So very good catch right there from Vladdy. Takes the Baron buff away from Eminence as well. And JDxl looked a little bit caught off guard because they had all of the vision they wanted right there. Yes, they do take the Baron, but right now, if you look at the inventory of Kevo, 3 items completed, stopwatch in there as well. How do you kill this Kog'Maw?
Him and Vladdy actually both just bought a stopwatch as well off that, so they are both feeling very, very comfortable right now. But we'll have a look at this again. XL did at least get the Baron though, so they lost their mid, but they gained the Baron.
Yeah, and Eminence is on the side right there, but that was an instantaneous reaction from Vladdy. Kevo also sprints towards Eminence as well. They know that if they take this threat out that dives into the backline, it would be very easy to maybe play the back and forth, even with the 4 remaining members of XL, because everyone else from the side of Riddle was pretty healthy and could continue playing that 5 versus 4. So I'd like to see what XL can actually do to break the game right now, because there is a bunch of wave clear now with that Kog'Maw, and even though XL are the ones with the Baron, they just cannot push.
Yeah, they are struggling somewhat. Eminence seeing if you can line up a good angle. Same here for FGG, but it's so hard, like you said, with that stopwatch onto Kevo to actually catch him. You land FGG jumping in, you land that ultimate from the Vex. He just presses stopwatch and Nash ults him the moment it wears off. Cry's on the flank here with that GP level 18, almost full build. Jaxplank's gonna lose a lot of health here as another barrel doesn't quite connect, but is able to chunk Jaxplank out, does use all his barrels to do so.
I just want to say that twice in a row right now, we have seen a Kog'Maw team fall behind almost 10,000 gold and still be relevant in the game. You give Kog'Maw one of his big team fights, the team instantly comes back into play. 20 seconds until Elder. 20 seconds until Elder though, and Eminence's ultimate is down.
Yeah, he just landed onto Kevo, but doesn't actually follow it because it was just an optimistic ult. Nash, a little bit chunked out there for the moment, but you do have to worry about Kryze potentially just ending the game through the bot side. He's forced the wave in. Jaxplank now has his teleport, so he can go clear the wave. He can then teleport back in. It looks like these two might go toe-to-toe here. Kevo, he's actually frontlining for the team here, chasing forward little by little. Jaxplank able to deal with the wave in the bot side, and he can teleport in at a moment's notice, but Kryze is coming on the flank.
Oh, there he is.
His barrels recharged up, and the teleports are coming in. Kryze should... FGG is just running amok right now. Seven has to flash away for the moment, and Kevo is free firing away. FGG's taking a lot of damage on the run, but Dan is able to shut him down. That is the end of Kevo. This should just be the end of the fight, and it's all on Stefan to save the day. But Dan is ripping through Riddle members left, right, and center, going to force the resurrection out, and Eminence is chasing onto Vladdy. Vladdy looks to turn around, finds him with a quick knock-up. Stefan trying to heal up at the moment with that Omnivamp for himself, but he can't do much as the Dragon is getting started by Kryze. In comes the bowling ball, not going to connect at all. Vladdy's going back to base. He's got the teleport available. He can join in if he needs to. Well, he will be able to at any moment now. He's waiting for a good opportunity, but it looks like this Dragon should just go over to the side of JDxl. XL with such a good ultimate from FGG.
Ooh, that was FGG's Rel that we've been looking to see this entire freaking game, and he delivers. Keep your eyes onto this Rel. FGG is in no vision. Dan is right behind him, and 4 members of Riddle are waiting in this boost. Boom! 4 members ultimate right there, but again Vladdy with an insane dive in the backline takes out Venza, so that is a 1-for-1 traded right there. Then Dan will find the key member Kevo in the backline of Riddle, and all in all, even though XL are 10,000 gold ahead, that was a very, very, very close fight.
Probably going to be less close now that they got the Elder. That's probably going to be my input on that, unfortunately.
You know what? 10,000 gold deficit is their comfort zone, Hipbrain.
Yeah, I mean, Kevo's now got the Immortal Shield Bow, so a lot of health in his inventory, just from the passive health you get from Shield Bow. Obviously the shielding as well, the Lulu,
Lifesteal,
Titanic Hydra, the Lifesteal. Kevo level 16 as well, 4 items on Kog'Maw. If you are going to be the carry, this now is your only opportunity for Kevo. He's holding it out, and they are waiting out this Elder. They haven't got any downed inhibitors at the moment. They have an open inhibitor bot lane, but it's not down, so they don't have to worry about too much about the wave management. Baron is coming up in a minute's time, though, and I think that's the next kind of deciding moment of this game.
I was about to say the same. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I do not think XL can actually win with just the Elder here. They cannot dive. It's very difficult, especially with the Lulu and how tanky you mentioned that this Kog'Maw is. And if they overreach, they can instantly get punished. And then Riddle can just go and take the Baron, just push in and completely end the game, right?
I mean, that tower just evaporated. Venza did so much work to it, and Venza's got Flash, he's got Cleanse, so you can't catch him out with a lilting Lullaby. Kryze is doing 1,500 damage crits with the barrels. And this has to be a miracle save here from the side of Riddle, as 1 inhibitor will drop down. There is only 1 inhibitor tower standing, 3 towers for the side of Riddle remaining in this game, as Vladdy needs to find the ult of the century on this Yone. Tower number 3 will go down. All of the inhibitors open, 2 of the inhibitors down, and it looks like XL are looking to play this game by the book. They are looking to close out into this final tower. Riddle has to engage. If they lose this tower, they lose the game.
At this point, you can't, because the Elder Dragon is still active on the members of XL. If you would fight, you would have to fight underneath one of your towers, and all of your outer towers, in the base are gone. You only have Nexus towers remaining. 3 inhibitors are going to go down. Double super minions incoming.
Looking for it potentially. Venza jumps away. Elder still ticking away for a little bit longer. The cannon barrage comes onto Jacksplank. He has to throw the Vanguard's Edge out for the slow. Nash has been caught by Eminence. Kevin needs to get away from him. They're going to go for the hill. Inhibitor's going to drop, and just like that, they're able to hold on. It's still alive for a little bit longer. Kevo's getting opened up onto by Venza, but Kevo's got the life steal. He's got the Lulu. Stefan chunked out, though, by Cries with a barrel, and the waves are starting to push against them in favor of JDxl. It turns out they didn't even need Baron Nashor to crack this base wide open. Riddle running out of options, running out of time in this game.
Yeah, I think Riddle were a little bit lost right there. If you were going to make a last stand underneath your towers, you need towers. They lost all the remaining inhibitor towers that they had, and now the only thing that they have in their base is Nexus towers. But the problem is there's going to be double super minions coming from everywhere, and NXL are literally beelining that Baron to buff up all these double super minions that are going to be in Riddle's base. And I think this is going to be the last try for Riddle to try and maybe get this game back.
Last chance to lose! Nash is dead! Airborne onto Kevo, and here's out! Double kill for Venza! They're chasing for more. Venza's got the resets. Vladi has to use the stopwatch for the moment, as now they turn it back around. It's a double. It's not a double. Cries takes it away. It's only the double for Venza. And there's two members, Jacksplank and Stefan, with 1 tower. 1.5 towers, I'll give them that. Can they make it happen? GA, Stefan pops to the pot to keep himself a little bit more. Has himself a 3-man stun, but the barrels are just going to be too scary. The fears are going to be too oppressive, and Jacksplank has to throw down the Vanguard's Edge. He's missing out, and Venza will be able to pop his GA. Tower number 1 will go down. Tower number 2, quick to follow. 40 minutes pretty much on the clock, and this will be XL going 3-0.
What a clean performance coming in again from that mid-jungle duo from XL. Eminence 5-1 on the Vex. We have yet to see him on the Vex. We now know that he's terrifying on that champion as well. Yeah. Dan, completely undying. Cries, giving first blood, instantly recovering, solo killing his opponent Lena. FDG with insane engage that pretty much, I think, won them the game at that point. And Venza taking every single outer tower with that Tristana. I think this XL is sort of a little bit of an image of the XL coming in from spring, that they were taking everything by storm, and right now they're sitting at the top of the standings. The only ones that can reach them is Bifrost later on.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Bifrost actually can tie up to them. I think FDG, game-winning engages, but for me, the MVP really was Cries on that GP. He got heavily focused early, and he still looked like one of the biggest carries in that game. We are going to throw it over to the lads on the desk, though, to talk a little bit more about that game. So over to you, Akaram.
What a game it was. We gotta be honest, it was a lovely one. 40 minutes long. It took one mistake in the late game to wrap it up for JDxl. And I gotta say, shame on you for saying that this patch is bad. 40 minutes of exciting gameplay.
No. I might have been like venting my frustration on enchanters. This game was good. This game was great. You're still out on enchanters, mister.
Also, before we move on to anything on the desk, I want to tell you back at home, hit us with hashtag NLC at home at Twitter. Tell us and show us how you're watching these games, how you enjoying the games. Who are you viewing with? I mean, if you're viewing it with your parents, with your dog, I don't care. Just show us the pictures and we'll put it up on broadcast for everyone to know, the viewers from NLC. Let's get to know you and you get to know us. But let's get to know this game, Jamada. What happened? What was crucial in this game?
On that, give us dog pictures. We love dogs. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I think as far as from the Riddle POV, I'll at least try and give that first. I feel like we kind of set the record relatively straight, right? I think it was kind of a simple of get your solo laners ahead, or they're kind of just going to be there, in many cases, either relying on miracle flanks or for Stefan to set them up. And they effectively had to kind of work as a bridge for Kevo to get to that point where we saw him in that game kind of be that, okay, is Kevo alive? Great, we have a chance of winning a team fight. Is he dead? Yeah, we're probably losing this team fight. And
Actually,
that's how it kind of went.
If I can dig in a little more to that, because we saw Cogmore and Wyatt strong on this patch. So a lot of that is because the W's percent HP. To get a little bit nerdsy on the maths, though, one big change which happened to AD carry itemization was to Immortal Shield Bow. It was taken away from a bit of the AD, a bit more of the offensive stats. Actually, a bit away from the shielding as well. But one thing which did get buffed up is when you're on that Mythic passive, when you build up a legendary item, you get more HP. Now, if you get the 4 items, one of them being a Shield Bow and the other one's being a Titanic Hydra, which scales off your max HP, you get to that point and you just spot people when you've got these Titanic Hydra procs going everywhere. That's what we saw late game. If Kegvo was alive, this absolute megazord of items, the Meta Golem, that was what we used to call it back in the older seasons of League of Legends, but you have all of the best items just stacked on one champion. Kog'Maw became so hard to deal with. That's what made it close, but even with that, they were so far behind in gold, and I think that is a testament to how good JDxl were at like marshalling their troops, organizing their ability to play around this early game, and getting themselves ahead. So that Kog'Maw never got to the point where it was an even footing, it was always fighting from behind.
Yeah. I love that we're talking about AD carries because we have both AD carries for the interview. Let's kick it off with Vanir from JDxl. There you go.
He's chilling.
You're chilling? You're seriously
no,
chilling?
he's not chilling. He was asleep.
Oh, you were asleep with the cat on the background as well. You're feeling good on this game, aren't you?
I'm not sure if I'm feeling good, but it was a game for sure. It took a bit longer than it should have.
It was a game for sure. Okay, you're coming in hot with an undefeated team so far for JDxl. Are you enjoying this team so far? Is dealing with Torok actually achievable?
I mean, yeah, dealing with Torok is achievable. It is fun. Sometimes, sometimes stuff happens that. I mean, it's not Torok's fault. This game should have ended a lot faster.
Okay, so talk to me about that because you come in with the Tristana, the press the attack. Is this like a good answer towards the Kog'Maw with the Kraken Slayer as well, or is this the flavor of the month?
I mean, not really. It was just like a decent blind pick, I think, in this game. Like they picked into us and they went Kog Lulu. So I mean, I think Tristana was fine this game. Just if this was old patch, this would have been a lot better.
Can you talk to me about the Lulu as an AD carry? We're getting a lot of Lulus nowadays. Can you talk to me about what you think? I don't care if you think like it's good or not. Tell me your opinion about the Lulu coming back.
This champion is broken. It's really broken.
I'm telling you, chances, man.
I don't like Lulu meta. It gets really boring and it is way too strong.
Tell me, what will be your opinion if Torok asks you to play Kog'Maw alongside with Lulu?
I mean, I would be happy.
Oh, okay. So if the enemy pulls the Lulu card on you, you're unhappy, but if you're the one taking the Lulu card, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Seems good.
Lulu Cog just has the inherent advantage most of the time. If this was old patch, they probably would just get dove on every 3 waves, but this patch, it's just so hard to dive, so...
Tell me, was the team nervous going into this game? Because Dusty are... I'm sorry. They're looking hot on the other side. Riddle are looking hot right now.
Who? I didn't hear the sound quality.
Were you nervous jumping into this game?
No, why would I be?
Okay, confidence. Yes, sir.
This is why I like Venza. I've known Venza for a while. Him. Even when we had Venza, how many years ago was it now? 2 or 3 years ago he was on XL. Obviously, you're back here. Same level of confidence. And I mean, kind of showed in the game as well.
Okay, last question for you. And I want to feed myself of that confidence, I would say. How long will JDxl remain undefeated this split? And versus who are you going to lose?
How many games is a split?
Yeah. But how long do you reckon?
18 games. 18 games.
Yeah, so 18 games plus how many for playoffs? I think that's how long we're going undefeated.
If you min-max it, technically 6.
Yeah. So you don't think you're going to lose to anyone?
No, I mean...
Okay, so when you lose, I want you on the interview, okay?
I can't predict that, can I?
Nah, thank you so much, Benson, and I love the confidence from the team. I mean, it feels good that you're feeling back at home. So best of luck throughout the remaining of the split. And if you go undefeated, I won't talk to you, apparently. So
if we go undefeated, I want a specialized trophy, okay? Since you think I won't do it.
I will get to you. Yeah, okay. If you lose, I want an interview with you specifically. I don't care who's scheduled for the interview.
If we could have like a really dramatic apology video for losing during this split, that'd be great.
Tell me what you want me to
You can do it the other way around. If they don't lose, you can do like a really dramatic apology.
Yes, I'll do an apology if you don't lose a single game. Is that a deal?
All right, deal.
It's a deal. Thank you so much for the interview. I'll see you soon.
See you.
Okay, so I think they're kind of confident right now.
Little bit, yeah.
A little.
I think we got that coming across. I mean, I think it was fairly certain that, I did like a lot of what they brought out here. I think that, Cryze is continuing to be probably the best top laner in our league at this point. I think that in spring, I think that we looked at, your Shikaris, we looked at your Jaegers. I think that Kryze was excellent in spring. I think coming into this split, you see how he played today. He just dumpstered when he actually got those options for those 1v1s. Played really, really well. Looking very much forward to how they continue on the rest of this undefeated split.
Undefeated
split, yeah, no, like Nymera says, I think, honestly, Kryze had a pretty decent run of it last split anyway, but it feels like at least the start of this split, he has kicked it up another level. And I'm kind of excited to see if there is anybody else in the league at the moment, given his current form, who can actually challenge him.
I want to see him versus Chasey again.
Yeah, I want to see him against Chasey again. So I feel like Chasey so far has probably been the other best top laner in the league. So
can I take a moment though to talk about the savior Dan?
Oh, yeah. That Rek'Sai was actually legit in late game, for sure.
Yeah.
He didn't die a single time as well.
And that's actually kind of the impressive part, because we kind of said in that draft we wanted to see Dan get into the lanes or get into the jungle of Stefan and interrupt, the sort of farming pattern of Lilia, so that she couldn't just kind of get these free full clears into being able to back up the lanes that need it. And unfortunately for Dan in that game, it felt like he was unable to do that for forces outside of his control, to be honest with you. But it's very hard to make a late game Rek'Sai look good. And in this game,
got onto the Cogmore
several times. And again, that was the only thing he had to do. As long as he got onto that Cogmore, knocked him up, made sure that he was available for the rest of the team to jump on, that was his role, fulfilled it perfectly.
Now we can go on to the second interview. And I said it was the 80 carries, but apparently it's not, so let me do... I'm going to wing it on the interview with JDxl, the top laner coming in from Riddle. So I casted you for a long, long time, by the way, and I finally get to talk to you. So it's a pleasure. It's on the debut of the entire team. It was a so long game, and you had to play versus GP. How did you feel in the champion select as soon as they picked GP versus you?
I mean, I want to play something frontline, but I didn't really feel comfortable. So I wait for the Irelia, but I think Sion was the best pick there.
And the jungler spent most of his early game on your lane. Why do you believe it didn't work out in the end?
I didn't really hear you.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I didn't really hear you.
Oh, okay, you didn't got me. Okay. So your jungler spent a long time in the early game on the top side, but eventually it seemed like the Irelia fell off a little bit versus the GP. Where do you believe the match kind of got lost?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think like we played really good early game on top side. We played really well around me, but I kind of choked a bit after some point. Like I died kind of solo to GP, and then it felt really bad. And GP is a really good champion to outscale the opponent, so...
I mean, you kind of know that champion now, like, you kind of know how GP works. Tell me something. In this patch right now, in the way things are going, I would like you to tell me how you feeling as a top laner where the things are going right now.
I mean, this meta, I really like this because it's like a Gwen, GP, Jax meta. So Jax is good into Gwen, and GP is skill matchup into Gwen. So my mains are really fine.
Now, this was the easy question, everyone.
I got a new one. Don't worry. I got a stronger one right now for you to wrap up the interview. Okay. I was looking throughout the entire game in the map. You guys were your control of the map. It kind of seemed dark. It really seemed dark for you guys. It seemed like your team didn't have a sustainable front line to go and try to get vision. And the game got decided by one pick. Because if that pick on the Baron didn't appear, nobody knows what the result would be. What was the call for your team to try and find vision, and why didn't it happen sooner? And why was the bot lane going for the vision in the late game?
I mean, it was so hard to check like the bushes because they had GP and Vex. So someone had to face check, and we kind of needed more time. I don't know. I had to base like in the last team fight where Lulu died. I had to base to get GA, and we got, I don't know, we got stuff, so it was hard.
One mistake, but it was a lovely game. It was really wonderful to watch the entire game, and best of luck for the new one, and best of luck for the entire composition of Riddle. I think this is only the first day, so thank you for meeting me and for the interview.
Thank you as well, guys. Thank you as well, guys. Good night.
I'll see you soon, man. It's finally, it's so good to finally get to talk with a player that I've been casting for so long.
And I think particularly in this game, it's really cool when you get these games which do come down to individual moments of like make or break. And you know, we were sat there in the back room. You know, you see the momentum meter. That's kind of our opinion on how the game was going. I was just like, I kind of want to put this more towards Riddle. I really want to put it up because you can see the cog mode is getting to that breaking point, the critical mass, and then suddenly everything's gone. Just one mistake. I think that's the bonus of this kind of meta. As much as we get less crazy skirmishing in the early game because it's much harder to make that stuff work, and especially the dives as well. When it gets to these late game team fights, it is often agency into your individual carries that have to really stick the landing. And in this case, Kevin did so well for most of that game. It's just that one moment which obviously is going to be a big factor in how we remember this game.
Yeah, I think we're kind of, at least, you know, this sample size of games we have today, almost, you know, it feels like we've hopped in a bit of a time machine. We've gone backwards where it turns into these situations where it's, what, 2, maybe 3 if you're unlucky, or lucky, actually, mistakes that you make in a game, and that's it. Because you just get heavily punished. The early games are so much slower that it comes to a situation where you've got, you know, 2 people that you've managed to, or at most 2 people that you've managed to feed all of your resources into, and at that point, if they end up dying, game's done.
And it's looking better than Season 2, where we cheered for the wards being killed in Worlds. So I gotta say, it's looking good right now, League of Legends. But I want to look into the standings and understand how they are right now. JDxl undefeated so far in first place. Bifrost throughout the rest of the day could tie with them. And Riddle 1-2. Even though I'm looking into the standings, I don't think it's fair for a lot of teams, but it's early in the split, so...
Yeah, hang on. We've had like 3 games tops per team. This is really not going to be the story overall. Yeah. But you're absolutely right. You can have your early overreactions if you want to, but we're really waiting to see how things settle down. And because we're going to have basically this 1 week is kind of the sore thumb really sticking out in this week 1, which is on a different patch when these teams were coming back from a shortened break if they were on a E-Masters as well. Yep. Like, there is going to be more question marks than potentially we'd normally see from this schedule of NLC.
And now to advance, even though we have a great game coming up, Vanir versus Eminence, we talked with a few players to understand how they want to buff a few things, how they want to nerf a few things, and those things are items. Hit it!
I would buff Medjaz, Soul Stealer, because it would create a lot more snowballing. You know, like there'll be a lot more high risk, high rewards, and I think that'd be really fun for the game. If people are buying Medjaz early and then playing to get the stacks.
Bloodthirster, I think. It used to be such a good item, and like lifesteal on 80 carries is really big. I feel like a lot of other roles has a lot of natural lifesteal, and with Conqueror and Gore Drink and all that, but I think you can't really build item too much now because it's not too strong with the shield and healing and whatnot, so probably just buffing Bloodthirsters would be great.
I want him to buff Ravenous again because I really missed the active on that.
Navori Quick Blade, because I'm a Lucian player and I can't build this item, even though I think he's very interesting. But yeah, I don't think you have a spot in the game right now to really play this item except Tryndamere.
I think Seraphs would be a really interesting buff. It doesn't seem like it's the mage item that it was kind of meant to be with the item rework. Yeah, I think like mage items in general just don't feel super great in mid lane.
Gale Force, I think. I think it was really fun to play on Graves. Even like I built it on Viego sometimes. I think it's a really fun item, and now the cooldown is like too big.
Probably Runans, because if it's broken, it's only broken for AD carries, and then I'm happy, because only range champions can buy it.
Buffs Derek's Gauge, since after the nerfs, it's a very, very niche item, and not a lot of champions build it.
Okay, I would buff every AP item.
I would nerf Maw, because I'm a mid laner, and I want to kill 80 carries and bruisers, but when they build Maw, it's a little bit more difficult. So yeah, get rid of Maw and give me Soul Stealer.
It's probably Death Stance actually, more like right now Death Stance is completely bonkers. It has to be nerfed.
Probably Death Stance. I think it's a bit overtuned, and it makes people like junglers as well be able to abuse it when I think it's mostly meant for top lane. I mean Bruises in general, but yeah.
Divine Thunderer or Death Dance?
I think especially in 12-10, Death Stance seems to be extremely strong.
I would nerf Moonstorm. I think healing on some champs makes the game really unfun and unskilled. Like the unskilled champs are like stronger, I guess, especially in the new patch.
Divine Sunderer. That item is not okay.
I would nerf Divine Sunderer against tanks. It feels completely unplayable as a tank when the enemy top laner reaches Divine Sunderer. There isn't really much counterplay at all.
Nerf every AD item and just remove Gale Force to begin with.
I love these opinions.
Do you?
But buffing Magi's? Nah.
I have spent an entire split trying to build a library of these books. It is a good item. You want it buffed? I will support that. But if you think you want to buff it because it's weak, we're going to have an argument here.
Okay, Eminem versus Vanir. Eminem are coming hot after the victory versus X7 in the split, but I want to look further into Vanir to understand this team before we move forward. What can we talk about it?
So obviously both these teams had huge changes coming in, and much like actually most of this split, because we had over half of our players in the league either change or move between teams, only had a couple of players moving. Most of the players we have on the Rift are fresh faces. And looking at this Vanir roster, after actually a fairly solid spring where they had a strong identity, Noodle, one of our more aggressive tip-of-the-spear junglers, great Jinzao player and the like, having to replace that and actually come back with some decent firepower has been interesting to track from this team to see how you can kind of rebuild even with completely different pieces.
What about Eminem? I mean, you got some knowledge of Eminem.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Eminem, it's...
their coach.
I was their coach, but the academy one, not the first, not the first division. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, this was always an interesting roster that gets put together here for Eminem, because it's you know, a bit of a rebuild around Michigu, but they bring Calum, Soft, and Chimera back together from the Resolve 2021 summer split. And I feel like, again, I'll voice my opinion on it. I feel like that roster was heavily gated by the abilities of the bottom lane. I think once they swapped out Fast-Legged and brought in FGG, who is now JDxl, they looked a lot sharper. And I think this is now kind of a soft rerun of that roster where we have a very seasoned mid-jungle duo, a top lane that's very self-sufficient, and a bot lane which honestly has a lot to give us, I feel like, with Shredder coming in from the PG Nats with Soft.
Yeah, and particularly when you look at Soft and Camera, I mean, particularly coming from the UK scene as well, from our regional, because, you know, a lot of, you know, you look at a team like Nariki, obviously big in the Finnish scene. Sometimes you have these, like, long-term regional powerhouses, which then make it up to the NLC level, XYZ. And it felt like Soft and Camera were always meant to be there, but they hadn't quite crested that. To see them now and actually doing well, it's actually quite satisfying coming from our own part of this NLC region.
They're doing well. Both teams are ready to go into Champion Select. That's where we're going right now to see the matchup between Vanir and Eminem. Both teams need a victory, and they're fighting against each other 1-1 so far. So this is the one. And I mean, Michigo playing 2 times with Samira. A lot of courage. He doesn't care about it.
So this is actually a bit of a point here for me, for Eminem.
Okay.
I feel like one of the the weakest point of Venom so far has just flat out been their drafts. I think their drafts have been a little bit hard to navigate, is the political way that I'll put it. Obviously, they did
very diplomatic today.
Yes, they did very much manhandle X7, but again, I feel like that was a game where X7 had one lose condition, and they unfortunately played into it. And Eminem capitalized heavily. I want to see something that looks a little more stable for me from Eminem and a little less volatile. But if that is the playstyle they want to dig into, especially on 12-10 where it could be a little bit harder, then so be it.
Okay, so going to borrow a Goldborg-ism. We're going to have an overloaded draft. We're going to have Lucian, we're going to have Wukong, we're going to have Viego, we're going to have Talia. It's going to be up
for the
first time. If you're banning out the Cogmore, Talia's first time available. You're going to have, again, that Lucian, you're going to have that Wukong. So many power picks, and what we said right at the start of the day, and what we kind of, our own vibe of the meta was like, there are going to be huge amounts of OP picks. Question is, are we actually going to have champions which can actually counter these OP champions and also fit into a composition that they want? Because it's all well and good saying, I'm going to pick X champion and solo kill Talia twice in lane. Does that matter when they get out of lane? Because that's going to be the real test of this meta, and for teams which want to play this style.
Now, here's the thing. An old school counter to Talia jungle used to be Olaf. Now, on this patch, Olaf is more kind of considered a top laner. It seems like they are just going to go towards the meta, pick up the Wukong. I was curious to see whether or not Eminem would be willing to run something like kind of Lulu Olaf and then pick up a hyper carry on
Talia
R3.
can be played in 3 roles as well.
Yeah, Talia can also. Yeah, so it's kind of scary. You can't just say, okay, Talia's going to be jungle, Talia's going to be XYZ. They've removed, you know, the ability of, hey, she's probably just going to be jungle. She can go over it now. They will see themselves and then pick up that Lulu. I think Lulu has just been a very incremental pick throughout the day, whether it's been winning or losing. It's been the backbone of why teams have either been able to survive or choke out the enemy teams. Now I'm curious to see what they will surround this Talia with Vanir, because again, still loads of picks, like you said. It's an overloaded
hovering
draft.
over a lot of stuff, which I have been hearing with because you see like the Aatrox, apparently Aatrox is quite strong right now.
Yeah.
We saw in one of the other ERLs, I think it was actually Adam on BS Academy that picked up the Garen. That was on 12-9, but I've actually, again, you hear about some of these picks coming around, you're like, okay, that's a hover, but what's happening with it? We're going back to a little bit more of our stand, a little bit more of known territory, known variables in that Viego, Wukong kind of surviving from the last patch in terms of these are the junglers which are still strong.
I can't believe I'm going to say this. I can't believe it. But if Talia is going mid, Katarina could be viable versus...
Genuinely
I will say, first-hand knowledge, I'm pretty sure Chimera has a mental block against Katarina, so I don't think he's going to pick it, unfortunately. What I would suspect here is that Eminem probably pick up Michigo's champion. What that would be, though, I'm not too sure, because the Kog'Maw's gone, they banned that away against themselves.
Michigo's played a lot of different stuff, right? So we've seen stuff like the Ziggs. Is that locked in? I believe that's locked in. No, we have the Ashe, but Ashe was actually sleeper incredibly strong on the MSI split, on patch on 12-9, on 12-8, which we saw last time. That was poke Ashe when we saw Duskblade, Imperial Mandate, when you had like Ramana chucked in there. You would have W's on 3-second cooldowns and ults on like 30-second cooldowns. It was genuinely very difficult to play against. Now actually look at this 3-man unit which you've locked in from Vanir. If you lose control, because you assume this Talia is now going into mid, unless there's a very outside chance of going spot, you assume that's the Talia mid, right? If you end up winning bot side and get the just darkness in your bot side of the river, get loads of pink boards, that arrow coming up from bot lane is going to absolutely ruin Talia. You get something which can pounce on that champion, and Talia still has relatively low base stats compared to other mid laners, even with the durability patch. That is an option you can go towards an Eminem. The question is, what does Camera have that can actually punish a Talia, or at least make it feel a little unsettled?
Oh no, they banned it. I was going to say, this is actually kind of an Anivia angle for Chimera. That would have been a punish, but unfortunately Vanir banned that one away. Merbs will know firsthand. Merbs spent, of course, last split on Munster with Chimera, so a little bit of history there. They are also going to remove away the Galio, so just trying to take away the utility picks. But like you say, oh, that would be spicy. It's locked. It's locked. They've locked it. And honestly, I will say, you know, you've got the Wukong diving backline, you've got the Ashe arrows coming in over the top. Swain is also now going to be buying a whole bunch of space. Diving into this Eminem roster is kind of deadly. Right now, though, I feel like they half get out. I'm not too sure how it's going to operate.
Okay, there is some mental gymnastics going on in my own head right now. To think, could we get Lulu mid Swain support? Could that be something? That could actually be just be like, look, Talia's going to get pushed, but Lulu's going to be whatever. Lulu mid is kind of a thing of the past. We don't really see it anymore. I doubt we would. I just wanted to throw it out there. But Swain is a champion which I'd imagine if you pick a weak enough top laning champion that you can. I mean, with the Gnar, I don't know if Swain's very happy into Gnar nowadays. Probably locked into mid. Just wondering again, what flex have they got just to give him a bit more openness on this R5?
They still want to engage. It looks like Vanir really wants to engage. They have the Thresh, they have the Gnar, they have everything to go in. Do you bring another disengage to finish off for the Eminem?
I think for Eminem, it would do them credits to have a little bit more of engage, just so they have the option. But I think realistically, where do you find it from? If Swain's going mid, then maybe you can look for someone like Ornn. Yeah, I mean, I guess Camille just to go for the counter matchup, right? But it does kind of say to me again, Eminem on this draft, they're kind of half all over the place. But again, I feel like there's a lot of functionality to it.
You say that, but the thing is, if you're going into side lanes, you have, I mean, remember Swain, actually, because now the Malphite's come in, you have a great way to engage into someone. Now, what people are going to forget about Swain, and it's going to be a big impact on this game, Swain W, when you max that second, is insanely long range. It is effectively the range of like a Galio ultimate. It gets across the map. Now, if you're all-inning with a Wukong, finding someone in the jungle with a Malphite, a lot of the time they'll do like 80% of your HP bar. If you have that Swain W for the slow, the extra bit of damage, and it's set up for, that could be a big moment to try and fish around for these picks. Ashe arrow thrown in there too. Eminem, while they have a strong front to back and they have a beefy front line, they have lots of damage, they have ways to pick people off around that too. Multiple styles of play that you're going to have to track in this game.
This is kind of unfair, but I need to know, who do you think is going to take this?
Talia's really strong. I love the comp that Eminem put together, though. I think it's going to be Eminem. I like the way they have multiple playstyles. We'll see how that works, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Eminem, whilst there's maybe a sort of air of, hey, they're a little bit over the place, like Nymera says.
Yeah. Chimera Nymera.
Chimera Nymera. I think, you know, the multiple play styles can definitely be of big help here, and I think they have a lot of strong answers into what's been brought to the table by Vanir.
Yeah, give me numbers.
I would say it's like a 75-25.
Okay.
Not that confident myself.
Let's see what happens inside of the game as we jump in. On one side, we have for the first time Talia managing those rocks, and on the other side, we have Malphite, which is a rock. So let's see who's going to win on this one. Head over to the Summer's Rift.
It's going to be a rocky road to the Nexus, some might say. There was pain. I heard pain across the studio there. As you can see, I am joined by a very sad Trouble. Shrubble, let's call her. There's going to be a lot of rubble because of the rocks.
This was the perfect draft. You've got Lulu, you've got Wukong, Talia's mid lane. Chimera.
While it would have been hype.
I don't know if Katarina has haunted you. You're an Anivia main. You should be destroying Katarina's mid lane. I don't know how this champion has haunted you, but that was the perfect pick here.
I mean,
it's just fact. I'm just stating facts.
No. You are correct. It's the perfect pick here, but I also think Swain is also very, very good here as well, right? Like, I think Swain is also the perfect pick here.
Yep.
Because they hit on it on the desk.
Say it. You said
the space. Yeah. How, like, you were talking to me, you're like, wow, look at that Gnar into Talia combo. Filthy. Yeah. You land that, the team fight is over. The question I have is, how do you land that? No. Because you got to get through the Swain, you got to get through the Wukong, you got to get through the Malphite, you got to get through the Lulu, you got to get through the Ashe. Like, if you pull that off, that is Eminem getting a notification on their phone saying their pizza is on the way and they need to get out of their game. That is the only way I see that landing.
So I've got a date, gotta go.
Yeah.
All right,
my date's at the cinema.
I think Ericsson and Hesser are going to have to be extremely creative on the way they're going to work around this, right? So, for example, if we have Vanir shoving in the waves and going towards objectives, it's just very easy to cut off Eminem from walking into you because, yes, you can have Malphite and Wukong dashing through the wall and getting onto you, but then Ashe, Swain, and Lulu are going to be left behind. So as long as Ericsson and Hesser can be very creative with how the wall placement is going to go down, with Hesser potentially even finding a flank over that would be really cool to see for the Wombocom and keep our eyes on that. On the other hand, I 100% agree with you. I think the space that Ashe specifically creates, I find Ashe to be one of the most annoying AD carries in this current patch. And her problem is that she's extremely diveable.
Yeah.
But welcome to the durability patch where you cannot dive anything together with a Lulu anymore.
Absolutely
so it doesn't really matter.
No, it's going to be a very hard one to handle. I think there's a lot of space to be bought. I'm curious to see what you guys are doing in your home spaces, though. So let's have a look at that one. Oh, no, we're having action. No, we're not. Don't worry. That's a...
Me and Riddle coach are in Paris watching NLC, my favorite NLC caster.
Wait, I didn't know Riddle's coach was the Colossal Titan. What?
Yes, your friend, that is exactly the Eiffel Tower.
Definitely the actual Eiffel Tower.
Do I lure you back into the game?
Yeah, let's talk about the game.
Let's go.
So, you were talking to me a little bit about obviously the Talia changes, the big one being, you know, Unraveled Earth. Now being pretty effective at stopping dashes. Ooh, doesn't work versus Kaelin, by the way, because he's unstoppable, hence the name.
It does work into soft, though, so if you're playing very careful...
Oh, monkey bop. No monkey grab.
Right, so...
Flash.
Oh, you go.
Oh, the old switcheroo with the hook. Shredder is shredded. First blood to Mervs.
Very well played. So anything with a Lulu is undiveable, but if they find you in the middle of the lane and a beautiful hook right there landing from Zaremba, then you are going to die. You are squishy enough for 1 versus 3 that happened right there. And again, if we see this again, I feel like Shredder and Misigo are trying to shove in that wave really quickly, but then they overextend. And even though Misigo flashes thinking that the hook is going to land onto him, really beautiful switcheroo right there from Zaremba to land it onto Shredder. And a big question that I have about Eminem is the fact that Week 1, day 2, they actually won versus X7, and Shredder had something like more than 90% kill participation. His Nautilus was all over the map. He was top, he was Herald, he was Baron, he was mid lane, he was finding flanks, he was finding the perfect ultimates, the perfect hooks, everything. Now Shredder has been put in a position where he's not allowed to do that. He's not necessarily allowed to roam as much as he did on Nautilus and create opportunities for his team, which is not necessarily something that they need, because you can scale and be tankier with the Wukong and Malphite. You can scale towards later stages with the Swain and the Ashe as well, so you don't necessarily need it, yes, but we've seen a bunch of passive lanes in the bot side of the map actually lose twice today. The 2 Kog'Maw lanes with the Lulus lost, being 10k gold behind, so we're seeing that if you pick more of an inactive bot lane with a Lulu and you don't actually capitalize on getting that lane rolling, getting that hypercarry in early on, you're just gonna suffer.
I would argue on the other side, though, it was like everything was on fire around those Kog'Maw lanes. To be completely fair, while the proact inactivity, definitely is a weak spot, it was also a lot of the other lanes were losing out. The question is there going to be a punishment on these solo lanes? Because if that is the case, that might be a way around it. If Chimera is punished in lane, there is that world where potentially, you know, he isn't as, you know, effective at buying space for the team, because there's a couple of different builds you do see out of this Swain. One of them I heard is like Leandries into Stoneplate is an option where you just become completely immortal.
Or demonic.
Or demonic as well. You have like lots of ways to actually be very strong. Obviously, Jamado was talking a little bit about the Zhonya's second as well. There's a bunch of different like build paths for Swain. He's very versatile in what he can do on the map. So what he can do with his build path, and that's going to be the interesting thing here. Is Chimera has to flash away because there is no room for him with a seismic shove in the unraveled earth.
Really well played right there for Ericsson. Lays down the rocks, but doesn't use the knock-up until Chimera has to actually cross, which means that then he's forced to flash. Now, one of the reasons why also Taliyah is very strong in this patch, right, apart from the fact that she can stun you while you put these rocks down and you dash through them, she stuns you for the duration of your dash, is the fact that Taliyah was usually used for side lane dives. She can access any lane, shove you between your tower and the wall, because she has placed the wall that way, and then you can very easily dive. Durability patch, you don't get dived, you're much tankier, the towers do a bunch more damage as well, which means that what we saw last week, the Gnar bullying the Malphite away from lane to the point where Kerberos on that Gnar was actually invincible on the side lane, it's not necessarily going to be the case right here. You see 48 CS, 245, Hess0 has opted to go for the Cull in his inventory, so he knows he's not necessarily playing to destroy the Malphite in lane.
Oh, Mishigu. Remember, he's flashless, so he is dead, and they find the hook onto Shredder as well. Looking for the dive, he's able to jump away, but the Ignite is ticking down, and Shredder, unfortunately, his blue pot was not enough.
I'm gonna say it again. Really difficult to dive a Lulu bot lane. But when you're not under the tower, when the tower is not allowed to do damage to your opponent, very easy to get picked on. You said it yourself. They took Mishigu's flash in the earlier bot lane dive. They come back for the return. Kreox, 100% kill participation. 2 kills onto Merbs' Jinx as well. This Merbs is gonna accelerate way fast into the mid game with that Jinx. And if we see this again, you do not know. They're being cheeky right here, and Vanir is still waiting into that bush. They put the chompers really nicely so they can't cross, and also stopping him from escaping from the sides of these chompers too. Shredder did have his flash right there, but he was very slow in actually using it, meaning he ends up going down to the Ignite, giving away a free dragon over to Vanir, as well as a very close to completion Kraken on Merbs.
Yeah, that is very scary for the fact that Jinx has almost got Kraken already. 625 gold off that, to be precise. Hasn't obviously opted into the boots, so it's a little slower on that, but Mishigu, boots and 2 longswords, incredibly weak comparative to his lane opponent. Now, Eminem, they're going to use this opportunity, though, with all the pressure being put bot side, to try and find a way to get some gold. Vanir not going to be able to get Kreox in range of this Herald, but he's thinking about it. He's going to get slammed into. Everybody's jumping in. Soft looks to pick up the eye, and the blast cone's going to get used. Caleb is going to get sent packing. And now the question is where are Eminem going to use this? Are they going to use it bot lane to try and get Mishigu back in? He has the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Merbs has to cleanse, so it's going to be very hard to find an opportunity to jump in onto him.
Yeah, if that was me, I would probably try to give it to Ash in the bot side of the map, but then you sort of force the Jinx to change lane as well. But Vanir is moving towards the bot side of the map. Ericsson can very easily cut that place, that space that Mishigu is running towards, and Mishigu will have to flash yet again. But at the end of the day, it's not all about the tower dives, right? The fact that you deprive Mishigu right there off of 1, 2, 3 minutes of experience and gold, it means that this ass keeps falling a bit further and further behind. Yet another tower plating that's been cashed in by Merbs. So there's 3 tower platings that went down in the bot side of the map. To make that time investment and resource investment, the top side of the map for the refill be worth it, you need to take more than 3 tower platings with Shelly.
Yeah, I mean, there's been 3 kills and 3 tower plates bot side. It is a problem. I'd like to actually have a look at the individual gold just to see how much further ahead Merbs is. Keep in mind, we're only 10 minutes in, and he's got such a big lead
and
over Mishigu already.
And he has Kraken at home as well.
Oh, he has a Kraken. Oh, he has a Kraken.
Mom, can we have Kraken? We have Kraken at home. I'll stop now.
He got the McDonald's.
I'll stop now.
He is incredibly strong right now.
There you go.
There it is. Got his chicken nuggies.
So, at this point, you can see how they can use Merbs to sort of move him around the map. So, the first point of attack will most likely be that bot lane. Only 2 turret platings left, 4 minutes in their disposal. You can still move down there. There is no flash onto Shredder, and Zaremba has been doing flawlessly at hitting those hooks, hitting those flays. Mid lane for Ericsson has been going peachy. He lost his flash early on, but he's been doing great. We're looking over to top side. Hess0, yes, he's not destroying Kalen, he's not destroying the Malphite, but he has been able to get another turret plating for himself. So all in all, we have 3, 4, 5 tower platings that have gone down in favor of Vanir, and that Rift Herald is still waiting in the pockets of Soft to be exposed somewhere, to take some, hopefully, tower platings for the side of Eminem as well. I don't know if they're gonna wait a little bit longer to use it closer to that Dragon timer and maybe try to get some pressure in the mid lane and then go towards the bot side of the map. But right now, Eminem do not seem too keen on making any moves.
Definitely feeling the pressure down on that bottom side of the map. Soft, Herald's not got too much longer left. 2/3 of the timer has gone. So expect to see him try to make a play somewhere. Has got the monkey spin available to him. So might just try and throw that down, but it's going to be so hard with Ericsson kind of buying that space with the Unraveled Earth.
And Vanir are playing so well around their most fed member, which is that Jinx on the bot side of the map. They're moving towards the bot side of the map. They know that in 50 seconds, there's going to be that Dragon. They want to start stacking them. They want to bring Eminem into them. You mentioned how much space Eminem can create, but if Vanir never have to put their finger on the trigger and actually engage them and get objectives for free and reach that soul for free as well, you never have to fight Eminem. You just have to choke them down under their own towers like they've been doing so far at the bot side of the map and just get things for free. That's yet another.
Oh, you interrupted him! Kill him! Solo kill! What?
Okay. That's the power of Malphite. He's playing with the Comet right there as well. He bonked the Minina away. Not a lot of defenses onto a Minina. He's extremely squishy. But still, that solo kill doesn't really result in anything massive from the side of Eminem, apart from the fact that Hess0 is going to lose a little bit of CS and gold from all these minions that have crashed underneath his tower. Kalen, though, doesn't have his TP available to join this fight. So all in all, yes, they lose a kill onto the Nut, but they've secured the second Dragon. Ericsson and the rest of Vanir can move on to the mid lane.
Oh, that
they
wall.
stop the Herald
that
as well.
Wall is so tragic for them. Hook's gonna come out. Soft jumps in. It's time for Beyblade, baby! Knocking up a couple of members as the arrow goes wide. Sure, they get a few plays, and Chimera gonna pop himself the demonic ascent for the moment. Not able to find himself a grab, and yeah, they get 3 plays, but that is it. Meanwhile, Jinx is just melting through towers. Eminem are crumbling with an amazing draft. Just unfortunate play in the bot lane has really, really hit them.
I just love the proactivity, honestly, coming from Vanir, seeing an entire new roster from spring to summer, seeing them play so well coordinated together. They're using from the side of Eminem, the Herald mid, they don't care. Ericsson pops down the wall. Shelly has to make an entire beeline around the wall to try and get to the tower. By the time they do, Soph has to actually engage onto Krayox to make sure that Shelly does bop onto that tower. Soph loses his flash, which means that long-range engage is no longer going to be available until he has his flash there. And Merps, unbothered.
Yeah,
shining on that bottom of the map, taking an entire tower pre-14.
But look at the items. Divine Sunder has been picked up for his Zero. You got Divine Sunder for Crocs as well. That's the type of shoe, but it doesn't matter. We've also got the Kraken Slayer onto Merbs along with that last Whisper. Look at Michigu. It's attack speed boots, a pickaxe, and 2 longswords.
That looks like a Yasuo that's gone 0-4 in lane, by the way.
Oh, it's so painful. Just a lot of attention, and honestly...
Caleb, by the way.
Zambera playing really, really well to set up that lane as a... Caleb?
Caleb is just alcove gaming right now. He's trying to... Okay, this is a little bit miscoordinated because, yes, he's trying to catch people off guard, but who's he catching them off guard for? Because Soph is super far away, doesn't have his ultimate available, just came up. He's got only a Lulu around, and now they are looking for that Rift Herald fight. But honestly, if you overcommit for that one, it could be really bad for Vanir.
But Zambera going to get hit up for the moment. The Monica Saint comes out into the grab back as Chimera may just feel the flash forward, catches him out. The Hand of Palpatine comes out as well. And pop goes the Weasel. Stopwatch going to get used. And this should be the end with the Eye of the Emperor coming in. But Mervs is untouched. They're able to do the damage. They find themselves a double kill for the Monkey. The Monkey spin's going down, but everybody's super low. Mervs is resetting. Double kill. Make it a triple kill. Mervs untouched, uncontested, and absolutely wipes Eminem.
Unbothered and absolutely thriving. 5-0 and 2. Merps has been the recipient of all that gold, and it's coming into fruition. You see Zaremba right there gets caught by Chimera's Swain, and then the Chompers will go down to create space, and then he hooks the Swain close. I'm like, I'm not sure you want that, buddy, but he actually did. He baited everyone from Eminem into a huge choke point. Guess what? Jinx loves that. Guess what? Talia loves that. Guess what? Krayox onto that. Viego loves that for all of the resets. Hesir as well with the Meganar going in, throwing the boomerangs. And again, I will just say that Viegos fall big victims to picking up Lulu souls.
Yeah.
Because they're actually like super squishy once they do, and they end up going down, like they will shield themselves and then they're dead. We saw it from MC, we've seen it from Krayox right here, like don't get baited by the Lulu souls. Just don't do it.
Oh man. Vanir. A lot of us were favoring Eminem coming into this. We thought this draft was so good, but Vanir just had a read on what they needed to do to counter Eminem, and they just shut bot lane down entirely. These Lulu lanes, we thought they weren't diveable. Doesn't matter, you just catch them before they get to their tower.
Exactly.
And this is the kill lane we expected out of XL last time into the Lulu. This time it actually came into fruition and has worked just wonders for them. Michigu now has got the Kraken Slayer finished up onto the Ashe. And obviously the great thing about Ashe is as long as they're post 6, they still can always R. They can still always long range engage. The problem is do you go on Ericsson? No, he's got the cleanse. Do you go on Mervs? No, he's got the cleanse. So who are you actually ulting? The front line? Maybe.
So we talked about the first Rift Herald as well. That pretty much was a waste when it comes to it being worth the time investment for Eminem. But this one opens up mid lane. Where are you gonna put Ashe to farm? The only lane that has a tower is all the way to the top side of the map. And you don't necessarily want to have Ashe isolated all the way there, but that might just be your only option right now. You need to keep Ashe ammo where you know she's going to be extremely safe. In the mid lane, maybe with Lulu, you cannot overextend, which means you lose a lot of that attention that you had in the river. You lose a lot of that vision. The only silver lining for Eminem is that the soul is going to be a cloud soul, which not necessarily a lot of teams cared too much for.
I would argue in this is actually quite nice because we were talking about the zone control, being able to reposition fast. The Cloud Soul can be somewhat useful in that sense. Sure,
it's
not
the
a
worst.
Hextech. I think Hextech is probably the ideal one for them here because it allows them to kind of keep people at arm's reach and then go on the fight when they want to. Looks like M&M are going to be able to finally cash in on their first tower, and the tower shutdown gold will do a little bit of wonders for them. But that money is going to Calem and going to Soft. You'd rather it go into Chimera or Mishigu, who are just currently stuck under tier 2 towers, catching waves and just trying to find a way to be relevant. There is a point, though, where Chimera should become very, very oppressive and hard to play.
Still, I'm just really worried because I'm looking at the Eminence roster and I'm like, who's supposed to do massive damage here? Sure, the Wukong does relatively okay damage. Sure, Swain does relatively okay damage. Sure, Ashe does relatively okay damage, but I've used the word relatively for all three of them.
Yeah.
None of them gives me hyper carry material, like a Jinx, like a Victor.
Yeah, it's definitely not hyper carry. What it is it's sustain and survive and just chip away slowly. And, you know, there isn't that much recovery for the side of Vanir, so in an extended fight, I do think M&M are probably quite okay, but then it's also extended fight versus Jinx.
Yeah,
also not particularly nice. So it's like, either way you look at it, like, who actually wins out in these long fights? I think it just comes down on if these teams are equal in gold and items, it comes down to how well they play it, because you have the ability to buy space with M&M, but if Jinx just gets set up and gets resets, it's over.
Yeah. Exactly. I 100% agree with you. And the fact that Vanir have been playing the side lanes so well, look at this. They're picking onto Calem. Calem has to use his ultimate. He's no longer a threat to the Jinx. You know what? The Jinx can actually push forward right now. Once they spot where the Wukong is, you use Merbs onto the Jinx, you take yet another tower, or you move further into the jungle. So I think that Vanir have been playing very cleverly around a lot of the cooldowns and a lot of the summoner spells that M&M do or do not have. And right now, taking Calem's ultimates, yes, it's a very short cooldown. He almost has it back up. Almost half of it is already done, but now at least you know that for this time of duration, you can actually pressure top side, and the only thing you care about is seeing where the Wukong is. Once you've spotted them, you can move back.
This is a very important game for both of these teams because they are currently 1-1 each. So on the standings, this can kind of slingshot you forward a little bit going into Wednesday, and potentially give you a better week 2 and a better standing going into the later weeks. So it's a very important game for both of these teams. Now, the one good thing for M&M is they did beat X7, so they don't have like scary X7 to potentially come up. I know X7 didn't have a particularly great week 1, but that has played into their favor somewhat.
Now they're ramping up, so you definitely want to have that X7 game out of the way.
You missed your window. They got that, but yeah, that was definitely a good window for M&M to find a win there. But does raise a couple of questions that, you know, they do look a little bit scared right now. They do still have a good team to work around, but it's a matter of them actually hitting, you know, the power spikes, hitting the opportunities. Because at the moment, the biggest problem that M&M have is they don't really have any vision. Like, they're slowly trying to reclaim some of this red side jungle and some area around this Baron. Because obviously the Baron is a very scary thing. You got the Jinx. She can shred through that Baron. She's 5-0-2. Like, Jinx will absolutely end Baron.
I think a little bit of the head scratcher is some sort of like difference in the stylistic that they've drafted here, because like Malphite Wukong talks to me about diving really deep into the enemy backline, finding that Jinx, finding that Taliyah, who are both immobile, fair enough, but you also have a Thresh there and you have a Gnar, and they can defend that, whilst the rest of your team, what they want to do is create space and peel back versus a team that doesn't necessarily want to engage into you. If Saremba lands a hook, then Taliyah can chain that with a knockback, and then you blow someone up, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 5. So I feel like the draft is not necessarily favoring them too much, and even though I felt like Wukong maybe should have done a little bit more in the early game to try and get a lane ahead, but the fact that Chimera was losing mid lane, Mishigu and Shredder were dying all the time towards the bot side of the map, Calem is playing Malphite. I think Soft had no options.
Yeah, completely right there. Well, it looks like Soft is in the wings with Shredder right now, seeing if they can potentially spot out to Ericsson. This does leave Mishigu alone in that mid wave, but Mishigu pretty comfortable right now just to keep farming up. And, you know, the more time we tick by for M&M, the happier they are just because of how big the gold lead is. Sure, you don't want the time to tick by versus a Jinx, but when you're already 7,000 gold down, you'd rather just chill, hope that your Ashe can get some items under her belt, and then hope that maybe this Swain becomes tanky enough, because it does look like with that Warden's Mail in the inventory, this is going to be a Frozen Heart build, yeah.
It already appears in Calem's inventory, so I'm wondering maybe this is maybe a Randuin's would be a better choice right now, but Soft has been caught, has to dash out, has to get out of dodge really quickly, which means that the soul is going to go towards Vanir. And I will agree with you, it's not one of the strongest souls that we can have in the game. We talked about this earlier, but being able to space yourself out, moving faster for Zaremba as well to try and land these hooks, try and land these flays, might be the game changer that they actually need right here. What I'm really worried is that Eminence don't necessarily have a really easy way to face check unless they have Calem around onto the Malphite. They cannot necessarily walk into the jungle when it's blind.
But
right
crucially,
now,
it also gives us a very early Elder.
Absolutely.
That's the big thing, because you've already got a very fed Jinx. Like, Eminem have already shown me they just don't want to fight. They don't want to, they want to wait this game out as much as possible. Elder is on the map in 6 minutes. Are Eminem going to get significantly stronger in 6 minutes time? I would argue probably not in the current state of things. So Vanir should realistically be able to pick up this Elder.
First things first, Baron is still in the game.
Yeah.
And at this point, Vanir have all the control that they want around the Baron, meaning that you have your own jungle warded, and then you have Ericsson's wall onto the Talia. You can cut out members of Eminem. Herbs.
Instantly goes in for the cleanse. Lantern comes out.
Ooh.
Calem did flash there, as actually they do find a good hook on to Calem.
That's not the hook you want.
Probably don't really want Dwayne The Rock Johnson, but he might see if he can turn it around. Nope, able to waddle away.
But that was Calem's flash right there. That was actually expended, so you will see it coming. If you see the unstoppable force, it's going to be very easy to dodge. It's going to be very easy for Mevs to actually flash away from it and survive for himself. So flash down on Calem is huge. That means Vanir can actually walk inside that top quadrant of Soft's jungle and try to ward it. Ericsson still has his wall. Will have his wall very quickly.
Yeah.
And Hess Zero is mini now for now.
Michigu does have that Ash Arrow up soon, though. Merb's a while away from that cleanse. So if Calem hadn't flashed, that would have been a very worth play, because at that point you can kill Merbs. And Merbs is worth 1,000 gold. Merbs is not a small shutdown at all. And he's overextending, and look at Michigu's timer. Like, you have the Lantern, but you can't click it if you get hit by that Ash. So
but now it's Eminem's chance. It's Eminem's chance. You do have the hyper carry in the likes of Ash. You have the boosters right there coming in from the Lulu that can actually bait Vanir into face checking this, but all they want to do is just go in, clean the vision. They have been spotted from the Scuttle Crab as well, and this is like, this is starting to become a very slow-paced game, and where I was looking at Merbs, I'm like, he's got the stopwatch, he's got the BF sword, and maybe a Guardian Angel wouldn't be the worst choice right here, since he still has the stopwatch available in his pocket. I'd much rather that he went straight into the Infinity Edge. This is going to shred through even the Malphite with the Frozen Heart. He's able to still flash away or stopwatch the Unstoppable Force or the dashing in from Soft. So, again, Vanir are using the numbers advantage. They are using their items advantage to take control, to take vision of the top side of the map. This is also a very back and forth game, because yes, there is some hard engage in the likes of maybe Megana can find the flank, but mostly from the side of Vanir, it's about picks. It's about landing the hook. It's about destroying someone, whilst Eminem have to play very cleverly, because the top side of the map wants to do something different and dive deep, whilst the bottom side of the map wants to kite and peel backwards.
Now, Eminem can always check this Baron Pit. They've got the Blue Ward in Michigan. They've got obviously the Hawk Shot as well. And they've got Swain. They've got lots of tools to be able to get close enough to it. They've got that Ash Arrow. Merbs almost got that cleanse back, though. So either Vanir's mid tower needs to fall here while they're using that as an opportunity, or they need to find a pick and a fight, because otherwise this is just a bit of a waste of Calem's flash and obviously that potential pick earlier. So Eminem, they're okay with the way it's gone, but we do need to see something from them, because this is very, very passive.
You know what? I think you were right when you said, you know what? In 6 minutes time, we have Elder Dragon coming up. I think this is going to be the fight. I'm like, surely not. Like, Baron is still up and available. There's no way they're going to wait until Elder is up. I think we might just have a fight for Elder. I think this might just be it, because in 2 minutes it's coming up. Vanir and Eminem are unwilling to commit to the Dragon because they know the costs from both sides. They can both end up going down. The game is still pretty close, even though it's 7,000 gold in the lead for Vanir. Eminem can still change this around.
Yeah, it's weird, because I'd say it's not close, but Eminem are playing it in a way that means that, you know, Vanir do play in that back of the mind and going, well, we could actually still lose a fight.
Yeah.
There is that world where, you know, the Ash just slows us all down. The CC, obviously the Swain, making lots of space, and they're respecting towards that. They do still have Soul. They do still have that 7,000 gold lead. Vanir are definitely very far ahead right now, but they are playing respectfully for Eminem, hence why this game feels like the brakes have kind of been put on since that Soul was taken.
And again, we're playing this sort of back and forth game, right? Where you're pushing in that mid wave, you're setting down a vision, then Malphite walks in together with Wukong, and they take the vision back. But 1 minute remaining until that Elder is up. Chimera is shoving in that wave. Somebody has to reply from the side of Vanir, but because they know, again, that they have the numbers advantage in the mid lane, they're going to shove in that tower. Hesir has been building up that bot lane wave as well. So again, yes, I understand it's a very slow game, but again, when you play it into Lulu, Swain, and Ashe, it is going to be a very slow approaching game. And Vanir so far have been playing flawlessly and around numbers advantage, summoners advantage, ultimate advantage.
Seeing actually the Crystal Scepter second for Chimera. Did just pick up that Warden's Mail for a bit of armor to deal with Merbs. We'll probably translate that into an item a little later. But the Crystal Scepter obviously able to buy quite a lot of space.
Slow as well.
Yes, it's very much that zone control comp from Eminem. It's, are they going to be able to use it? Are they going to be able to actually effectively make it work for them? Chimera is pretty strong right now. He's level 15, would ideally like to be level 16, but Elder Dragon spawning up. Eminem actually have a pretty good track, and that's a hook on for the moment.
Threshold.
Yeah, the box does go down. That's actually pretty big.
That is one of your zone controls completely gone from the game. The Elder Dragon has been started from Eminem as well. Ashe is going to join from the side. Hesir is just about to drop off of Megana into Mini. I think right here,
what a wall.
Eminem.
Oh, that wall might actually just have done it. Volley's going to go down to slow. Eminem can now move in. Chimera gets caught out by the seismic shove and loses a lot of HP.
These are the tools. These are Vanir's tools to actually zone them away.
Soft. He's on a pink ward. No one spotted him out. Chimera still got that flash, still got that ghost. He's looking to jump in. Soft, gonna jump in. Throws out the Beyblade. Instantly caught out. This fight is breaking out already. They've got themselves 1 kill already. It's gonna be onto Caleb. He's missed that ultimate. Croc's able to take down the carry. And Vanir are just walking through Eminem. The marshmallows are toasted. And it is an absolute slaughter. Complete failure of a fight from Eminem.
Merbs, you are such a freaking beast! His reflexes, all that flash from soft diving in from complete darkness were insane. 7, 0, and 4. Undying in this game where everything wants to jump on him.
It looked like Eminem just lost bot get lane and then just lost hope that game. It was just catastrophic for them.
You know what?
Vanir played that very, very well. We had our expectations off the back of, yeah, I know. We had our expectations. We thought Eminem had drafted a very good comp that could buy space, but they just never got to play it. They just fell way too far behind. And then Merbs, like you said, really, really good play. Every time they thought they caught Merbs, they didn't. And Eminem just, they ran out, they missed Merbs and went, oh, what do we do?
I just need to give props to Creox and the bot lane because they snowballed them out of control. We mentioned how a Lulu lane is completely undivable if you're under a tower. They kept cutting Shredder and Mishigu further away from the tower. That means they ended up in a 2 versus 3 situation. No tower damage that has been buffed this patch. Therefore, Creox and the bot lane came out ahead, and Merbs, his position, his itemization, the way he was playing around the fights was stellar.
You know, Jamada was wrong. What can I say? Over to you.
I mean, like, that's even hard. I mean, it's Jamada. Welcome to the desk back, everyone, and
At least I think.
Hold on.
The pre-show.
Hold on.
We kept this compartmentalized.
I think most comps are gonna kind of stink if you give Jinx a 2,500 gold lead really early, in all fairness. But yeah, I'll take it on the chin. Yeah, Vanir, I think in particular, early game, Zaremba, Thresh hooks, absolutely spectacular.
Godlike.
I think for me, I look at this this Eminem draft and I feel like, in my opinion, if Jinx isn't, you know, super duper far ahead like what we just saw, or even to a degree, even I think Talia as well, that's really hard to play for Vanir in the later stages. I think that the front line would have been too tanky, there would have been too much disruption going on in the backline carries, and I think for Vanir, at most ERO level games, I think a draft like Eminem's is a little bit too disruptive to actually play against.
And that's the thing, right? It's about that disruption. It's also about, you know, we did, well, I mean, I mainly highlighted like, oh, Swain W, Ashel, pretty good at, you know, picking people off in
Yeah.
positions where they should feel safe, and it did.
Never used.
And it never really happened. There
Yeah,
were a couple of Astralis, there was a couple that missed in the mid lane. It felt like they weren't very proactive about it, and it felt like they weren't very precise with it.
Exactly, and
That's something they need to really fix if they want to play that style of comp, because that's a hallmark of it. You need to do that to unlock all of its potential.
Yeah, and I feel like you've got it on the nose. They had to be as proactive as they could have possibly have been, and I feel like there was too much dead time, and I think that could have just simply been a mentality thing. Eminem wanted to very clearly stall the game out, so they felt like it was kind of playable because Merbs got so fed. But that was just flashbacks to me for, and Archer, you'll know because you covered Div 2 with me, that felt like a by the books monster game from Div 2, where Merbs will just get all of the resources, all of the time from the rest of the team. He'd get super fed on something like a Jinx or a Zarya if it was last split, a Felios even, and he would just take over the game. And it felt like in core moments for Eminem here when they tried to take skirmishes, Vanir, A, responded very well, and B, the targeting was never on Merbs, and that was just such a big problem.
And it seemed like every single time that they tried to do it, it went wrong, but hit me, Diamondprox.
And obviously, this is after already Merbs has been the beneficiary of a couple of bot lane ganks. I think that Zaramba had insane performance. And though, you know, you can see the Thresh going down in this fight, I mean, you need to be able to set up these fights so you're not straight front to backing with the Jinx in this sort of situation. This is absolute ideal situation for a Jinx. Jinx cannot be allowed to do this. We've had a year of this champion now, like a solid year. You know exactly what this champion does in this situation. If you're funneling to that point, you know that's already a done deal. You can't be taking this kind of fights. That's fighting with the blinkers on and thinking, look, we've got to pick with the Swain. Swain's got phase rush active. Sure, we've got this power spike. That's thinking about your champions in isolation, not thinking about how the enemy champions factor into that equation.
It went perfect for Vanir, and we're going to talk with the jungler Kreox, who played with Viego that is waiting for us. There you go. So amazing, stellar victory for Vanir. And you specifically, you woke up and chose violence, didn't you? Okay, I cannot hear you. You were vocal inside of the game, but I think you're muted right now. Oh, no. Because there was a fast interview, as fast as he went to the bot side and delivered all that lead for the Jinx. I had so many questions for him, but unfortunately, I don't think we can get him right now. Yeah. But it seemed like the team was cohesive. They wanted, they got in, and they completely showed up.
Yeah, no, they were very proactive, and it's kind of what I expected from Kreox anyway, coming into the NLC. I had the brief privilege of being able to cover the LCL for a couple of weeks, and with that came its fair share of prep. And him alongside Diamondprox from the LCL, just by far and away the two most consistently aggressive junglers. And showing it here in this game, he kind of just recognized, okay, we have a bot lane that's very easy to abuse because we've got the setup from the Thresh, and it's something we like. It's kind of 50-50 with teams. Sometimes you see Thresh lanes where like Thresh actually has his full kit kind of utilized by the rest of the team, and then other games it's not. And this is one of those games where thankfully it was the former, and Zaramba was able to pull off a very strong performance. But Kreox on the Viego was very clearly, it seemed, had an idea of what he wanted to do from the early game, and even in the sort of mid stages, very much recognized.
I had to get you off, but I think we got him again online. You chose violence?
Yes, hello guys.
There you go, I got you. Okay, cool. He rises from the bot lane. Okay, you invested a lot of time and a lot of economy as well on the bot side, and it paid off, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, our ganks works pretty well. I was surprised that they didn't really cover it, you know, like with Wukong, with the waves management, and I think they did a lot of mistakes, and maybe we could snowball more with Talia ultimate, but I think it was fine.
And looking into Talia, it doesn't seem like you guys at Scrims or any team at all has been able to play with her because everybody may ban away the Talia. And you finally got a hold of Talia. Was the team ready to play with the Talia?
I actually was surprised that they didn't ban it because everyone is just perma-banning Talia. Some teams just asking to play at least one game, you know, on the blue side. So yeah, we was ready to play it. We played some games, and I mean, this champion is just turbo broken. That's all I can say.
Can you tell me, are you looking to go into the community of speed runs, looking into the dragons? Like the timers you did with the dragons, they were so fast. You got the solid 24 minutes in, no, 22 minutes in. Was it because the bot lane was unprotected? Was this your plan all along to go for the solo as fast as possible and leave Soft in the dust?
I think actually first Drake was my idea because team didn't want to take it. We want to play more tempo, you know, just base after bot gank and go for camps and go get as much gold as we can. But I decided to go Drake because I think like game will be slow, especially if we don't really play mid game that good. You know, like the cleanest mid game, you could see like this choke Baron stars or something. But yeah, I mean, we just like wanted to play Soul. Soul was not the greatest, but yeah.
So that's actually a really interesting part of a larger topic in terms of new patches come in, and you can see stuff like a lot of Enchanter supports coming into the meta. As a jungler, you need to play very differently around that. What fundamentals do you think that your team is going to be working on next, actually, in regards to that? Because you said you were talking about, oh, maybe you shouldn't go for that first dragon, you decided to go for it. What else are you learning on the new patch, and what's changing in this meta?
I believe that it's more now. It will be like more the like team fight oriented drafts because for fights is really slow and teams just building like tanks and like really hard tanky bruisers in the jungle. But I still think that some tanky suppers like Nautilus, Leona can be like good in some case of drafting. But yeah, just like team fights is just way too slow. People not one-shotting another people that fast. You know, like how it was before in previous patch. And I mean, I like the new patch. I only don't really like the one thing that Lee Sin got a lot of weaker, you know, that previous patch, because tempo junglers or like tanky junglers are just way stronger, and he could be like not really good right now in the meta.
Okay, let's see what happens from the future and to see how you guys fed up in the new patch. Thank you so much for this interview. I got you on the second one, Kreok, so thank you so much for being with us, and good luck on the remaining games.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
There you go. It's really good to get the input of the players, how they're feeling and how they look. Oh, man, I really wish Lee Sin was back in the meta, but he's no longer there. And we're still adapting. This is the only, like, the first day of the new patch.
Well, we don't even have tape from other regions to look at. We are the first game, as far as I'm aware.
Who cares about the other regions?
But even that, it is a strength of particularly when you're looking towards your analysts and your coaches, and of course a lot of the players who are more open-minded and actually have more of a input into the meta and the drafts as well. It is useful to learn from other people's perspectives. You can scrim people, but that's off stage. That's not the same as being on stage when actually it's like, you need results now, this is what you draft. Sometimes you can, I'm sure you'll know in your own drafts when you were doing them in scrims or whatever, you can just try some extra stuff. Like they were saying, oh, give them Talia blue side one game, we'll just see what happens with it, asking for it. We don't really have that learning yet, and we're going to have to catch up as the split goes on.
Yeah, no, and
maybe
again,
they'll learn from us.
Yeah, maybe they'll learn from us. Maybe, who knows? And yeah, like we've kind of alluded to as well, the time frame of which the patches have dropped. So teams still learning throughout the course of probably today. Like, I'm sure that this will be one of the few days where often you'll hear players say, yeah, no, I didn't watch the other games, like I don't really care about them. This is probably one of the few days where few days where players will, even if they've played their game already, will just come back and watch the broadcast because they want to see what other teams are actually playing, because realistically 3-4 scrim blocks is not enough to get to grips with a patch this size.
Everybody's still learning what is happening on this new patch. Specifically, AD carries like Michigo at Eminem. I got you on the interview. It has been far too long. You lied to me the last interview. You were going to be gone, and you're only remaining member of Eminem. Good to see you again, mate.
Well, we kind of griefed. Especially in bot lane, right? We kind of knew that they would gank us level 3 from like watching the previous games and sit, and we still died to it, right? So that kind of sucks.
Talk to me about the Ashe pick. Why you go 2 games in a row for the Samira, like the ballsy move, I want to get in on a team fight, and then you pick the Ashe.
It's not my fault. I don't know why it released this stupid patch, right? And now it's a completely different meta change. I really liked playing like really aggressive stuff, and it's not as good anymore, right? So that kind of sucks. We're still getting used to the patch, of course. This is the first day of seeing other people play with the patch, so it's still a long time to go and to see what will be strong and stuff.
And you jump into a game with, I mean, not a usable pick. Like, I mean, you bring the Ashe. Nobody picked the Ashe today, so it was something more for you. And you get so focused on the bot side. What was your plan moving forward into the game? Because you needed to be out of attacking because you brought in Lethal Tempo. You can't even go for the lethality. What was your plan moving into this game as soon as you got camped and camped and camped?
I mean, generally, right, we kind of just want to front to back, and then I can hit anyways. I mean, it's also very hard for Jinx to play versus Malphite and Wukong when they dive backline. But yeah, we struggled a bit and just didn't play good in general. I think our comp is kind of easy to execute if we don't give Jinx 3 kills and 5 plates, you know. But yeah, she kind of got way too accelerated, way too fast, and
yeah, regardless of the comp, if Jinx gets that, I think it's hard to play against. And tell me something, we were talking about this in the green room. It seemed like the team, once you realized it was Cloud Drake, you guys said, nah, take it. Take it, we're going for the Elder. Was that the plan?
Yeah, and Cloud Drake is so useless, especially on their champs, right? So it's better to try to scale. But yeah.
Moving forward, looking through the rest of the split and looking into this new meta, how are you feeling your chances are with Eminem? Because you guys kicked X7. It's not you defeated X7. You kicked X7 on the ground. You humiliated them on the previous patch. But looking into this one, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good, right? Because we started playing on 12.9 and we got really good at 12.9, right? And then we beat X7 on it, and now it's a new patch, so we just have to work hard and learn the new patch as well, right?
Okay. Okay,
So
I'm
as long
expecting
as
the
we
next
work hard.
interview to have that smile back on your face, because every single time you lose, your face goes the other way. So I want to see that smile back again, Michigo. There you go, that one.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview. It's
Yeah,
always a
thank you,
pleasure
man.
to talk with you, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, same. Yeah, have a good one, bro.
Always. Kind of like Michigo.
We can tell.
It's very cool, yeah.
He's really frontal about his opinions. I like that in the player.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And there is a level of awareness to go, yeah, we kind of griefed.
We kind of griefed. Oopsie. I mean, when you see the Jinx taking 5 plates, 3 kills, what do? I mean, she's in Arcane. I mean...
Disconnect, try from block.
I also would like to say thank you, Michigu, for admitting that you gave over the Cloud Soul and tried to play for the Elder, because for over a year now, I've been trying to advocate for this. If you're behind and you're playing against Cloud Soul and there is absolutely no reason to contest it, let it go.
Yeah.
Play for Elder if it allows for you to scale into a game like this where you actually have a chance to play the game.
He wants to parlay
No. This is actually not a disagreement. This is actually a furthering of that point. I think that's completely true. I think there is currently, and maybe this is a bit of an over-waffly statement, I think there is an over exposure of players who just play their comfort champions, they play their comfort comps, but don't actually understand the breakpoints of these things too well. It's like, how do you win a game? How do you lose a game? And actually realizing you don't always lose a game by giving over certain souls. Giving over a Hextech or Infernal tends to be pretty bad. Stuff like Ocean, even in the game with the Cogmore, the second game with the Cogmore, with the Riddle JDxl game.
Manageable, yeah.
You look at the Ocean, so I think actually, yeah, it's bad, but it doesn't lose us the game. We have a better chance by giving this over, getting to 4 items. That's our breakpoint. Okay, cool. You know that, you think it through in your head, and you get to play that out. I don't think we always see that extra level of thinking. Not that there isn't a lot of thinking to be done before that, because you have to get everything in order to get to that next level. But it's interesting to again get a bit of a deeper opinion on some of these players and saying, actually, yeah, no, this was objectively the right call.
This is good to know from the players. Okay, I want to see the standings right now before we move on. JDxl still undefeated alone up there. And M&M Gaming, even though they defeated X7 in the previous week, they're now looking on the right side of the standings. Riddle is no longer first on the B group, on the group B. They lost that spot to M&M. I don't know how they come back from that one.
Alphabet diff.
Alphabet means we are 1 game away from finishing the day. It is going to be Bifrost versus Nuriki. The second team to last versus the second team to first, I would say. Bifrost versus Nuriki.
So, this was going to be an interesting one, because Bifrost coming in very hot, and Nuriki are a team which have typically, we keep bringing this back because it seems to keep being relevant, they struggle to hit the ground running on new patches, on new adaptation kind of circuits, right? So I'm looking at this Nuriki team. They have to adapt to this new patch. They're going to have to do a lot of work to do that. I'm just hoping it's not too far back to square one for them, because on the other side of Bifrost, it felt like actually, as much as you could take away the patch, they're always going to do the same thing. They're going to give you a heart attack and somehow win all the same.
and you know, I think we had news of 12-10 right around the same kind of time that the Bifrost roster got announced. And immediately I thought, this is the kind of patch that Bifrost are probably going to thrive on. Because,
team fights.
Because it's just team fights, team fights, late game. And not to say that Bifrost are inherently, you know, bad at early games, but they didn't exactly always have the best track record last split. And I think their track record was far better suited to sort of post 25 minutes on. And so far throughout the day, it seems like the games are going a little bit longer. The drafts are tending to be a lot more front to back. And I think that suits players like Odie and Fury, who would much more prefer to probably, get their hands on the later game carries. And I think for players like Diamondprox, obviously, who is historically one of the most aggressive junglers to just grace Summoner's Rift, linking up with Highway, I think it's going to be a great sort of philosophy and playstyle for them to play in, where Diamondprox is just attacking lanes or supplementing these scaling lanes, and then Fury and Odie get to play the game 20 minutes on.
That's where things get interesting for me, because I feel like the lanes of Bifrost, they'd like this patch.
Yeah.
Now, Diamond has played in pretty much has played in every meta imaginable. He's been around for all of them. The question is, if he does want to keep playing aggressively and doesn't want to bend that style right now, does he still have the same agency to do that? That's what I'm looking for next.
I want to step in the conversation because it's quite easy to talk about Bifrost, the way they're winning and all that with Diamondprox and Highway now on the bot side. But I want to talk about the core strength of Nuriki. We also need to look into this team. A team with Banderas on the top side, Flipper in the jungle, Hado in the middle, and Azitor and Nabagnale on the bot side. Where should we look into this matchup in favor of Nuriki? Because it's easy to look into Bifrost.
I think actually this patch kind of favors them too when we get to it. I mean, last split, they were playing around a lot of stuff like Trundle, playing towards against some slower team fights. Now, their top lane champion pool was a little bit limited in the last split, but I think this time Banderas has a larger pool than what we saw Patoshka pull in terms of like the meta team fight front to back stuff. So I think that's one side. And then for me, the absolute core of this, the engine is that bot lane. Azator was my bot lane MVP for Spring. I thought this guy was incredible. That was largely based on a lot of Aphelios performances. That was probably his best champion. Have to see him then transfer that over to different champions. I think, though, if this comes down to slower team fights, when you have an AD carry of this caliber, I think that Nuriki can really play through this bot side. I think that's something that they can work with.
So if Nuriki wins this one, they can run away from that bottom of the standings. Meanwhile, Bifrost could join JDxl as undefeated so far on week 2, day 3. Without further ado, let's jump into Champion Select to see how these teams are going to navigate on this new patch. Durability patch. I don't know if you guys tried it out back at home. It's quite interesting, I would say, but also share with us how you're watching the scene at hashtag NLC at home. Share us a photo. Where are you watching? With who? How? Why? Just hit us on Twitter and we'll show you. Why are you watching? I want someone to say, because I want to learn the new patch, maybe. I want to see those things.
So do we, actually. That's
yeah, we would also like to
That'd be pretty fun.
Be able to do our job a little bit, I think.
Wukong is available. As much as it's fun to be like, oh, I've heard this champion's strong, it's just like, we are coming down to now, later into the day, same kind of champions cropping up again and again. I think the GP's been a real standout one, was all the way through MSI, has only gotten stronger in this patch. This time, still going to be the Gwen hitting that ban list, and we are left once again with Wukong there. Lucian's left unbanned. That's something that we haven't seen all day.
The entire day completely banned, yeah.
But Talir was red side. I was like, where's the Talir?
Where's the Talir?
First one, my first one, okay.
And I mean, Odie loves Lucian, regardless of what the patch is. So we're going to see it locked in. And even if I recall, if memory serves me right, Fury isn't too bad at it, but obviously Lucian these days much more catered towards the bottom lane, and with the Ahri lock-in, and we now do get the confirmation of where that will be going.
I know this is...
Oh no, he's going to
no,
I'd like to take a moment to sell you something which isn't snake oil. I genuinely believe ADRE is better than APRE on this patch. Now, if you want a mini Zeri in the mid lane that can keep chasing you down...
You've gone to Nuriki,
there is
their third champion.
Look, I'm just saying, there is an option. We'll keep it on the table.
Yep.
So let's just keep it on that. So obviously we haven't seen like first pick, first ban, like Ahri kind of in the games today. It's definitely not as strong as that last patch because you don't have the same assassination potential. With the Lissandra being shown at MSI as well, particularly with something like Wukong, you actually have a lot of threat onto Ahri in a 2v2, which you're not used to in a lot of mid jungles. We have to now see Bifrost say, okay, we have learned from seeing these teams do this at MSI. What have we then got as a response to it?
I'll have to let be a little bit happy before I add on to your point.
Yeah.
Can I take a little bit of your time? It's not snake oil, by the way.
You're doing this for attention. You know what? It's working. Keep doing it.
It is working. Keep covering the Pantheon.
Yeah, I'm expecting Diamondprox to lean on the Viego here, or even something a little more different, perhaps.
This is very T1.
This
very team. So this is actually why the Renata pick is very important. So if you go back to Emma's side now, my home away from home, the LGL, they played a lot of Lucian with Renata. That was something that they played. It was still very lane dominant. If you have teamfight presence, it's still got the enchanter bonus of like having that buff of the bailout, having that with Lucian. So if you take that away, you know it kind of has to be the Nami. Those are the only two aggressive lane dominant pairings you have. Forces Highway into playing that Nami, which we haven't seen was playing a lot of that Nautilus last week.
Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good point. Highway, I think both his games are on Nautilus, right? So we now get to see him on the Nami. Strong bot lane, as we already know. And now they're also going to have the opportunity to just ban away 2 AD carries that they don't want to have to deal with.
And Jinx.
Hogmore, I expect.
Well, they locked in the second AD carry of Ari in the mid lane.
Yeah.
All of this is working out for them.
I said B3 on the Ricky Nightmare, all right? You've had your time. But yeah, I think that's a good call, Archer. I think Jinx is probably the second ban here. Or actually, okay, cheeky. They're going to actually take away the Twitch.
I was hearing a lot about Twitch, actually.
Yeah.
Again, Twitch was a champion that struggled to get through laning phase. Now, when you have the Renata, it's already a speed up. Twitch loves movement speed boost. He's running down lane, getting that buff, he goes invisible, just shoots down into a lane. Something like Lissandra, something like a Wukong. These are both setup champions. Having something big teamfight impact like the Cogmore or the Twitch, obviously something that has a lot of value. Question is, what else do you have at that point that can really start coming into it? I'm actually thinking something like Jinx is probably on the table again. It's just doing Jinx into the Lucian Nami can be rough.
We've seen how that lane can go. And on many occasions, it's not very pleasant for the Jinx player. But Azator knows his Jinx very well. We'll see what he ends up doing. I think for me right now, I want to see Bifrost probably still take the Viego, unless they have something else up their sleeve. I think it's still probably the strongest available jungler from what we've seen from today's game sample sizes, and that will be locked in. And I'm very curious that Nineriki were going for 2 top lane bans, Renekton, Gnar. I wonder if they're just going to go Camille with that in mind, because, I mean, realistically, you would have thought, okay, they don't have Diamondprox as champion here. Diamondprox is probably going to be the catalyst for a lot of the early game playmaking, so I was expecting them to ban away 2 junglers. But there's the expected Jinx pick. Honestly, I think they're probably just going to go Camille and just look for a little more scaling from that front, a little more additional lockdown and dive, because they already have it from Wukong and Liz.
Mobile on Bifrost side as well. That's the bonus to that. Now Nami's the fish out of water in that sense. You don't really have any ability to kind of disengage from a Camille as easily. But already looking at this, it gives you another engage option. It gives you lots of setup, and all of this setup is working towards the Jinx. Now, on the side of Bifrost, you don't have the same level of setup. You have this probably is going to be. I mean, that'll be fun. That is actually a very strong pick in the current meta. We'll see from what we've been hearing anyway. But we're looking at this Bifrost team, and that there is huge emphasis on Fury doing huge work with an Everfrost, which is not my favorite item of all time, but this is very much Ari and Nami setting up for everyone else to start running through this team. Bifrost need to be playing very, very heavily towards these 2 champions with a lot of setup for their real damage carries.
And we've seen Jinx throughout the entire day going for the Kraken Slayer. Do you go versus an Olaf with the Kraken, or are you forced to go with the Gale Force? Because if he throws an axe at your face, you cannot move. With a Nami buffing as well? Are you okay? What? No. Wait,
they called the draft.
They did it?
Okay, unless the draft gets remade.
It's an Ari AD carry or AP, whatever it is. Lucian in the mid lane?
Okay, no. Yeah, there must have been a bug. I don't think they could swap in Champ Select. That would be my best guess. Otherwise, I think we would have seen Olaf in the top lane into the Camille. I guess we will just wait on production for that one, but the expectation should have been Ari mid,
About to
Olaf
say,
top, Viego jungle.
They swapped? For
production,
side?
yeah.
They swapped what? Where's Olaf?
There is nothing quite as unnerving as being in this situation and hearing like quite vague things through your earpiece.
Yeah.
Like they swapped. I'm like,
where's Olaf? In the Summoner's Rift. I know that.
Thank you.
Which lane?
What are their coordinates?
What? I know where he is. He's in the Summoner's Rift, and I'm going to toss it to Hipbrain alongside with Trouble. There you go, being as vague as I can be. Olaf, baby!
I'm not sorry.
He knows where he is. Do you know where Olaf is?
I have no idea where anybody is. I don't even know where I am. Where am I? Oh my word. Well, we're getting ready to go into our 5th game. I am just as confused as everyone else. So I'm excited to get into the game to find out where the hell people are. I hope that we get Ari bot lane for Nymira's sake.
trying to figure out where Olaf is, man.
Well, we're about to find out. Let's go to game. Woo!
I think he might be in the Summoner's Rift. I have an inkling we might see an Olaf.
I'm pretty sure.
In this game.
I would put money on we're going to see an Olaf here. Where we're going to see an Olaf, I'm not going to put money on that. Our 5th game here of day 1.
I'm going to guess top lane.
You're going to guess top lane? I'm going to guess top lane as well.
You can't now. I guessed it first.
I said I wouldn't put money on it.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. The tail end's been pretty long as well, the games themselves. It is Olaf top lane for Shikari, by the way. Oh my god, that back is absolutely crazy.
All right.
League Legends, let's go.
League of Legends. Let's have a look at both of the compositions because I am a humongous fan of what Nuriki have drafted for themselves. All the peeling, all the crowd control, all the area control, all the engage, all the disengage, and that's all so one man can shine. And this is Azita on his well-known, infamous Jinx. This guy was complimented by all of us here in the NLC so much. His stats, once he got out of lane, were out of this roof. I think a lot of us, I think Namera said it as well. Out of this roof.
Out of this roof in particular?
Yeah, because it's quite a tall roof.
I mean, it's like, probably a good 17 foot, I'd say. Pretty tall roof.
All right, so Azita.
Azita, out of this roof, Azita.
See, I didn't want to say roof in general because it would take the average height, and that might be like shorter than this one, you know?
It depends if you live in like a Victorian English home. Actually, it's quite low roofs.
There you go. So I just want to make him look like huge carry because that's what Azita is. So again, everything has been drafted around him so he can shine, provided that he gets out of laning phase. Talking about laning phase, Odi, also one of the best AD carries that we have in the NLC, that we had in the NLC last split as well. I think Odi was probably the best AD carry we had. And now he has a lot more competition. But again, Nami, Lucian, bot lane, one of the most oppressive, aggressive bot lanes you can face. These two guys can actually kill you 2 versus 2. This is why also for Azita, provided that he survives this laning phase, he can be a big problem.
Very popular lane join MSI. I'm curious to see how it will handle the current patch of Shikari. Remember, Olaf, lower you get him, the faster he attacks. He has some sustain in there as well. I'm curious how you guys are sustaining yourself at home. How good am I at these? Let's see what's going on for all the guys at home.
Cheers.
I saw this one earlier. It's Reed. By the way, Reed is our Division 2 producer. So hello, Reed. Nice to see that you're enjoying your holiday by working.
Watching NLC from Finland with the boys. To me, it seems like he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's got a glass of water. A good fun glass of water, Trouble. Nothing says you're on the buzz. Like half a glass of water. He drank a lot of that water as well, so he's already vibing.
He's drunk a lot of that, so he must have been having a lot of fun. Was that half empty or half full?
I'm going to say half empty because he's on holiday and he's living it up.
Oh, you're such a pessimist. You know what?
I hope there's a good toilet in Finland, mate, because he drank a lot of water.
All right, I'm going to jump over to Bifrost's composition to stop you, Brain, from talking more shit in this cast. Right, so first thing we saw locked in was the Nami Lucian, of course, in the bot lane, and Ari in the mid lane. And
oh my word!
Whoa!
I know it does damage, but it always gets me off guard.
And these two lanes are honestly very strong individual lanes, both the 2v2, but also Ari as an individual in the mid lane. So I honestly expected Diamondprox to go for a more proactive early game jungler.
Yeah.
Sort of give some sort of setup to these lanes, follow up through with it. And now I know that Lee Sin is no longer like this jungler that a lot of junglers will gravitate towards. They will go towards the Viego more, but I just wanted a little bit more proactivity. Like even potentially the Olaf being swapped into the jungle and Viego towards the top side of the map, I wouldn't really mind it due to the fact that Olaf can run you down, can take your flash, yada, yada, yada. Now, if you look on the other side, I think Flipper and Aero have really nice setup together. You can make, you can CC the Ari for so long. You can shut down Fury onto that champion, and we've seen a lot of times when Fury previously in Sprint was getting punished, it was really difficult for him to let Ron play the game.
Looks like Diamondprox just going to lose some of his chicken nuggets, but able to get the little ones at least. And looks like, actually, A couple of people actually chilling here in the mid lane. Fury needs to be careful as he's caught out by the root. Into the handshake, into the monkey bop. Fury has nowhere to go. First blood to Nariki in the mid.
Was that cast a curse?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So that's exactly the setup you can have when you've got Lissandra mid. Aero was literally 0 mana at that point. He had used the Q, he had used the Claw, he had used the W. Didn't have mana for any other spell, didn't have the cooldown obviously for any other spell, but also didn't have any more mana, but it doesn't matter because it was a really beautiful roam from Abagnale from the bot side of the map. Since the Jinx is playing at the tower, Azure is under no pressure at all. Really great roam right there from the support of Nariki. They burn no summoners whatsoever. And Fury also, very crucial, doesn't burn his flash, which means that now he's level 5. Once he's level 6, he's going to be extremely slippery. He's going to have his flash up and available as well, so he's not going to be able to be easily caught.
Alrighty, well, we're 5 minutes in. Gold lead not too big at this point, but nice roam from the Ricky just to set up. Obviously, Fury not quite level 6. Once that Spirit Rush comes through, it's way harder to
CS
set that up.
behind. 20.
That is a big CS lead. I did not even notice that CS lead, actually. That is horrifically bad as Shikari.
Yeah, you don't win.
What?
Yeah,
you just won that.
Yeah, welcome to the new Olaf, baby.
Oh my word.
You do not win those when the Olaf drops low on HP. You do not win those. If you see Olaf low HP, you do not want to be around him. He also had the Ignite. Shikari really well played right there with the Ghost as well to chase down Banderas. And there was actually like no chance. As you can see, Shikari is level 5 right here. So Banderas is... he's fancying his chances, but right there, if you look at Shikari, he will throw that axe to get that level 6, and once that ultimate has been popped, the Camille has absolutely no chance. It's also really difficult to sort of calculate when you're gonna press R with Camille. Most likely to dodge either an E or a Q thrown at you. And I think even though Banderas did that successfully, it just was not enough.
That was, that was new Olaf, by the way, guys. Ignite Ghost as well, burnt there. Got that Ragnarok up and available as well, so quite hard to handle for the moment. This bot lane also something pretty hard to handle. You can see Azator actually down in farm to Odie. Has got a large wave crashing in, but Odie just really, really tough with this Electrocute Nami, because remember, you can proc that Electrocute as the Lucian. When you get the E on you, it's rough. It's very, very rough playing into it. And Odie obviously able to use it to the best of his ability here to be able to accrue himself a pretty healthy lead in the bot side of the map.
I would say that we've seen a lot of proactive and a lot of reactive bot laners today. We've seen the Ashe together with the Lulu, we've seen the Kog'Maw together with the Lulu, and once that bot lane manages to play their waves properly, whoa, Aero, that was close. Once the bot lane manages to play the waves properly to the point where you do not have to overextend to either crush a wave or defend your wave, then we are seeing some glimpses of hope, especially in the game versus JDxl that we saw earlier. But also here, Azure and Abagnale are not overextending in the lane when they're in danger, when they know the Nam-Lucian combo is around. Abagnale did have also a very well done gank in the mid lane to take down Fury as well. So again, we've talked about Azator for so long. Oddi, let's say, is the king of AD carries in the bot lane, but Azator could very well be the guy that's chasing after him, whilst also not playing in a high skill level of a team as Oddi was.
Yeah.
Because Oddi came straight back from EU Masters, made it all the way to quarterfinals, right? But we've always been talking about Azator, and does he get out of this lane without dying? He could be a huge threat to Bifrost.
Quick thing to kind of note as well, if Bifrost lose this to Nariki, that means XL are very confidently given over first place in the standings, at least for the end of today, which is, you know, not what they want. They want to stay tied, they want to stay competitive with XL. Remember, JDxl, honestly, a disappointing last split. So they're looking to bounce back. Bifrost, pretty bloody good split, if we're going to be honest, as the culling comes down. Minions eat the majority of it. So Nariki going to be okay with that one. It looks like they're just going to rotate out. Diamondprox has got his hands on to that Rift Herald, so we'll see where they decide to place that down, because that's obviously going to be the big one.
I would assume that you go towards the bot side of the map, right? You want to definitely unlock your Lucian Nami combo, take them towards the mid lane, take them towards the bot, the top lane. Try to take them wherever you can in the early game, because that Electric is going to deal a lot of damage. Everyone is squishy earlier on. They don't have any defenses built up to them. They don't have any extra HP, apart from like the durability patch speed that you get extra right now. And I think this is exactly what Diamondprox and Fury want to do. Obviously, right here, they don't necessarily have to dive. All they have to do is rotate 4 members towards the bot side of the Rift, put that Rift Herald down, and make sure Nabagnil and Azitor are completely deprived of the experience and farm. This is not going to be the case. Lissandra is a very fast-pushing champion, so you definitely want to make sure, nice flash from Highway right there, you want to make sure that you don't allow Lissandra to also take plates in the mid lane while you're on.
Almost on the highway to hell, but able to dodge away as Abagnale loses so much health. Flipper's trying to jump forward, he flashes in, gets himself the Cyclone off the hostile takeover, not going to land. And Bifrost getting away from something that they started, and that was close either way.
Yeah, nice exchange of a bunch of summoners right here. 3 from one side, 3 from the other, sorry, 4 from the other, because Flipper used his flash as well right there. But it is going to be the Ricky bot lane, because Flipper is staying around. He's helping Azure to push in the wave. I don't know if they're going to allow now Highway to freeze the wave right there. Flipper is going to try to shove that in, but obviously he's like melee. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. Nope. It's going to actually be Highway holding the wave right there for Odi to come back to lane and not have to miss anything. But all in all, a pretty even trade, like you mentioned. Azitor, very crucially, still has his flash back and available.
I just got a tweet, actually, from Reed, who was not drinking water.
Looking at your phone, he prayed to just...
I saw the notification pop up.
Right.
It wasn't water. It was alcohol. So you're still going to need that toilet, but you'll probably be using
I was drinking water and you almost
your
choked me.
for it, unfortunately. You sound quite high percentage alcohol. As Fury, I haven't seen him land a charm so far. I'm sure Namira is currently gripping a chair very tightly in the green room.
Here's the thing. In this lane, the lane doesn't belong to you if you're the Ahri. Especially if you don't know where Abagnale is on the Renata, especially if you don't know where Flipper is onto the Wukong. Aero provides so much CC on that Lissandra, especially after level 6. And yes, I know that there's the cleanse onto Fury, but once you use that cleanse, you're gonna have to either flash or ult away. So cleanse is just another precaution to keep you alive. You're gonna need to use another one of your displacement, either spells or summoner spells, to keep you alive.
Well, Odi does have to be somewhat careful here. He dodges out on the handshake with the Relentless Pursuit. Now Highway is joining up with him. They got Flipper down here as well, and he's almost got that Cyclone back up, so the Beyblade is available momentarily. But
they really want to put that Herald down the bot side of the map. I think this is the most clever choice. The Herald is literally expiring in a few seconds, so Fury needs to make sure he pushes in that wave and goes towards the bot side of the map. Shelly needs to be popped right now or it's going to expire. Oh my god, that was literally on the last second. Ooh.
Just about able to get it down. They should be able to get the shove as well. Now that they got Diamondprox as bringing Flipper up as well with them. You can see Fury's moving down as well. Everybody wants to be here to make sure that this crash does happen, and Odi will be close enough to get the plates. Won't be able to get that third plate, unfortunately. So it's just a 2-plater, but it's a bit of gold injected into Odi in what has been a fairly relaxed start to the game. Both teams are pretty close in gold. Unlike a lot of our games today that have been incredibly explosive early and then just kind of staled out until the team who got ahead early won. So this is a lot closer here. And the gold lead is in Bifrost. That's kind of just off the back of the fact they got all those plates. So I'm quite happy. Shikari steals away a blue buff.
Flipper's gonna be so sad. He's like, okay, I'm just gonna path top lane, I guess. Oh, never mind. My top laner just took my Gromp, and enemy top lane just took my blue buff. I guess I'll just stick to bot side anyway.
That's not on Gromp at all.
I didn't want farm anyway, guys. It's all good. Did you say that's on Gromp?
On Gromp.
I cannot. Right, so going back to that play, I think this was a very easy to read play because Bifrost have been trying to pop that Herald down bot lane for the entire time, but Fury might be in trouble here.
Oh, he can't move! He can't move! Oh, the Fox is dead. One last auto attack.
That's what we said, though. We said that once Lissandra is in, Fury's gonna have to cleanse to make sure he's not CC'd, but also he's either gonna have to flash or all the way to actually escape the consequent CC that's gonna come from Flipper's Wukong. And you see how difficult it is in this matchup to play the Ahri. You need to actually survive, and once Fury's a little bit overextended, Aero has been punishing every single time. 2-0 onto this Lissandra. He's about 30 CS up as well. He's a whole level up onto Fury too. And I think the setup in the mid lane is working really, really well. Your bot lane is not dying. Azure is very healthy. He has been farming a ton as well. You have been able to secure one dragon, which means Bifrost is going to be stacking them up for at least another 15 minutes to reach the soul. So I think if you're in Ricky right now, you're literally chilling. You're at a really good spot.
Yeah, no, I think they're very happy on that front. There are obviously a few areas. You've obviously got the Shikari on Olaf, who could potentially be a nuisance because the hostile takeover won't affect him. Neither will Hero, neither will Flipper. He literally could just run Azathoth down and be a nuisance there. You obviously got this very powerful lane in the Lucian and the Nami, and you know they've got the Gale Force now finished up. Yes.
Just cage him?
Yeah, that is actually the answer, isn't it? So they got to play it smart, because if they use that bad, Odie dies. No, Azathoth dies. Odie should live.
Someone dies.
Ooh, tidal wave coming out. And nobody is swimming with the fishes after that one. It goes a little bit wide. Odie will eat a zap, actually.
I think the fact that we're 15 minutes in and Bifrost have yet not been able to use that Lucian Nami to create any pressure on the map has been very impressive from the side of Nuriki, because it means Nuriki have not given them an opening. They've been trying to roam Fury down the bot side of the map. Aero perma pushes mid lane. It's just so easy to clear the wave, but to Q and W onto the wave as Lissandra, it's completely gone, which means that Fury does not necessarily get the time to roam. Plus the fact that he has to run the cleanse means he has to manage his waves so perfectly that he doesn't lose any CS, that he gets his roams available to him, and that if he dies, he will have time to walk back into mid lane without losing everything. But without teleport, this is very, very difficult to do at this point.
It really is. But you see Bifrost actually trying to hold on. Fury holding on to this. Is the Rift Herald was started by Diamondprox, but he's not actually going to stick with it. There's a Highway looking for a bubble. Abigail missing out on the handshake, and Odie will be able to pick up first turret for himself, so a whole bunch of gold injected into himself. And now I'm going to say something silly. These bot lane supports, these supports, they're kind of like, they're like nature, because you have old days, Nami, she's an older champion with a tidal wave, but now you get a wave of green and slime and waste from the Renata. It's like global warming and all that, and ocean waste and stuff.
I just wish people could see my face right now, because you have the biggest cheesy smile of all time, and I'm just sitting
Trouble,
here,
obviously.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here face palming.
I mean, they're two big waves. One's green and stinky, and one's got fishes in it.
That's a lot of context to this game. Yes.
It does. It does. It's been a long day, Trouble. It's a long day and it's a slow game. What do you want from me? I've run out of intelligent things to say. I only have so many things I can say per day that are actually intelligent until my head hurts.
And then you just run out.
Yeah, I'm the head's hurting already, so I just have to say silly stuff now. Welcome to Game 5 of Hit Brain.
Okay, you know what? I'll save you. There you go.
Oh, it's Absol.
Hashtag NLC at home. What's this? 10 on NLC already. Yeah. Nobody wants to watch the weather forecast.
But we had Bada Bing of a pipe doing the weather earlier.
That's true.
And they were very good. Fury actually caught out here. The claw comes
look
forward.
at Flipper.
And Fury just about able to hold on for the moment, but does have a monkey in the pocket.
Very angry Lucian right there.
That was unbelievably audible.
Yeah, he was really angry, but his calling gets stopped right there, if I'm not wrong, maybe by the chompers or the handshake. One of the two. Nevertheless, Bifrost are playing towards the top side of the map. That Olaf is extremely strong right now. Fury will be able to ult away from this situation, but then again, this is an area that's going to be sitting in the mid lane without an ultimate, luckily for him. Lissandra is playing towards the bot side of the map. Sonoriki are spreading themselves towards the bot side of the map. Bifrost are playing towards the top side of the map because they have Shikari on Olaf towards that side, so you definitely want to be playing towards your strong side at this point. Whilst Sonoriki are camping towards the bot side of the map, which in 50 seconds, you also have the Dragon coming up, so you definitely want to establish some vision towards there. Might be able to take that bot lane tower as well, which means that you will be able to possibly flank from the bot side of the map once you have shoved in the wave 2, which makes it a little bit harder for Odie's Lucian to move in, because yes, we talk about how oppressive the Lucian-Nami combo is, but we have to remember, Nami is very squishy, even through the durability patch. She's very squishy and very short range with all of her spells, and so is Lucian. Once he dashes in, he's very susceptible to be getting caught, CC'd, and punished instantly.
Incredibly squishy, incredibly short range as well here. I think that's the big thing Bifrost have against them, is the range. And Lissandra excels into short range because she wants you to be close to her so she can ult you, so she can W you, so she can claw in. If you're playing at range, it's way harder for this Lissandra to play, so it's actually a very big brain pick on that front. They have got the Rift Herald. Bifrost actually opted to reset after taking Rift Herald instead of catching Nuriki on their resets and looking just to place it in the mid and take the tower there. They decide smarter place to reset, get your items in your pocket, and Diamondprox is taking the dragon.
Ricky lost a lot of the tempo they just created for themselves because they had very deep vision into Bifrost jungle on the bot side of the map. They had their strong side on the bot side. They had Aero onto his Lissandra towards the bot side of the map. They had just taken Fury's ultimate off of him, which means he doesn't have a lot of ways to actually escape. And they could have tried to actually stack up the dragons and get 2 for themselves. Instead of that, they sort of got a little bit lost and they're going to get punished with 2 towers on the bot side of the map. That was free for Bifrost. Sorry, not 2 towers, but the dragon, which is the second for Bifrost, and a tower, and might be another boot, or Aero's going to be just there in time. Okay.
They've got the old ice switch there to make sure that ain't going to be going down, but does look like Bifrost are shifting their attention towards this mid lane. Flipper is in the wings, has got Cyclone, has got Flash. Teleport's coming down the back line. Side Flipper flashes in, finds the 2-man knocker. Fury jumps away immediately. They can't keep him in place. He's stunned down by the bubble. Absolutely beautifully landed. As in comes Fury for the turnaround once again, unable to go and do so. As Bifrost lose Diamondprox.
I want to see what actually happened to Aero because it was a really good TP flank in the middle of everyone together with Banderas. But I think he got insta-charmed by Fury and he wasn't able to catch anyone. Everyone sort of like dissipated. They all flashed away in different directions. And I think that was very clever for Bifrost because they all got out of dodge, but they all went into completely different directions on the map, which means that it was really difficult for Noriki when you're in the heat of the moment and team fighting to call one person and chase after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Azator building towards that Phantom Dancer as the next item, but you've already got Odie, who's got Gale Force, he's got Essence Reaver, who's now building Last Whisper as well. Like, this is just plate gold and lane pressure.
Hurricane right here. I think everybody on the side of Bifrost is so squishy. Get in that Hurricane, get that multi-damage going into everyone together with your rockets, and it's going to be extremely difficult to deal with that Jinx unless you have Shikari right there onto the Olaf, which, mind you, he's still not that tanky. That Jinx is doing true damage with the Kraken as well. She's hurting a lot. So if Shikari cannot 100% to zero Azta, it's going to be a big problem to deal with that Jinx once he gets shut down.
Well, it looks like Bifrost again pushing up into this mid lane, but they don't have Rift Herald. They don't have really any tools to go forward, and Fury actually has to ult away. Great Bubble comes in, but they get the Cyclone off. Highway is going to survive. No! Azator finish it up with the Flash. A bit of durability coming in there from the patch, and then a Flash makes sure, but no, not happening.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very squishy Nami, just with Monday, takes an entire combo from Flipper's Wukong, from Aero, from Everfrost, from Azita, and still ends up going down, requiring Azita's Flash, which is huge. If you want to be fighting against an Olaf, you might want to be able to dodge away from one of these axes, so you can try to run a little bit faster, even though Shikari does have the Ghost. Making able to flash away from an axe might be your life or death in a particular team fight. And in 2 minutes time, this is going to be sole point for Bifrost. I think Noriki will want to fight this to try and take it away from Bifrost and not allow them to stack 3 dragons up. And at this point, you said it as well, Phantom Dancer also for Jinx is going to be extremely strong. So I think that Flash right there was a little bit of an overchase, and he might actually cost us, though. We're going to have to keep our eyes on him in 1:35 if Noriki do want to contest for that dragon. If that Flash not being there is going to cost Azito his life.
Big thing is Abic now obviously having the hostile takeover available. When you're in these tight Baron areas, it's such an impactful tool. Can turn this very short range comp against itself. It's kind of another champion we didn't really hit on when we were talking about the short range. You've got Lissandra, but you've also got the hostile takeover. So let them chip each other away and then go in with the Lissandra and finish them up. Really, really scary stuff for Bifrost in these tight scenarios. So they definitely need to make sure they have good vision and set up for the dragon. 1 minute until the dragon goes down. I'd like to actually have a look towards this bot side of the map and actually see how the vision is going, because it feels like Noriki are the ones with the control in the vision. I'm going to zoom out and have a quick look, and yeah, it's the Noriki's river.
I'd say if you look behind enemy lines, behind Noriki, I see 4 wards that are red, 3 wards that are red for the side of Bifrost. So at least they will know all the flank positions. But right now, because Noriki have shoved in the mid lane wave first, they can actually hide in these few bushes that Bifrost do not have vision on, and Highway, if he walks way too close, Avro can just actually claw through the wall and 100-0 the Nami.
Yeah, they do have a good pocket of vision though, but Noriki can just peel back into and hold. Everfrost comes out, Fury, and it's not going to hit anybody. They're trying to shove this wave in as quick as possible, but as sort of a cheeky crit, able to do so. Nero just trying to chunk out Diamondprox as much as possible. The fight for the vision is breaking out, and actually seeing if they're going to be able to jump away is Nariki able to continue to hold this pink ward in the pit, and Bifrost are actually hard forcing. Flipper's jumping in forwards. He gets himself a two-man cycle, and the hostile takeover is so impactful. They're trying to get a little bit more off, and Nariki have everybody at the palm of their hands. One kill for Azator. He's looking for another. Gonna get taken down by the Camille as Odie has to flash away from the zap, and Nariki just walk through Bifrost in the fight.
I'm just gonna say that the biggest MVP right here was Aeros stopwatch. He ults himself and then he stopwatches instantly, zoning away 3 key members from the side of Bifrost. They're not able to walk through that ultimate because Aero is just sitting there, and Flipper sees the opportunity, goes in with the Renata shield as well, zones away Fury and Odie, and look at Aero, he's zoning away 4 members of Bifrost. Diamondprox is left alone to dry, and once he dies and Azita gets excited, they need to chase to try and get everyone else down, which means Bifrost have completely run away to just save their lives. Again, Azita got out of this laning phase really rich. No one has him. This Jinx is online, almost at 3 items right now, and yes, she's behind Lucian by 300 gold, but this Lucian can't play the game. Once the Lissandra stops the choke point, or whatever way Lucian wants to walk in from, that's it for Odie. He cannot walk in.
Well, yeah, that and also the hostile takeover. It's just like there's so many tools to stop Lucian from ever playing. And yeah, it did its job in lane. They won the lane. I don't think you could ever argue against that, but the problem is it hasn't really translated into more than 2 towers going down in the bot side and a tower going down in the top side. Baron actually looking to get started up by Nariki here. And again, they've got that hostile takeover back up and available any second now. So if Bifrost wants to try and face check this, they're going to get caught out. And Abigail actually waiting off in the wings. This Baron's already incredibly low. Big knock up into the culling. Flipper going to take a fair amount of damage, but he's able to flip away for the moment. Is he a hero? Going to get zoned off. Baron stopped now by Bifrost. A great tidal wave coming in from Highway.
I feel like we've been seeing this a lot today. There's like this uncertainty with the teams where they can't necessarily push their advantage very much. Oh, we see the double TPs again coming in from Nariki, but I think Bifrost is already far back.
Yeah, they're way too far gone. Vanir chases, but he's not going to find it. The claw comes out, but you're not jumping under tower.
That was double TP expended for this play. They got nothing at all. And I think this patch has confused a lot of teams. We've seen so many teams dancing at Baron, dancing in the middle, and trying to contest over waves, going into this back and forth where they have so much mobility and they have so much healing coming through and so much tankiness, and then nobody ends up dying and then go back and reset. This game is dead even. 44k gold for both teams, 2 dragons each. And they both have enough scaling to win the later on stages of the game. Bifrost has a lot more peeling, and Nariki have all the engage that they need. So it just feels so difficult to just hard engage for either one or the other.
And they burnt 2 teleports when they didn't have the wave set up for themselves either. So they've now had to go out, separate off, and this has given Bifrost a free reset. They can go back and get items. Schroeder's Grudge now finished up for Odie. You got Zhonya's Hourglass and Fury. Diamondprox as the GA. So like this jump forward into your phase and burst you out and CC you until you die. It's kind of now hit a point where, okay, can you actually do that? Because you get permaslowed. You can't really catch 2 of the members because they got revives and stasises, and the other one's just going to keep you permaslowed. You've got the Nami as well. It's so hard for Nariki actually now that these items are starting to come in. Now, they are able to pick themselves up a tower, but Flipper comes in with a great route. Well, sorry, Fury comes with a great route onto the clone, unfortunately. So not going to be anything more there.
Aero's going to get smacked in the face by an axe as well. They found him in the bush. So all in all, Nariki managed to get that pressure in the mid lane, whilst not all Bifrost members were there to try and break open that mid. But like, games have massively slowed down at this point. I feel like due to the fact that there's not a lot of dragon stack in both Bifrost and Nariki, if they feel like they cannot contest any further fights, they can actually let the next dragon go, which means we extend the game for another 5 minutes. We're already 30 minutes in.
What? Where's this time gone?
Time flies when we cast together Hip Rain.
Hell yeah, baby. Well, like you said, dragon spawning up in 1 minute time. It's soul point for every team can get it, but it's not soul. So there's still a bit of space, like you were kind of talking about, and this game definitely feels like it's going to go quite a little bit longer, but that does make me worry for Bifrost, because Azator on the Jinx now. 3 items, Infinity Edge, Kraken's Lair, Phantom Dancer. Not quite the Hurricane you were wanting to see earlier, because obviously, like you're saying, short range, squishy. Hurricane excels in this, but decided not to go for that. They'd rather go for that Phantom Dancer and just play around that. And
Look
obviously
at Azito hugging the wall on the left side, by the way. He's like, I know Bifrost is on the right. I'm just going to hack that beautiful wall on the left side. Aaron might be caught here.
Culling does a lot of work. Banderas loses a lot of health in a hero. Actually flashes forward, doesn't catch out to Odie again. Goes the tidal wave. Hostile takeover to come back. Lands onto 3 members. They've got them berserk. Diamondprox. His GA is going to get popped as he's burning down. Flipper slides in. Finds himself the Cyclone knockup. Fury still has a couple of resets on the ultimate left to go. Going to charge him once again. Lands the charm, but has to dash instantly back out. And Azito is on a killing spree as he takes down the 2nd member of Bifrost. What an ultimate by Abagnale there.
Honestly, I feel like Aero misplayed right there, but Flipper and Abagnale saved him big time. Fury.
Yeah, Fury's in for a whole lot of hurt, but Banderas has to use the stopwatch. Fury jumps out, gets himself the Everfrost off so much health. He's getting lost. Azito shut down. Odin's online. He's got the slows. He's got the damage. He caught out. Odin coming alive, getting himself everything. Highway gets a double as well, and the Ricky are slapped.
Holy, Odie has come online onto that Lucian. All it takes is one misstep and the champion comes online. And yet again, Aero is trying to go for a play right here, but Odie dumps the entire culling onto him, getting him down to 30% HP. And then Aero tries to flash in for a W play right there, but Odie's too clever for that, doesn't fall for it. And yes, that hostile takeover was beautiful, but Flipper going in right there. He holds onto the 2nd ultimate until Diamondprox comes back up to knock him out for a 2nd time and enable Azito to get that kill onto Diamondprox as well, onto the Viego. And I think, yeah, they're overreaching a little bit. They're a little bit too bloodthirsty for the kills. Just go for the dragon. You'll see Azito flashes in, try and kill Fury, gets stuck onto the bubble, hit by the tip of the Q from Ari, and Odie from there on out is just a chase, try and kill them all.
Odie played that so well. I mean, the whole of Bifrost played that. Well, those last 3 members of Bifrost played that final bit of the fight so incredibly well. And that is sole point to Bifrost, our 2-0 team. But this does give me some hope for Nariki. Win or lose here, they have hard challenged Bifrost in this game, and they are 0-2 coming into this. So this is a big, big statement from this team, and it's great to see that. But they're not, you know, as weak as the scores might say.
I think they all look good. I think from top to bottom, the entirety of Nurigi has looked pretty good this game. Everyone has done what they need to do. Abagnale has had insane ultimates. Azito is the character that we've always remembered him to be, and I think Aero and Flipper have majorly stepped up, as well as Banderas on a side lane too. But when it comes to Bifrost, you know what the quote is, you do not win against Bifrost when it comes to team fighting and when it comes to playing a game that's above 25 minutes. And with 32 minutes in, they're on soul point for Infernal Soul out of anything else, and then also a Baron on the map. And you know what? Viego, Lucian, and Olaf can literally tear through that Baron. The only point is Bifrost need an opening where they can actually get a pocket of vision and sneak into that Baron and maybe do it underneath Nuriki's noses, because on a 5 versus 5, we've seen it over and over again, Bifrost cannot really win because they can't approach. And even though Aero was dead in that previous fight, he's been a big thorn on Odie's back, they still couldn't approach.
Odie doesn't have Flash, doesn't have Cleanse, so Bifrost may be a little hesitant to start this Baron, just because if they do get caught in the pit, which is very likely if they start it, could be a problem. Odie gonna throw the culling down. Target dummy from Flipper does show you how much damage he's capable of doing. Meanwhile in the bot lane, GA Banderas, 3 items, quite happy to be pushing onto this tower, but Shikari might be looking to hunt him down here. Hookshot's gonna come
chase.
down.
The Ghost has been popped.
And they are chasing him. Ghost has come out, they're teleporting away because there's no interrupt. Shikari can't stop it.
But that's it. That's the teleport down for Banderas, which means you are no longer allowed to be on a side lane, which means you can now actually possibly threaten the Baron, because Shikari has to run all the way from both sides to top.
They've got that tidal wave though, they need to make it work, they need to make it hit. It's on a couple of members. Banderas gonna take a whole lot of damage. Baron once again is dissuaded by Bifrost.
Welcome to the durability patch, ladies and gentlemen, where people do not necessarily draft for engages, they don't necessarily want to reach the backline. It's a back and forth fiesta for the Baron, and now it's Bifrost's turn to start the fiesta.
Hero needs to make a hero play happen. This Charm could come out. He's going to get caught out. Fury stopwatches. The hero has to ult himself. Odie caught inside. The hostile takeover's not actually quite on the mark as Odie's still alive. He's trying to get out, but all of the CC is landing. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Charm does land onto one. Diamondprox trying to jump back in. He's got the monkey form coming out. Hero gets the bailout, and Shikari goes down, so the bailout goes off. Atator finds himself a kill as Highway has to flash over the wall, but Banderas is going to chase after him. Highway needs to land this bubble if he wants to survive, but in comes Banderas. Hook shot goes wide, but the precision protocol, true damage, gets him some sushi.
And we said you do not win against this Nuriki lineup on a straight up 5 versus 5. You need to make a pick on the side lane. We saw Shikari trying to chase down Banderas. Once Banderas uses the TP, they find it's the perfect time to maybe start the Baron. Have to have Shikari run all the way from the bot side of the map to the top side of the map to return to action, but then Bifrost pull the trigger for the Baron. You mentioned it yourself, Odie, no flash, no cleanse, gets caught. Astor was barely part of this fight, and Nuriki win this. So as you can see, Aero goes in, beautiful ultimate right there to split Bifrost into 2 parts. And look at the Nami. Highway's all along towards the bot side of the map, which means that Odie, Diamondprox, nobody's actually getting buffed by this Nami. No one's getting the combo down. Highway was no part of this fight. Asdor wasn't either, but when the Nami's not there to buff you and shield you and provide the CC, it's just so impossible for Lucian to play into this team.
Absolutely lovely stuff coming out from Nuriki. They will take away the Baron, they take away that fight, but this is Soul. This is what it is all about. Odie has his flash, has his cleanse this time, and Fury actually on the flank here, trying to see if he can sneak around. There is a nice ward though, but will spot him out. Ultimates are plenty. Everybody is ready to pull that trigger and start this fight.
Oh, Banderas.
Fury misses the charm. Banderas hook shots over the wall. Dragon, half HP. Remember, this is just Soul point for Nuriki. It's not Soul. If Bifrost can get it, it's big. A hero on the flank, spotted out by the ward though. Shikari knows he's there. Culling's gonna go down. They're gonna chase in. Has to ult himself. The fight is off. Hostile takeover only lands onto the Nami. They get him up with a knock up for the moment. And Odie now pinned in place by Banderas. Stopwatches for the moment. Highway can keep him alive as long as possible. Is gonna chase in. There's gonna be a turnaround. They get themselves another kill. And look at the damage over the wall coming in as Astor flashes forwards. Fury's able to do more. The bailout comes in and Banderas will bleed down. Fury uses the stopwatch. The race coming in from Diamondprox. Stealing forms away. He's got hood shots. He's got Azator, stopwatch coming down, but Abagnale will lose his life. Right and center, Bifrost are taking this. Azator falls, and it's an ace for Bifrost.
I do not know how this fight got turned around again. A flash by Azator loses them the numbers advantage. Way too aggressive by Nuriki's AD carry right there. He's going to donate Soul over to Bifrost.
Before we get you to break this down, watch Fury's stopwatch. It stops the bailout from going off, and that's the key turning point.
Absolutely, and look at Aero. He goes down first. He no longer provides CC for his team. Odie's caught on the sideline as well. I'm like, surely this is it. Like, Astor is getting reset. He will flash through, but Diamondprox is playing monkey, and all this time they keep hitting his dummy. And look at this, Resurrect coming in from Diamondprox. He's gonna take the Soul as well. He's playing Camille. He's gonna dive into the backline. From there on out, it's lights out. Beautiful double bubble coming in from Highway as well. And I feel like that Astor flash over the wall was a little bit of an overreach. Now Infernal Soul onto Bifrost, who's one of the most known, better team fighting teams that we have on the NLC with an Infernal, so it's just going to make it so difficult for Nuriki to play the game.
It's just that stopwatch. That stopwatch was so gorgeous to watch. Completely denying Banderas the resurrect from the bailout. And then at that point, the fight just gets reset. Like you were saying, Soul onto Bifrost, a team who just showed us how good they are at team fighting. Considering Nuriki's comp is built to kind of shut down the short range of this. But again, it's been Abagnale, I think 2 times in a row, kind of whiffing the hostile takeover and not only hitting maybe 1 or 2 people. So it looks like potentially we might have a little bit of spice cooking here. Highway lands himself the ultimate, but Banderas is cooked. He went way too hard for that, and Diamondprox actually gets himself a stun. Pulled back in to 1. And he's going to get taken out. The hostile takeover's coming in, and Odie, he's gone berserk. He's looking for the kill though. Flipper chasing into Odie's pocket. Odie, Fury! For the moment, as Fury got himself the Spirit Rush in. Bailouts are getting used. Everybody's going to stop until the bailout won't go off again. Azator falls, and Bifrost are unstoppable. They are running through Nariki! That's the fourth member down, and a hero is slowed. Odie can stay in the pocket, and the flash has to come out. Bifrost, 2 fights in a row, just perform and deliver.
Whoa, that was a big overreach from Nariki. The rest of the team has to actually come in because Banderas is way too deep. Diamondprox ends up losing his life, but Fury with a fantastic flank onto this area, and Bifrost do not lose a game above 25 minutes.
40 minutes on the clock. It has been a slugfest as a hero gets himself caught out, gets himself taken out, but he might have just bought enough time because Azator's up and he has that super mega death rocket. If it hits, it could kill quite a few people. Let's
Again,
fight.
Highway is overextended, but remember, he has his flash available. This is the durability patch. Nami doesn't go down that easily. He has the backup of his entire team right there. Nariki, yes, they found a peek onto Diamondprox, and they get their Jinx excited, which means they want to chase even more, but they all funnel and sandwich themselves between 4 members of Bifrost. Fury's flank right there was insane. Shikari survived so long now with the shield on the W from the Olaf. From there on out, once Azator has gone down, it's just impossible to play these team fights once you've lost your AD carry.
Yeah, it really is. 40 minutes. Soul, gold lead irrelevant. Almost full build on Azator. Odie already full build. This game is super, super tight now between these two, but you have Baron, you have Soul. Well, Baron's coming up in 30 seconds. You have Soul for the side of Bifrost, and I wonder, what can they do?
This game might just be decided in 2 minutes time and 15 seconds when the Elder Dragon is gonna come up, because Bifrost are obviously gonna beeline for it, but sorry, they've got the Infernal Soul on them, so they definitely want to be fighting right now. They've got the extra damage, but 5 seconds for the Baron. If they do get that, they're going to establish so much pressure on the side lanes that then they will be able to get more vision, and then the Elder Dragon will become easier to get for Bifrost. Aero, though, if he gets caught here, it's going to be bad news.
Yeah, well, he doesn't die, but he's pretty much caught. Flipper comes in, Cyclone's going to land. Hostile takeover dodged away, and that might be the go button. A hero chunk, hostile takeover down. Baron's up, Bifrost are turning.
Aero is actually backing right now. There are really good wards on the top side of the map for Aero to TP to. If Nariki want to actually contest that, there is no ultimate onto Flipper, there is no ultimate onto Abagnale, and these are the 2 most important ultimates that you want to have if you want to teamfight Bifrost.
Tidal Wave on cooldown, teleport coming in. Nariki, this has to be their moment to save it.
Gone.
Can Flipper steal it? He's got the blast cone. He's in the wall. Flipper steals the Baron! And Bifrost have to try and turn the fight around. They've already got a Resurrect coming out onto Diamondprox as everybody has blinking health bars on the side of Bifrost. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Baron in the pocket and Nariki, they are getting out of there.
That was so huge from Banderas, the fact that he jumps into the pit first, and then allows Flipper to get vision in the pit, and then Banderas helps Flipper lower down the Baron, and Flipper steals it away from the hands of Diamondprox. It becomes a 50-50. That is actually so huge for Nariki, because they can use the pressure from the bound up minions to push through that mid lane where Bifrost have their own super minions shoving in and actually try to contest Elder Soul in 30 seconds.
That's what I was about to say. Elder Soul in 30 seconds. Shikari's going to be up in 22 seconds. A hero coming up at exactly the same time. Neither of them have teleports, so this could just strictly be a 4v4, although Shikari may just have to ghost to get in range. Let's see this Baron steal again.
Let's watch this again, because Flipper goes together with Banderas from the back side of the pit, and look at Banderas, level 18 Camille, dives in, survives enough, turns it around, and allows Flipper to get vision and trying to steal that Baron. That was so huge from Banderas right there to allow his teammate to get that steal down. On the other side, Bifrost are completely scattered around. Again, if Aero is up and alive, it is so difficult for Odi and Nami and Ari to walk anywhere near that fight. Banderas!
Oh, what a charm, Banderas. He's ignited, he's burning down the hostile, why are you bailing him out? He's gonna res, but it's okay for the moment. Half health onto Elder. Fury dodging away on as much as possible. Nariki need to win this fight. Can they do so? Dragon's gonna reset momentarily. Teleport's coming in, and Banderas is gonna rejoin into the action after getting chunked out. He doesn't have that Guardian Angel anymore. Fury is gonna have to jump away. Stopwatch for the moment. He's got the Spirit Rush going in for the reset. Tidal Wave goes a little bit wide. Hostile hostile takeover still not being used. There's another good ever Frost and Banderas once again chunked out. He's out of the fight. There's nothing he can do. Fury has got his ultimate available. The base is being invaded. The base is being taken down. The Rano teleports for Bifrost to go in though. So it's all on the minions. As a hero, he just one-shots Fury. He's out of the fight. The hostile takeover's coming in. He's going to land on multiple members. Odie, he has to win this fight. He's still got GA working with him. But Shikari, heavily chunked out. Blast cone available. He's able to get over the wall and get to safety. But Elder Dragon should be Noriki's to take here.
That was a huge fight. Aero this time is not the one getting caught. He is the one to catch Fury. They take his ultimate very early into the fight. Banderas leaves his Guardian Angel behind to take Fury's ultimate. And Aero absolutely assassinates him. This game is insane, Aero!
Aero's going low. He's not going to go down thanks to the root. Odie can't find him. Are we on the durability patch? Because people are melting.
I mean, it's level 18 across the board. It's full items on every carry. If you can't meld people with full items, then something has gone wrong in this patch. But right now, Azita, full items, QSS on the back pocket. He has his flash available. He can push all he likes with the backup of Abagnail right there. Keep your eyes peeled for these ultimates because they're going to be very crucial. 2 members still down for Bifrost. It gives Nuriki a little bit more time to coordinate the waves, push 2 at once into the base of Bifrost.
Keeping the pressure up on all fronts. Elder Baron is just disgusting, although Baron has actually worn off, so ignore me on that one. But Elder, still enough of a tool to dissuade them. Like you're saying, level 18 across the boards, full items, pretty much across the boards here. Fury finds himself the charm for a bit of revenge, has to force the ultimate out of Hero. That's pretty big. Diamondprox not going to go forward with that Spectral Maw. Just happy with a little bit of a chunk, a little bit of a chip damage. Inhibitor has respawned in Noriki's base, so there are no supers to push into. Noriki not going to use this Elder for a fight, and they're not going to take more trouble. This game is still going on. 46 minutes on the clock.
I think this game has been Aero versus Fury. Whichever mid laner dies first, the teamfight is lost for their team. And I think it's so crucial that these 2 mid laners are giving so much control over to both teamfights for both of their teams that I think it's very crucial to look at both of them. Where's Aero franking from? Where is he playing from? Is he going to be able to land that big ultimate, or is he going to save it to actually zone away people and use it for himself? Because every time he walks to near, Fury has been excellent at landing these charms that we didn't necessarily see all throughout the laning phase. Fury has been stellar in finding the flanks, finding the charms, but last teamfight where Aero found him and assassinated him, he lost them the Elder Dragon.
Actually, kind of a big steal here. Odie taking this blue, actually giving it over to Fury as well. That means they've got this blue buff on Arya to constantly keep, obviously, that ability haste up, but also just that mana bar up.
Oh, they're sitting on a ward. They're sitting on a ward.
Oh, they are on a ward. Flipper, though, should be probably not the person they want
Still
to
Elder Dragon,
down.
so you definitely don't want to be jumping in there. Even if you do see them, you're going to have to wait for that Elder Dragon buff to wear off very shortly. I don't think it's going to last that much longer. But like, they have enough time on that Elder Dragon buff to actually take control, top corner of Diamondprox's jungle, put this warding down, make sure that you can actually start the Baron yourself, invite Bifrost to come into you when you have so much crowd control and so much zone control with the Renata, with Alessandra.
Fury actually just finished up their final item, picking up the Shadow Flame, so as strong as it gets for the Ahri. Level 18, Flash about to come back up. If we actually take a quick look and quick stock take of the summoner spells, pretty much everyone's got everything. A Hero and Flipper, their flashes are still a little bit of a ways off, but everybody else should have their summoner spells for whatever exchange is coming momentarily. I think it might either be this Baron, or we might see a quick shift towards that Elder Dragon in 2 minutes' time. For the moment, a lot of vision control for Bifrost in the Baron area.
I think it's so important for Aero to actually have his flash up and available into this fight, because Fury has been so mobile with that Ahri, finding all these stones, having the flash available to even flash W in the middle of the fight is going to be so crucial. Right now, Bifrost have started the Baron. It's level 18 all across the board. You see the Baron and now you don't.
Fury this time making sure that there isn't going to be the option for the steal. He may just look for the full combo onto Hero. Lands himself the charm, just a little bit of chunk. Now Fury Flipper, can he come in? Can he steal it away? No, he can't. Baron's been picked up, but that is a hostile takeover and a half. If ever I've seen one. Odie still got himself the Guardian Angel, but he's going to get popped already. Highway trying to keep everybody up and everybody alive and not going to be able to do so. Odie dashes and dives away to safety as Diamondprox gives his life, but it's a double kill. Picked up for Azator. Bifrost lose 2, but they gain the Baron.
They still have 3, and they have the 2 main carries together with the Nami. They will be able to defend for the time being, but the Baron does go over to Bifrost. Diamondprox secures it this time, but it's an entire Nuriki line lineup TPing in, 2 lanes being pushed, and Bifrost only have 3 members. You cannot defend every lane.
It's what they can do, how long they can stall. They got 35 seconds until the other 2 are up, and these towers are liquefying to Nariki. Number 1, number 2 go down. Inhibitors falling aplenty. Bifrost are running out of time, running out of opportunities to hold on. They're trying to clear through the waves as much as possible. The Cunning's going to go out. Odie has to buy time, but he's being caught out. He has no Guardian Angel. A hero does all the work possible. Stopwatch comes out. Banderas may just lose his life. Instantly has to flash away to safety. Flipper jumps in forward, able to take down the Nami. Azator cleanses nothing, but the towers are going to fall. The Nexus is going to fall, and Bifrost will fall to Nariki.
Oh my god, 49 minutes and 46 seconds it took Nariki to win this game. What a back and forth series. We had, what, 6, 7 dragons, 2 elders, 2 barons, a baron still. Honestly, if you just tuned in at the end of this game, please watch it all, because it was a battle of the carries, start to finish. It was Aero versus Fury. It was Azita versus Odi. Flipper on that Wukong was absolutely excellent into finding the backline over and over again. If I honestly had to choose an MVP, Flipper was definitely the MVP for me. Still in the Baron, always finding the backline, making sure that the second knockup will land on the right targets. What a performance on that Wukong.
My mind is boggled, absolutely
Want a break?
boggled off the back of that game. I did not expect it to be that hype. That was absolutely incredible. And somehow, our guys on the desk have to break that down, although there's a lot to talk about, so we're going to throw it over to you. Catch!
Thanks. How can you even go through this game 50 minutes? This is exactly what we're talking about on the durability patch. Okay, hit me, Jamada.
Here's the neat part.
Okay, hit it.
You don't. Because, my God, that is just one of those games where you kind of just have to sit there and experience it.
Yes.
Because, frankly, there comes a point where, like, you get games like these every once in a while, and especially it's been a very long time since we get these kind of like 50-ish minute slogfests because, well, durability patch wasn't a thing. Now it's a thing. Champions weren't dying in manners where there was even like OD very later on couldn't pick up Hero in the mid lane whilst he's trying to clear the wave. We saw Highway walk away on like 200-ish HP, 100-ish HP many times. And this is the kind of things that will keep these games going for a very extended period of time. But I think, honestly, credit to Nariki for staying so tenacious, because it seemed like for them, they had everything in control for like the early game, which is a bit of a surprise for us, I think. And then Bifrost, through anything but just their mid-game shenanigans that we expect from them, came back into it, but it just became a bit of a back and forth.
Utterly scammed. I chat to quite a few coaches, one of them being Nariki's coach, and most of this weekend who's saying, are you ready for the Fiesta? This week, nah, it's gonna be a mess. And I'm like, oh, you know, how long do you reckon it's going to take you to get your next, like, ready for the new patch? It's like, oh, it could take a while. What was that?
Because at the beginning of the game, I would say they seemed like a dog chasing a card, and they finally got the card. But like, what do we do with the card now?
Against a team specifically like Bifrost, who are our late game team fighting team. Now, if you watched EU Masters, and I would seriously suggest going back to watch some of those games because they were so entertaining through play-ins, through groups, through into, well, I mean, obviously quarterfinals were less good for them at that point, but like when they reached those late game team fights, they always made it interesting. They always brought it to a point where, now most of the time with Bifrost, it's like they will win but give you a heart attack on the way. This time it was just create complete heart failure. It's just like, bam, okay, nothing's left here. Like, we were sat here, because we have to come into the studio before when the game looks like it's going to end, right? We were sat there for like 5 minutes solid, just
wondering.
Locked on the stream.
Yeah, like...
Locked on it. These are the kind of games which make you just really effing love this game.
It's for these games that we are fans of League of Legends. And now we can talk with the winner. On the winner side, Nariki, Flipper, the jungle, who stole away the Baron as well. That is the smile I want to see. How are you feeling after this game? How's your heart, though?
I'm doing very good. It was a very stressful game, and I mean, we were very happy we get the win. I think we have been improving well, and it has been some good weeks because we have had a very tough time playing in scrims. We have been losing all the time, so getting a win today definitely is needed. And I feel like our improvement in scrims is showing on stage, actually.
You have no idea how hard it was to set up this interview. Because at the beginning it was like, oh, they're winning. Okay, cool. And then you guys started losing. Like, okay, so how does it feel? And then you win again. Like, stop doing this to me. Okay, when you went to that dragon fight, when Bifrost completely took over the game, what went through the mind of Nuriki team, like your team? How were you guys dealing with that? Now we have to play from the back, even though we were playing from the front the entire game.
I think for us, it was mostly just about making sure we had the correct flanks for our side laners. If we knew if we had the flanks, we would end up winning the game. So mostly we were just thinking about, okay, how are we gonna be able to get a flank for either Aero or Banderas? And then once we got those flanks, it just made the fights a lot easier to play.
Okay, so we obviously talked about this game. This game is probably a symptom of the larger cause of the whole patch. Now, we were theory crafting on the desk which teams this patch would benefit the most.
Yes.
Now, when I look at your team, when I look at Nuriki, it does seem to be one which seems to be quite cerebral, quite intelligent. At least that's the way you're trying to play the game, thinking about the later game team fights and the overall compositions. Do you think that this patch will benefit you? And if so, how?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are more of a methodical team. So I would say that when we play the game, we wanted to be a bit slower. So when we played in the first week, one had a bad meta read, and two, like, teams were able to play at a much faster pace. So I think we get surprised by a lot of plays people make when we are not able to get a grip on how the early game is going. So in these kind of games where we have a free early game like we did today, I think we are very well in team fights, and we are very well when we get into the mid game. At least now, I think beforehand we weren't, but we have improved a lot on our mid game. So I think now we are at a very good point.
Okay, since we ran away from the game, I'm going straight up for the spicy moment for you. Tell me something. I did an interview with Singularity, and they said, okay, I mean, things are going south, but we're going to play Nuriki next week. Hit me up with your feelings after you just took one of the undefeated teams down. How do you feel about the game versus Singularity? What do you have to say to them? You're talking with Singularity now.
I would say that they should watch out, because I think this is probably going to be very easy for us unless they improve a lot in the next day, which I think won't be possible. So I would say they're going to lose.
I mean, I love me some spice. Now, that was an amazing game. Every single fan of League of Legends should watch that. Any words for Nuriki fans right now?
Yeah, I would say thank you for supporting us, and I hope you look forward to more spicy matches like this, because we are going to bring it.
Oh man, I'm ready for that one. I'm a fan of Nuriki right now because of that. So thank you so much for the interview, and I'll see you next time.
I don't know, again, like, we've spent a long time casting Nuriki now. Obviously, you know, we had the last split on the NLC.
Yeah.
This is a team that has been around in the Finnish scene for like 2 years at this point. Actually, a lot of that roster has stayed together for that time. Now, to see them, again, just have these incremental glow-ups, where even at the end of the last split, they were actually looking pretty solid in the very last couple of weeks. You can look back and say, oh, there was actually a very big difference between the playoffs teams and the non-playoffs teams, and just in terms of the results. Actually, I think that's not quite telling of the results. To see the growth of this team, which was kind of like hometown regional heroes, it's really cool. It hits on just a very different kind of story than we tend to have in League of Legends. So it's
and
really
the bot lane always was humongous, like tremendous for this team. And now they switched up the rest of the composition, and they're looking solid now. So this is a team to watch out.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think on your point, not just in League of Legends in general, but especially at the ERL level, it feels like we don't really get teams that tend to stick together for too long. It's a revolving door at the end of the day, the ERL system, and that's just how it's designed. But yeah, I think, like you say, development is such a key thing for this team, especially when you're talking about keeping a duo, keeping the mid laner, and then, you know, it seemed like the Siduri last split wasn't working out. So, of course, we have Flipper come in, we have Banderas come in on the top side, who, I mean, seems to be doing just fine for now. And I expect, like you say, that development to start to take place, especially when we've already got so much pre-built synergy. It's just the top of the jungle that have come in for this split. And it seems like with the new patch that, you know, we spoke about in the pre-game, this patch probably benefiting Bifrost. But I think a team like Nuriki as well, who do rely on their bottom lane a lot, this could be a patch, and, you know, future patches to come in this split could very heavily benefit them.
The patch that could benefit Bifrost, but at the end, it didn't. And this is why we want to talk with Fury, the mid laner from Bifrost, standing to talk with us. And that was a rough game for everyone. I know, but you're still smiling. Like, at the end of the day, even though you lost, you really enjoyed playing that one, didn't you? Be honest.
I mean, personally, think I played really bad, especially early game. But yeah, I'm just smiling because well, I cannot be sad on cast, right? So.
No, you can be human. You know, we love you as you are, so you can be yourself. Obviously, the early game was kind of hard for you. You got ganked, 3-man squad in the mid lane, and as soon as you see Alessandra getting ahead of an Ari, and I was talking about that, how can you even look into the matchup? How can you come back from that matchup?
I mean, it's mostly just accepting that Lissandra just gets pushed on most ways. But I think even in this game, we managed to keep it quite well under control. I think I had sometimes even push as well, and we had like a pretty good Herald on bot. But yeah, I mean, if I'm like 0-2 and she has Everforth finished and I not even close to it, yeah, it's pretty hard to play.
Well, I mean, you can blame him for this one now, because I'm going to dive into some Ari stuff, because you brought it up, right? Because obviously Ari into Lissandra, once Lissandra gets ahead, it can get quite difficult, but one thing that you as a player have often specialized in is playing around these vision traps and playing around these flanks and finding a way into the mid game. Even doing that while the rest of the map seems to be a little bit unstable, what was your mindset coming like into the mid game to start coming back in that game? Because that was actually, from our perspective, an uphill battle.
Well, from playing the game, it felt like front to back is really hard because they have like the Renata W and Lissandra ult plus is Sonya, so it was really hard to kill the first target for Viego. So, and I'm quite well at like playing champions that can look for flanks and that kind of stuff. So like throughout the game, I think the only option we really had is like look for a flank and try to go on that way because front to back was not working for us.
So that was why you took up that decision to make the Baron play. The last one, to make sure that you could go for the flip. Can you run me by like the thought process of the team of, we need to go for the Baron. This is where we can get Nuriki out of position.
I mean, I don't think there was like a lot of macro in the end of that, but I mean, we felt like if we had pretty good control on the Nash because we pushed them out on mid lane towards bot. So we started the Nash and I had like a pretty good spot, but I mean, I have not even seen how the fight went because I was so split compared to the rest. So yeah, I mean, I just need to look back on that part.
And that it reaches a point as a player when you're playing for more than 50 minutes, you're exhausted from looking for the micro, for the macro, and things just run out of your hands, right? So you think this patch could be exhausting for the players competitively?
I mean, I didn't like expect the game to go that long, but
yeah, we didn't either, don't worry.
Yeah. Nobody did.
So yeah, maybe it will change a lot that the games are going way longer, but I mean, we were known from playing late game and coming back, so I think it's still an advantage for us, but we are still a new team. Like, we changed jungle support, we still have like 3 players, but we changed a big call, and yeah, we just need to work on that, and I'm quite sure we will be fine.
At the end of the day, you're still on the top of the standings, not the top. You're behind JDxl, so don't you dare sunk now with that face. You cheer up, you and your entire team, and I'll see you soon, Fire Fury.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not allowing him to sunk again as he did in the spring split.
It was a great game.
It was an amazing game.
Like, it would have been a different story if that were like 50. If it was like 50 minutes of people just messing up over and over.
Yeah.
And maybe you can argue a little bit, oh, there's a bit in the mid game where maybe Nuriki had a lead and they didn't know how to like efficiently close it. But that stuff is really hard to learn for one, especially when you have teams that are trying to adapt. Sometimes something is going to give, right, in terms of your macro. And we've seen that even in the very best teams of the world. Sometimes they don't actually know how to close out a game from the mid game. This kind of game takes 2 great teams and great performances to really make it happen. Not to like completely embellish everything, but this was actually a pretty great game.
Yeah, no, I think even you can obviously always, you know, at the very top level, you can make criticisms and be like, okay, but they were doing this, and this wrong. Great, fantastic. But at the end of the day, you're talking about, you know, a game 5 of the day, right? If we're just gonna look at it from a random perspective, looking at, you know, last game of the day, it's late, the game's going 50 minutes, it's a new patch. You're gonna make mistakes like that on occasion. And I think as well, another thing is players will always be hypercritical of their own, you know, craft, because that is just it's the nature of improving at the end of the day. So yeah, I think still it was a great spectacle that was provided by Nuriki, by Bifrost, and it had that 50-minute segment alone could probably provide us with a montage.
To me, that was a League of Legends game.
Yeah.
That was the pinnacle of today. There was someone in the green room walking in. Oh, are they throwing the game? Is that? I'm like, I'm gonna throw my shoe at your face if you keep saying that. The game is amazing. Don't you dare. I know where you live. Actually, I know. So moving on.
Remind me never to get on his bad side.
No, it's the play of the day. A lot of plays were the play of the day, but we have to pick one for MasterCard, and this is the one that I don't even know. This was an exciting day, so take a look. I can't even recall which one is it.
It's
one of them.
It's one of the mid lane.
You know what? I can't. Okay.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Oh.
It's from this game.
Yes, we could have picked about 7 from this game, to be honest with you. But this was the mid lane comeback where you'll see Bifrost end up losing out, and then.
It seems like it's a wrap.
It seems like this is the point where Naruki are gonna deny Soul point, get Soul, and then it's all about
tables.
Baron on the table. But it's all Odie, Fury, and Highway, right? Fury kind of checks in a little bit greedily, but he's got the stopwatch, doesn't get stunned up, and then just take a look at Odie and the bubble as well. That locks down Banderas, just allows him to move forward.
So the bubble's like one thing, but then like I really want to watch what Lucian does here. Like there's a short E to get like the really quick auto reset. It's just very quick, snappy, in the moment mechanics, which seriously seal this out for Bifrost at that point. Of course the fights go back and forth after that point, but there's so much just concentrated mechanical outplay in that. It's really fun to watch.
I mean, even throwing the emote at the end of the fight as well. I mean, your IQ is above the average at that point. Your mechanical.
APM you gotta do to press like T in the middle of your.
Yeah, you're finding. Oh, I got 5 of them. Boop. White flag. There you go. And this is how you show dominance inside of the game. One of the players of this game that can show that real case on this entire massive, not fiesta, but beautiful game. Now on to the standings. We need to know how this affected JDxl. Isolated at the top of the standings, followed up by Astralis Talent, Bifrost, Dusty, and Vanir. On the other side, M&M Gaming are going to take first place on Group B, as we call it. It's not a Group B, by the way, it's just a joke. Noriki, Riddle Esports, X7, second to last, and then Team Singularity still struggling to find their first victory.
I kind of do it as a bit of a joke now.
Okay.
But, you know, an academy team like XL or, you know, historically X7 in first place, SNG in last. Perfectly balanced as all things should be, it feels like, in 2022. I mean, yeah, nothing is really too out of place with the exception of X7. I feel like most of our expectations are kind of met.
But then, like, again, there's so much upheaval just in this week. I think that even from this last set of games, I think we saw some pretty large changes from even just the first couple of games. Like, I don't want to be the analyst which doesn't decide anything and sits on like zero opinion, but that's exactly what I'm doing because it's so hard to pin these teams down.
I mean, at the end of the day, we are, you know, we're coming out of day 3, right? So it's still very early to start like drawing conclusions. Yes, we can probably, you know, decipher the teams which are likely to be in the top half of the table or things of that nature. But
maybe the better way to phrase it is like, what's the biggest surprise so far? So for me, I actually think Dusty are my biggest surprise in a lot of ways. I thought they'd be good. I didn't think they'd be as good as they were.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe M&M, they're up there.
So I think like M&M's potential ceiling after what we saw from X7, obviously there's the argument of, well, X7 seemed to be slumping a little bit. How much of that was, you know, X7 just not being used to, you know, the stage after not really having that much time to practice with that particular roster, and M&M kind of capitalized on it. Teams like Vanir as well. There's still a lot of unengaged teams, Riddle as well.
I'm going to do a silent move and call you cowards as I'm going to look into the camera. To me, the hot take is that this is going to be exactly as the previous split.
All right.
And it's going to take us until the last day to lock in playoffs.
I'll give you at least one. It's kind of lukewarmish.
Come on, give me something.
I think M&M will make playoffs for the first time since they've been in the NLC.
There you go. Slap that.
I think there you go. I know it's not like the boldest prediction ever because it's only.
It is a prediction.
It's only top 6, but at the end of the day, I think this version of M&M could actually finally make playoffs for the organization.
There you go, thank you. I hope next one...
I will one-up you. Nariki are making playoffs.
Oh, okay.
Nariki are making playoffs.
Now we're talking about it. Woo, okay, week 2, day 4. We need to look into the games we're going to have Are they going to be as spicy as today? X7 versus Vanir. Good start on the one. JDxl versus Astralis, the top 2 teams. Frosty versus Dusty. Singularity versus Ricky and Eminence versus Riddle. Oh, man, this is like a script. This is way too good.
This is. Keep on reading, Archie. Keep on reading.
I'm done.
How did you do it? Okay, this is a banger day. There isn't a single bad game on here. Vanir look really scary. X7 look like they're on the rise. JDxl and Astralis Talent are both, in my opinion, so far. Yeah, like this is a good benchmark game for both of these teams. Dusty and this is another great.
That's your blockbuster. That's your title card.
This is like our grudge match of the entire of the split, because Team Singularity and Niriki are literally fighting to not be last place. And of course, we have to remember relegation's in play this split. So like, when we're talking about lose, you can't lose. That is very, very important.
I mean, that's also the development battle too.
Yeah.
Because like we do need to check in with that every so often and be like, okay, these are teams that were stone dead last at the start of the year. How are they actually starting to move onward for that? In terms of story stuff, I think Game 4 is pretty good. Game 3 is obviously the blockbuster, but then obviously you got the last game, which you were already talking pretty okay about.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, especially how highly I've been speaking of Stefan, because I think he has been performing really, really well. I've always looked at Sof as, whenever he's been in the NLC, he's typically been on the top end of individual performances for junglers. I think this is also a very good benchmark for him as an individual, but also I think for Eminem, we've seen a very high ceiling. We've also seen a very, very low floor. Are we getting the same Eminem from like past, where we get sort of spring split Eminem, where we've seen them, go with the likes of that very, very strong X7 roster? Obviously, this time they actually bested this iteration at the very least. Or are we gonna get, monk mid levels of Eminem? Where
every single game of this day is going to be amazing. So don't you dare miss any of these. Nope. If you miss it, I'll find you. And I'll feed in your account. I'm just letting you know. Remember, Division 2 is going to start tomorrow as well, so don't miss any single game. Tune in on the same channel and follow NLC at every single social media that you can. We love you very much. We're going to see you tomorrow on Division 2 and Wednesday for Division 1 as well. So keep playing. Love this new patch, and good luck on those ranks. I'll see you soon.
Don't play Lulu.
Oh no. Play Ari with Everfrost.